Great, thank you. We will now convene as the WSU Board of Regents and proceed with the Board of Regents committee meetings. Welcome to the September 18th, 2025 Board of Regents committee meetings. In addition to being open to the public, this meeting is accessible via YouTube live stream. The link for this and past meetings can be found on the Regents website at regents.wsu.edu. In accordance with 42.30.110, the Regents will now hold an executive session to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation. This session will be closed. The executive session will conclude at approximately 10:15 this morning unless extended by further announcement. If any action is taken as a result of these discussions, it will be taken at a future meeting in open session. And at this time, I would ask anyone who is not a regent or whom we have not invited to participate in the executive session to leave the room.
I mean, I could say.
Oh, those
Wow, that's weird. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, hi everyone. Are the Regents ready? All right, I've found my mic. I have found my gavel, and the Board of Regents will now convene for our meeting. So if you could all please get in your seats, that would be great. And Eric, are we set? Are we online now?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so the Regents will now reconvene in open session. Before we start with the first committee meeting, I want to share that public comment is welcomed at this meeting at the designated time, which will be Friday, September 19th, during the Board of Regents regular meeting. After that meeting is called to order, it will be the first agenda item. If you wish to make public comment and have not signed up yet, you can do so by using the online form found at regents.wsu.edu or emailing regents@wsu.edu or contacting the board's executive assistant, Tracy Jordahl. Public comments may be made in person or virtually, and requests will be received until today, September 18th at 5 p.m. We will now convene the Executive and Governance Committee. Just to check, can you all hear me way back there? Hey, this is like classroom where you're in the back. You really should be in the front. Okay.
Like church.
Yes. All right, so just the first order of business here, it's our annual conflict of interest disclosure. And thank you, Regent McDonald. You've already collected most of the signatures, but it had been included in our board packet this morning. We have an annual responsibility to review the conflict of interest statement. And just for reference, in the Board of Regents Policy Manual, Policy 1, the conflict of interest policy states that annually each regent signs a statement certifying that they have read, understand, and will comply with this conflict of interest policy, and that they've filed the required annual personal affairs disclosure with the Public Disclosure Commission. And so the members of the Board of Regents hold positions of public trust, and we should adhere to the highest ethical standards in carrying out our duties to the university. This policy protects the interests of the university by providing guidance to the regents in recognizing and handling conflicts of interest and meeting our obligations under the Washington State Ethics and Public Service Act. And so before leaving today's meeting, we're just going to check and make sure that all of our regents have signed the disclosure statement provided. Okay. The next two information items will be presented by President Cantwell. First, she will share an update on the system redesign planning that's starting. And then second, the information that's going to be presented as the fiscal year 2026 key performance indicators. These KPIs are also the system goals. And as outlined in the Board of Regents Policy 6 for presidential performance evaluation, these mutually agreed upon measurable goals and objectives serve as the basis for our annual evaluation. So over to you, President Cantwell.
Thank you. I will go quickly through this. What the purpose is to give everybody insight into this, really the beginning of what we're calling redesigning the WSU system for the future. Focused on 10 years from now, 2035, how do we define the functions that we believe we will need to serve in 2035, and then draw the roadmap between here and there. I'm trying. It's not working. Can you advance the slide for me?
Sure.
I like that, but I don't know what it was.
Yeah, that's cool.
So we have an executive committee, and you'll see there is a regent on the executive committee. Thank you, Regent Ramos. And this is a very small group. This is not the group that gets the work done. We make the high-level decisions about how to really formulate, for instance, we need to know what the functions of the system and each component, each campus and our online component need to serve in 2035 in order to be of best utility to the state of Washington. Next slide. So I'm going to give a quick process overview just so you understand what's going on here. And in the end, I'll talk about the website that will be kind of the memory of this process. Next slide. So our approach is really to take the discover, design, iterate, and develop action plans approach. I think if you go to the next slide, we have a little bit more detail there. Because looking from here, I know people like me. So basically, we have a period where we're gathering data. Can they see me online?
Yeah.
Okay. And engaging with a whole bunch of stakeholders. I'll show you what those stakeholders are in a minute. And this is kind of the process. This is what the Co-Design Council does, this is what all the stakeholders do. We then design. We use the insights during the discovery phase to generate a bunch of ideas for system-wide solutions for where we need to be in 2035. We create some potential concepts and we begin to solicit feedback. As we solicit feedback, and these are the approaches, as we solicit feedback, we will begin to iterate to refine concepts and develop possible action plans. So there'll be a lot of soliciting more feedback from the stakeholder groups. And then in the end, what will be developed, I hope, will be no more than 2 to 3 options for us all to consider in the context of what changes, what capacities, what roadmap do we need to get from where we are today to the functionality of the WSU system that we believe we need in 2035. At that point, we'll really be socializing with key stakeholders around the state as to which of those options we want to take up. So this process will take about a year, possibly a year and a half, depending on the breadth of stakeholder engagement that we choose to do. And then it's probably, in my mind, 4 to 6 months after that we have, in order to make choices. We will choose what we do. We will do some things and we will not do other things. So this will be the choice point for the future of the WSU system. Next slide, please. So this is the stakeholder groups. Broadly, students, this includes graduate students and probably postdocs, staff, and this is at all of our physical locations. And then with regard to the broad service model that the Pullman campus and the Spokane campus have for the entire state of Washington, stakeholders across the state, community members, leaders in WSU at all of our locations, business and industry leaders, and faculty and researchers. Often they are the same, but not always. So broad engagement with our faculty bodies, as well as researchers who may or may not be formal members of our tenured faculty. So those are the stakeholder groups. And we'll be using a variety of mechanisms in order to engage with them, including everything from listening sessions to surveys and lots of things in between. These are not made up on the fly. This is kind of a well-defined process that's been used fairly coherently at a number of universities over the last 5 years or so. Next slide. This is the Co-Design Council. What's the difference between this? These are the folks that are actually going to get the work done. And this is still in flux a little bit. This is a larger group because these are people who will convene. They will work together for enormous blessings to all of these people. They have fully understood and agreed what they are signing up for and are engaged in helping us design our own future. And these guys are the boots on the ground. They deserve an enormous amount of thanks and effort. They were selected not because of their title, but because of their capacity to think broadly and really in a detailed way about the future of our system and the values that we serve. Next slide. So the last slide here is we will launch a what we'll call a Design Central website. It will lay out this process as it is being conducted. You will see the data collected, you'll see the minutes from the meetings, you'll see the stakeholder engagement modalities, and the results from all of that will be on this website. And it will actually look a lot prettier than that, and it's quite navigable. I've produced these in the past for other design processes, for organizational design, and the team that's doing that does a beautiful job. So that is the really the introduction to, and you'll hear about this as we go along at every Regents meeting, the introduction to the system design process. I know that there have been various thought processes over the last 5 years or so about the system and what it means and what is what we should be doing. The purpose of this is very much to get to a set of actions that we commit to undertaking in order to get to a set of outcomes in a 10-year timeframe that will adjust by the nature of the change environment that we live in. But we will be targeting with specific actions where we are going to go. Questions?
Regent Shower.
I really appreciate the intention behind the design process. It's one of the areas that I know we were excited to see your thinking style infuse a way to both solicit feedback from our stakeholder communities, but also to take us through a very thoughtful process. I'm curious if you are intending to have this be something that is adopted at the Board of Regent level, or what the final kind of throughout the process, what the end outcome looks like.
I was not intending for that, although I could imagine outcomes that require board approval. But the process itself and the kind of the laying out of options, and since we have Regent Ramos on the executive committee, she'll be able at every point to go, I think this is a board adoption per our policies, which is very handy. But I do think that when we get to the end result where we have spent a lot of time with communities around these, 2 is just much more tractable than 3, but these are the options. These are the visions for 2035. This is how we think we can get there. And by the way, this is how much it would cost in order to successfully transform a campus from what it is today to something different, for instance, or something more, that there may well be, before we take those anywhere, board approval that's needed. I just can't tell you what it is specific, because this is not my, one of the reasons I am certainly on the executive committee, but I purposefully do not engage in this process so that there's too much inference of authority on my part when I engage, and my voice is, intentional or not, it's too loud. It's heard too much.
I really appreciate that. 2 other comments. Really excited to see Chair Ramos participating, particularly with your design thinking and
Yes.
professional background. I think the 2 of you are a dynamic duo to take this on. Second comment that I would make is I really appreciate the critical element of community engagement and the transparency and active communication. We are listening, here's what we heard, and here's how it's going to be part of our process. So what we've heard over the past several years is just how many of our stakeholders want to be involved, want to provide their insight, and don't always feel as though they're being fully utilized or their voices are being heard. And so this is an excellent example of how we will be engaging with our stakeholders and how we'll be accountable to sharing what we're hearing. So thank you for your leadership.
And to underscore that, at least my experience is that really the choices will be made, and so everybody can't get everything they want. But the transparency of a location that shows the process And the ability, that enables all of us to speak from the same script when we are explaining the choices that we make and why they are optimized for the future of the whole state. I can't tell you how critical that is. Otherwise, there's an assumption that engagement equals, if you hear me, we will get exactly what we've asked for. And we have to all start articulating that we are absolutely optimizing for the service model that we need to provide across the state. And I guarantee you there are things that are going to be incredibly attractive and limited by funding. That doesn't mean we throw them away, but it doesn't mean that they're not an option in the immediate future. They get put in a really nice parking lot and brought back to the table routinely with that community. Other questions?
It might be helpful just for context. Yesterday, the Board of Regents met in our annual retreat, and we discussed the strategic pillars and what that looks like in terms of performance objectives. And so one of the pillars is really around WSU as a 21st century land grant. And that's where some of this design process fits in. And so that is, might be a good segue for us to kind of give the overview on the KPIs.
Yeah, well, that's my plan, so good. If we could go to that slide deck. This is a draft because it's the first time that we've done this together. But we did, sort of do a preview yesterday. If you could go to the next slide. This was developed in conjunction with all of the system key leadership at WSU. So the first two slides are a reminder for those of you that have seen this, or information for those of you that haven't. The 6 strategic pillars. So what are pillars? They are enduring areas where action will be needed for some period of time. Enduring means we believe these are core to the future of the institution for 20 years. Building the traditional strategic plan that goes out 10 years around these is not an interest area of mine, nor do I think it behooves the institution at a time when massive change is happening year on year. So we will hold these kind of sacred, and we will build both 1 year and kind of 3-year rolling average approaches to what our plans are year on year for this. So what you'll see embedded in the what I'd like to suggest is embedded in our KPI discussion every year is the annual, not just plans, but the annual goals that we have around the strategic pillars. Could you go to the next slide, please? So this is just also, you will see in parentheses around a lot of these goals and objectives, the following notation. If you note what's in the parentheses, this just means that there is a prime leader in the institution besides me who's actually going to have a lot of responsibility and authority for making these things happen. The academic enterprise is Chris Riley-Tillman and the provost office, and all of the work that we put into that office now. That for those of you that may not have paid attention, we have assigned student life and student services and a number of functions to the provost, who has agreed to shoulder that for at least the time being. The advancement enterprise is Mike Connell. That's our traditional foundation work. The athletic enterprise is Ann McCoy. The operational enterprise is Leslie Brunelli, and the research enterprise is Kim Christian. So just so that when you see that notation, you understand what that is associated with. Next slide, please. This is a 1-pager that shows, in the context of the red, which is the strategic pillars, the high-level key elements for this year, and then the responsible enterprise. So I'll actually go over this as I'm going into the details for each of these. If you could go to the next slide. So access and student success at the top in red is the pillar. This goal is associated with enabling student success. It's assigned to the provost's office, the academic enterprise, as the core enabler of these functions. It doesn't mean I won't be involved, doesn't mean that any of the other enterprises won't be involved. But Chris is not only responsible, he is given the authority in order to move these forward. I'm going to read through, as I do these slides, they're wordy. I am going to read them. I think it's important for the record, but I'll do so very quickly. And I would ask that we have questions at the end, kind of, so mark your pages up as I go through them. The proposed key performance indicators for this goal are evaluate and improve undergraduate data to support student progression and retention for comparison of foundational and prerequisite courses, assess time to degree and graduation factors to enhance student success, gain insights into undergraduate retention within the first 2 years and graduate and professional retention by program and cohort, deploy strategies to improve post-graduation employment and/or continuing education placement, and 1 year post-graduation. I just have to say about all of these are not without thought. Many of them are in the initial stages. This is not, we're starting from whole cloth on all this stuff. Lest you think it looks like a lot, how are we going to do that? We're already in process on a lot of these things. Track graduate and professional placement data. That's actually very challenging. Bolster the network of student support services, including advising, supplemental instruction, et cetera, to improve student retention and achievement through early intervention. And then a stretch goal, not because we won't continue to try and do this, but because it is hard to achieve, is continue to expand college affordability and increased access. That is a land grant mission. We will always be picking away at that, but it is challenging. Next page. Basic growing student enrollment, and I will give you a presage. The next slide, let's see, somewhere down here. Oh, maybe we just did it. Sorry. Student success. So student success and enrollment can be linked, but they can also be decoupled in terms of the actions that are taken. The key performance indicators proposed here are to consistently employ strategies for strategic enrollment and management growth. There are 4 factors there. These are how strategic enrollment management works. We will be tracking all of these. Assess the viability of a cohesive enrollment marketing strategy. So this is not only under the provost, but under our chief marketing officer, Pam Scott, focused on WSU brand while supporting campus-specific retainment goals. And then 2 stretch goals, design and deploy a system-wide dashboard. We will do this. It's not clear we can actually accomplish it inside of a year. It may take us a little longer to visualize the digital student journey from awareness to enrollment, and employ technology enrichment enrollment management strategies at events and staff training to stabilize and grow Washington resident student enrollments. Really focused on first generation. Stick with me, guys. This is also academic excellence and modernization now, investing in and enhancing the excellence of WSU and its faculty. We need to develop dashboards and we're going to see a lot of goals here that are associated with how we gather and utilize data. We do not know ourselves well and then have a quantitative goal if we don't do this. And so this is the basis function for a lot of the future work that we'll be doing. On the internal side, assess and improve the ratio of faculty serving on governance committees and task force at the college level and beyond. This is really improving faculty engagement in our processes. On the external side, and this is service for faculties, assess and improve the ratio of faculty who serve as journal editors, as national grant panel chairs, officers at national level, professional organizations, and I would add are in the pipeline. You have to be in the pipeline for higher and higher level awards. You don't just come out the gate as a pick your favorite award, a Nobel Prize winner. And then meritorious performance, improve the percentage of faculty receiving an especially meritorious performance review. Next slide. Academic excellence and modernization. Again, scaling degree attainment through technology and new offerings. We really need to look at best-in-class partnerships and academic collaborations. We are not and cannot be a standalone entity to really take on the attainment metrics through technology and new offerings. explore opportunities for deployment of AR/VR technology in the sciences, especially biology and chemistry. Others are doing this. We are going to start looking at whether we can do this as well. It allows us to serve a lot more people who are not necessarily on a campus engaged in an in-person Bio 101 lab or Chem 101 lab. Launch the global WSU Global Summit to convene local and national thought leaders in digital education, virtual learning models and technology, and provide modest seed funding for WSU student-led pilot projects with real-world applications. 2 stretch goals: create a technology-focused strategy as part of our system-wide redesign. That means it's stretched because it may not be completed within a year. And then scale degree attainment through technology by really looking at a dedicated strategy to focus on digital education and virtual learning models. Again, we will have to do that. That is imperative in our business, but it may take longer than a year. The next one is innovation and use-inspired research, driving innovation, productivity, and impact at WSU. Tell me if I'm like going too fast or too slow. We'll be looking at external funding, really scaling external funding. And as you know, that is a fraught moment right now, but we can't walk away from it as a goal. Research collaborations, we will be placing a lot of focus on collaborating with others, some who have more or less, but usually more sway with different funding sources than we might have. Peer benchmarks, societal impact is a really hot topic, has been for 5 years. How do you measure societal impact in a quantitative way? And there's been an enormous amount of research done at our own campus about this. We will bring this more and more to the research portfolio that we have. Improving our rankings in national publications, social media sentiment scores, elevating our research portfolio through strategic research communications. We have a big gap there that we are starting to think about filling. 3 stretch goals: improve the number of clinical trials, exhibitions, artistic installations, etc. That's not something we'll let go of, but it also takes a long time and money to move that forward. Grow the number of peer-reviewed publications and average citation rate. One of the reasons that's a challenge is because there's a massive slowdown in the review of peer-reviewed publication submissions right now. And so moving that up will take looking at what's actually happening and beginning to develop new strategies for making that happen. And then this is a broad and long-term goal: elevate WSU research with a sharp focus on health, agriculture, data science, energy, and climate science, with particular emphasis on climate, ag tech, and wildfire mitigation, and AI infrastructure development for these kinds of research programs. And you'll see that our new Connors Dean is an expert in that area. You'll see that coming to the fore. The next one is system-wide integration and institutional agility, assembling a high-performance leadership team. You have all heard some things, but we're putting it in goals here. Build a capable and aligned leadership team to modernize operations and empower faculty and staff with a yes mentality. Establish strategic presidential meetings with core stakeholders across the system. That is certainly underway. Continue internal council work with this. To those of you that were there yesterday, this speaks to this pyramid of communication to ensure that the whole university has transparency and is communicated with. This is the pyramid of right now of meetings and councils that we have developed. And now we have to be able to put some metrics to that so you can see what's happening. We are going to use team dynamics assessments to improve our communication and collaboration. I'm a strong believer. We're going to capture documented increases in my availability and the availability of our senior leadership team, and cultivate across really this everywhere, but the state of Washington will be focused on a shared understanding of our mission, vision, and strategic pillars across the system. You'll see very soon the first iteration of a possible mission statement. It will be sort of stakeholder reviewed. So it'll come out as a draft. What do you think kind of process? I'll be driving that in my listening sessions through this semester and next semester, but there'll be a lot of different ways to comment on that. Stretch goals, because this is probably not a year long, is really look at this diversification of revenue, market driving, technology enabled enterprise. This is our goal, but we can't take 10 years to do this either. So I like to have it here as a goal so that you can see that we are committed to this. And then develop leadership in health sciences focused on the next generation of healthcare professionals in rural and urban settings. That is both a kind of healthcare convening. It's also a technology convening. Next slide. Again, system-wide integration and institutional agility. And again, if you get confused about which pillar, you can go, it's in red at the top. This is a commitment to the financial model. Key performance indicators are advance the financial health and administrative operations of the entire system, including all campuses, by providing stewardship and support in finance, public safety, business services, facilities, compliance and risk management, human resources, and information technology. And if you don't, I mean, that is the component of the entire, that's why Leslie's area is called an enterprise in my mind, is this is a massive piece of what we do. Deliver timely, transparent, and accurate financial information. And I think you're starting to see us really work on the timely and the transparent. And I think kudos to Leslie's team for really hustling to try and help with that. Budgeting, engage in the planning, development, implementation, and reporting on the annual budget processes to ensure that there's financial alignment with our institutional goals. Take responsibility for managing our credit rating, massively important in monitoring our overall financial health, and measuring and reporting on key financial benchmarks. So you'll see that in more and more of our reporting out. Next page is also system-wide integration and institutional agility. And I believe you have been focused on this for a while. Take a system-wide approach to operational effectiveness and innovation. There are two reasons to do that. One is savings, financial savings are to be found. But the other is that we cannot operate as, what would we call them? Standalone operations. We are losing the bubble on our message as to the value of our institution. And I think that has a huge effect on our enrollment. So that, there will be annual department. So we're driving this down, annual departmental evaluation processes, which are common across every part of the WSU system. There'll be a university dashboard in partnership with institutional research that looks at trends, looks at patterns, helps us all look at system-wide strategic and financial planning. Ensure that the Board of Regents approves our budget annually. We are ensure that faculty are engaged in assessing program viability to support decision-making on whether we need to do program recalibration in any single location or as a system-wide set of thinking, develop a system-wide legislative strategy to foster, and we've talked a little bit about this today, collaboration and transparency, so that we are really clear in what our legislative goals are and message and strategy. And we are not, again, a bunch of different stovepipes of communication to the legislation. There are 3 stretch goals here. I think I'll leave them to you to review. They are only stretch goals, not because they aren't important, but because they may take more than a year to deliver. So you hopefully will see those come back every year. I might pause for a minute and say what you're going to see going forward, if this resonates and meets with approval, is that these will just be laid out in a matrix form. And every time we have a Regents meeting, you'll just get a red, yellow, green chart that says, how are we doing associated with that? My hope is that you would want to talk about the reds. The next one is WSU is the 21st Century Land Grant, designing and launching. So this is this year's goal. This is a massive, right? 21st Century Land Grant will endure until the 21st century is over. Designing and launching college transformation plans. So building a strategic framework. This is the system redesign process. Presenting strategic pillars and the framework to the Board of Regents. Convening biannual system-wide strategic leadership engagement to ensure sustained alignment with the mission leadership growth, which, where are we all going? Where's the train going? And then some stretch goals around communication strategy, academic programs, etc. Next slide. Also 21st Century Land Grant, advancing WSU through philanthropy, broaden our impact on society by showcasing WSU successes for long-term meaningful donor impact. stay actively engaged in the donor community, and actually all of our community relations. To me, they really come together. My personal commitment is to engage as as an interested party, whether it's with an individual or with a group, rather than, that's what I call a palms down relationship, not a palms up relationship. And we have, I mean, not that I cannot engage in asks and do, but they need to know that they can rely on all of us at WSU as advisors, not just people who ask for money. Actively engage professional and personal networks. This is mine, as well as, giving you thoughts on how you could engage your networks, collaborating with marketing and communication to really amplify those philanthropic success stories, and host and target events. And you'll see some of those numbers of events increasing fairly rapidly. The last one, not least, is elevate the Cougar identity and brand. So engaging at a national and global level to enhance our reputational strength. So societal and community impact, looking at quantitative and qualitative measures of research impact, outreach and engagement, looking at the number of community engagements that result in identifiable public outcomes. That is back to the research that we have done at this university on how you measure that. Scholarly teaching and expertise, identify and improve the percentage of faculty disseminating scholarly teaching activities through presentations, publications, and other visible methods across the state. Elevate WSU's visibility in the greater Puget Sound region. Hopefully that resonates with a bunch of you, through increased engagement with regional chambers, civic organizations, conducting events, and when appropriate, local governments, streamlining and establishing new processes to gather information in support of our priorities. And then athletics is next. Stretch goal is really, and this is just stretch because it's hard to get this data, really understanding more about post-graduation placement and actually even, decadal scale outcomes for our graduates. And finally, championing the future of WSU athletics. Yes. So the indicators, I hope you all resonate with this. Maintaining Pac-12 membership. I'm not worried about that at the moment, but it actually takes week-on-week work. It is not something where Ann and I sit back and just let things happen. Implement strategies to address financial operations, and you get reports out on this, but we will be measuring adherence to budgetary constraints, and we'll really be looking at revenue generation. Administer surveys to gain insight from student athletes on their experience and their academic support. Provide WSU athletic support and guidance for NIL and MMR discussions. Develop growing and positive rapport with WSU athletics. That's for me, with athletics leadership. I feel pretty good about that at the moment. I'm starting to engage with coaches and certainly engaging with donors and alumni as fast as I can. Actively supporting athletic events. You will see me at as many of different kinds of games as I can slot into my schedule. So I think we've already done a bunch. And then promote and support student athlete success. So we really need and will focus on cultivating a nationally competitive and character-driven athletics program. These are measurable. This is not something that we are the only ones discussing it. So we will bring real measures to the table, and then integrating athletics communications into the broader university brand strategy. So we will no longer have siloed athletics communications and the rest of the university, especially when we talk about our brand value. We will bring those two together as often as we can. And that is the sum total of what we're proposing for this year.
Thank you, President Cantwell. And again, just for context, we had extensive discussion at our retreat, our planning retreat. I may just ask us to not have an extensive discussion per se here, but to express our gratitude for your transparency and the how you got to those words is not just a PowerPoint. It was an engagement of the leadership team.
Absolutely. This is not only not created in a vacuum, but with not just my leadership team, but their whole teams. So they engaged teams. This was really a broad discussion across WSU. a little leadership on the part of, these are the 4 pillars or 6 pillars. Let's see how we can express what we believe we should be telling everybody about what we want to be measured in the context of those 6 pillars.
But it's a wonderful inflection point in terms of our intentionality, our thoroughness, our proactive approach to leading Washington State University in the complex, high-paced world that we're in. So, I mean, that is the why. We have to be agile. We are together promoting our resilience. And just so much appreciate the substance of that engagement, President Cantwell, and the intentionality. The other thing I will just add, this is a, oh, someone's saying my mic is on, not on, I'm sorry. This is an example of role modeling what we're expecting from everyone in the system around accountability. So we are showing the thoroughness, the proactiveness. We're helping our teams develop that skill and acumen, and we're going to model it here and hold ourselves accountable, and of course, the president through our annual review. So I just want to recognize that moment and express how important this is. And so with that, we're just going to continue with our executive committee topics. We have a couple more things here where we're going to review, we're going to take action on these KPIs at our Friday meeting tomorrow, but we have 2 more where we need to review the proposed changes for 2 Board of Regents policies. And these changes will be presented by Executive Director for Policy and Governance, Danielle Hess. Hi, Danielle.
Okay. Okay. Just had a couple of quick action items related to Board of Regents.
Can you make sure your mic is on? I can't. Either that or it's close to your.
I think it's on, just get it close to you.
It's gotta be close to you.
We'll speak right into it. So the 2 action items that I have for you this morning relate to a couple of proposed policy updates, basically just to align the Board of Regents policies with our current practices. They're pretty straightforward. The first one is action item number 2, and that's for the Regents policy on delegation of authority. We're recommending 2 changes there. One is they're both in the area of budget and finance, and we're delineating 2 additional areas where the Board of Regents have reserved authority. And so the one would be the university operating budget, and that would be to approve the university's annual comprehensive operating budget, which is a new thing that the Regents will be doing going forward. And the second one is just to add another area of reserved authority related to the athletics budget. And so that would be reserved authority. The Regents will reserve authority to approve the university's annual intercollegiate athletics budget and transfers in accordance with RCW 28B 15120. That's something that the Regents have been doing ever since that statute passed, but we did not amend the policy to reflect that. So those are the 2 changes. I noticed the red line didn't come through in the onboard materials. So if you want to see where they are, they're in section 2.6 of the budget and finance piece. The 2nd and 3rd bullets of that section are the new ones. Any questions on that one? Pretty straightforward, just aligning the policy.
I just want to make a comment. This is a huge lift for the board to approve the budget, and I just am really proud of how the board has leaned in with our leadership and in partnership with Leslie, who this came up a year or so ago, and I think it was just very thoughtful in the way in which we've made this happen, and appreciate that the policy will reflect what is best practices for boards. Thank you.
The action item number 3 is related policy revisions. This is to the Board of Regents policy on committee charters. Again, very similar. We're adding 2 items to the responsibilities of the Finance and Administration Committee, and those are we're adding responsibility for reviewing and approving the university's annual comprehensive operating budget, and then also adding responsibility for approval of the athletics budget and transfers of funds in accordance with the RCW. For the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee, we are adding a paragraph specific to tribal relations. Again, this red line didn't come through, but that would be second full bullet on page 5, section 2(3)C, page 6, the last bullet, page 7, the 4th bullet from the bottom. Those are all in there. If anyone has any questions, happy to entertain them. But again, those policy revisions relate to the others and be straightforward.
Any other comments or discussion on the policies? We will take action on these tomorrow.
Right.
Maybe I just want to make comment, Danielle. I just want to say your work is so important because what you do to update our policies and to ensure governance in service of Washington State University, and for us, our responsibilities in terms of managing risk and compliance, along with the executive leadership, is really important. So I just want to recognize the work that you're doing and the context of the important context that you bring to the table.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So that concludes the agenda for the Executive and Governance Committee. We're going to immediately roll over into our next committee. The Regents will now convene the Finance and Administration Committee, chaired by Regent Wright.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Welcome to the Finance and Administration Committee meeting. We will hear 7 informational items, discuss 2 future action items, and ask for 1 action item tomorrow. And we'll start today's meeting with the first information item, which is an internal audit update from Chief Audit Executive Heather Lopez. I've had the pleasure, in this new role of mine, I've had the pleasure of getting to know Chief Auditor Lopez. We've met one-on-one a couple of times now. I'm very confident and inspired by her qualifications and her leadership. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
In your packet today, first meeting for the fiscal year that I'll be presenting to you, I have updated charter and the audit plan for fiscal year 26. One note on the charter, we follow professional standards, international internal audit standards, and really we should be bringing the charter to you at least once a year, whether there's changes or not, and then letting you know if there are any changes and why. Really, the only change on this is just technical, changing some of the terms to align with the standards, and a new president reviewing the charter and agreeing and signing to that. Our charter still does have information on the purpose of internal audit, our role, our authority, our responsibility, the organizational structure, and how we go about carrying out those responsibilities to the university. The audit plan for fiscal year 26, last year's audit plan was very ambitious. I had a full staff with the resources we had and high hopes of carrying out a lot of engagement. And there were changes, of course, we can always count on changes. And we are in rebuild right now since April. I have a terrific staff and we have one more vacancy that we're filling right now. And we're going full steam forward. This year's audit plan does take on some of the audits that we were not able to engage in last year because of resources. We've modified them a little bit, looked at the scope, looked at the risk that put them in the audit plan in the first place to see where we can make sure that our efforts are focused on why was it considered a risk area and where we can provide the most value on doing a deep dive in that area. Because we have limited resources, we do continue to push those, allocate those resources into building out that continuous audit testing plan. It's not a full continuous audit in itself. It's an approach. We look at data, we develop queries. We are throughout the year building on the tests that we were looking at before and looking at trending across time to identify gaps and focus on areas of risk in basic functions across the university. So we continue to push resources there and build it out more and do it more efficiently than we have before. I've been asked a few times about use of AI in what we do, and we are exploring how we can further use AI responsibly and securely in just getting the most out of those activities. We continue to do the department audits. We have a couple of focused audits. One of the audits from last year's plan, you see is tuition waiver. And we do still have that as a full assurance audit. It's going to be modified this year after I have conversation with leadership on where the real risk area is in that subject area. We're also taking on a contracted audit, IT. We'll be outsourcing that for a review from experts of disaster recovery and business continuity. And this is system-wide. And then I have it a little tiny at the second page on here. We're working on in our own office an acceptable use policy on AI. I know the university has guidelines out there, and it's really targeted to faculty and students. We're looking internally first within our own unit on how we can responsibly use AI. We've been using it in different ways, but we want to get some parameters around that, and then we'll be sharing that with leadership, including IT, to make sure that it is responsible and can there be any improvement to it. And we're hoping by looking at new tools, the university has Copilot and it's been reviewed. We are using that heavily. Are there other tools that we can be looking at to help in our audit efforts and do more with less? And that's most of what I wanted to bring to you on the audit plan and the charter. If you have any questions on either one, happy to entertain.
So really it's the carryover when I'm looking at that electronic record management, tuition waiver, IT security, and enrollment manage, is that carryover?
The only one that doesn't carry over is enrollment management.
Okay.
The other three are in some way modified to go into the new plan.
Got it.
Yes.
Any questions on the audit plan or the audit charter? Found them useful.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Heather.
Heather?
Thank you, Heather.
Regent Wright, may I ask if your mic is on?
Oh.
My mother told me I was born with a voice that doesn't need a mic, but I will.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. The next two information items will be presented by EVP and CFO Leslie Brunelli. The first item will be a finance and administration update, followed by the fiscal year 2026 Finance and Administration Committee work plan. Leslie.
Maybe the other one.
A little.
Or the other one.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Regent Wright. And I want to express my thanks for you taking on this role this year. This is a long and complex and complicated committee, and you are served well by the work that Chair Ramos did last year. And we want to express our appreciation because it's a lot of info and it takes a lot of additional time. I'm very, very thoughtful about that. The first item that I have for you today is just some updates on some changes that have occurred within the Finance Administration Division. This is a group of people that you will see often throughout the year, and we want to make sure that you know who everyone is at this point. First, I'm very excited about this. Jennifer Klein, who has been our interim Vice President of Human Resources for more than a year, she successfully completed that year-long interview process, and she is now our permanent Vice President of Human Resources, and she will be joining you as she has in the past, but we're really delighted to have her in that role. In an interim period, she is also taking on our labor relations until we make a switch in that area due to a pending retirement. So Jennifer is fully joining us at this point. Next, Matt Skinner has been promoted to a new position that did not previously exist. We have added a vice president for finance and business services. As you know, Matt has been here many times with you. He is responsible for our controller's office, our bursar, our payroll, procurement, accounts payable, our modernization, and real estate. So lots of all of the back office financial functions. But what we've added is our budget office. As you know, we lost our budget director last year, Chris Jones, and we have moved budget under Matt's portfolio. What I'm very hopeful about with that alignment is that we see closer alignment with the budget work and the strategic side of the budget and the actual, because right now those sort of exist in two different silos, even within our finance administration division. So very excited about the opportunity for Matt. Too often, I think you see in higher ed that those things are very different and they don't ever communicate with one another, and we'll get to the other side of that. Next, with a retirement in my area, you heard it mentioned in the Student Book Corporation this morning, Vicki Murray retired. She'd been here for 42 years. That's a lot of institutional knowledge that left, but we've done a significant reorganization with her departure. Our newly sworn in chief of police, you all know Don Daniels well, has now reports directly to me. Chief Daniels replaced Gary Jenkins, who retired just last month. Cody Wilson, our Director of Transportation and the Visitor Center, different combination of activities there, also reports to me along with our finance area finance officer, Lana Redmond. Some changes within facilities also. Environmental health and safety and our emergency preparedness and management have moved to facilities under Olivia Yang. Facilities also, in an interesting way, took over the mail operation that was previously under Pam Scott in marketing and communication. So we've consolidated that with our receiving operation. Finally, trademark and licensing and Beasley Coliseum were two items in our portfolio, and we have moved both of those to athletics as we see the potential, the possibility for additional revenue streams with both of those. So those are now under Ann McCoy and John Harlow's purview. And of course, Finance Administration is working closely with the Provost's office on the review of the Spokane Administrative Unit. We have our police, our IT, and our facilities working with the folks up here to better align those activities and hopefully find the efficiencies in that. So I just wanted to make you aware of some changes that we have with the people that you will be seeing. Any questions, Regent Wright? Okay. All right. Well, hearing none, I'm going to move into the work plan. Each year, what we prepare for this committee, because we have such a complex slate of agendas across your 5 scheduled meetings, and then, of course, our now May or early June meeting to approve the budget. We want to make sure that you can see that scheduled out over the course of the year, because the review and approval of tuition and our student fees are big undertakings. All of our capital projects flow through here, and now, of course, our university budget does as well. So we've sketched out what those 5 meetings look like to ensure that you are aware of when those come up. I will say that Matt Skinner and I had the opportunity to meet with our new student regent, Amina Hussein, just 2 weeks ago, so that she did not come into this meeting at the first meeting and hear a discussion about her tuition and fees changes, as we did last year with our student regent Vogel. So we've had that discussion already and want her to be fully prepared to engage from the first moment. We also wanted to include, last year, you spoke of this moments ago about the lift to get to the budget approval. We did a lot of educational sessions, and you gave us a lot of your time, including an entire day where we did nothing but talk about the budget back in the February timeframe. We don't need that type of detail this year, but we want to have the opportunity to have additional educational sessions as you see fit and as we think you need to understand. So at our November meeting, we're planning a discussion on 2 big things: the university's carry forward dollars, those dollars that are left over at the end of one year and move into the next year, and how we manage our working capital with that. But also we're going to have Mike Connell come forward and talk a little bit more about the endowment and what that really is and what it means. Mike and I had the opportunity last year to have one-off webinar speaking to what the endowment is and what it isn't. But that's really information that our whole campus needs, not just you as the regents, but we need to do that with the faculty so they have a deeper understanding of what that is. So we'll be prepared for that. We're also going to have a little conversation around the land grant endowment, which is different from the WSU endowment. And I will tell you, the two people who know that are not me. Matt Skinner understands the financial side of that, and we'll talk through that. And then Kate Kammer over in our facilities department understands where the dollars go. So the two of them will bring that presentation forward. The month of January, this meeting is reserved for the review of the fiscal 25 financial statements, which are underway right now. Those will be completed by the December timeframe, and that's when we bring Bailey, our external auditor, forward to speak to you about the preparation of that. And then we take over and talk through the performance metrics that you see, the ratios, and what that means for the long-term institutional health of the institution. Later in the spring, we've scheduled in a discussion around information technology and that budget with Tony Oppum so that he can talk to you about work that's underway right now to consolidate and find more efficiencies in a very distributed IT system around our institution and campuses. And then also going to have Cheryl Camerzell talk to us a little bit more detail. She will today at the Strategic Ops Committee, but about the work that we've done to make sure that our facilities are covered. That was a big lift for this year, and we're still in process. This schedule will certainly change. Capital projects will come up. Hopefully, we will have some donor-funded capital projects to talk about in the near term, and we'll put those on the agenda. We have a capital project today that you'll see more times than not this year. But as those change, we'll add them in. So each of our meetings coming forward, this report will be prepared and updated. It'll be just a written report item. We won't talk about it that much, but you'll be able to see how it's evolving over the course of the year. If there is a financial or operational topic that we've neglected to pick up, or just one that you want to revisit, because we talked about it last year, please let us know, because we can work that into the upcoming agendas as well. Anything further there, Regent Wright?
This may not be the appropriate time for it, but I've heard some very entertaining stories.
This may not be the appropriate time for it. I've heard some very entertaining stories about what sort of the general public might think is the use of the endowment. Is this a time to talk about that, or is there another time that would be more appropriate?
I think maybe the next meeting would probably be more appropriate, but if you and I can touch base to make sure that those things that you've heard, we definitely address in our discussion.
And I'm just speaking as a generalist. I've been on a couple of endowment boards, and not everyone fully understands their purpose and use. So
even inside the institution, the community, it's thought of as being a checkbook. It is not a checkbook. It is restricted very, very much. I mean, our unrestricted portion is a fraction of the value of the endowment. So it is not nearly the degrees of freedom folks tend to think that it is.
I look forward to everyone with wider understanding. Thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else about the work plan?
But related to that, Howard, do I understand there's two endowments?
There are two endowments. There is the WSU Foundation Endowment where our fundraising flows through, but there is also the land grant endowment that is formed from the Morrill Act. That is the value of the land and how that can be used. And it is very restricted how those dollars are coming out of that. They go into our facilities.
In the next meeting, Matt, you're going to address that? Wonderful.
The work plan as laid out, I've seen you do this before. I don't know that I've seen it in our packet like this, is exceptional. It's very, very easy to understand what's coming, how to best be prepared, and to be able to see, oh gosh, is there something I'm worrying about or that we haven't talked about, and where would that, fit? So I just really appreciate how you're continuing to level up, how we can engage with you in a meaningful way and have enough time to do that. So thank you both.
I echo that, and I think some thanks are due to former Chair Schauer and current Chair Ramos for setting up my role as much easier based on your earlier work and working with Leslie and her team and Matt, true professionals. And I've never seen anything better in the private sector, so really nice work.
Great, thank you. That feels really good. I appreciate that. That's too. And I'd love for Matt to join me for this next information item.
Biscuit.
So two information items, Vice President of Finance and Business Services, Matt Skinner, to present the fiscal year 2026 budget document, followed by the budget execution and financial performance update.
Right. So we're going to start with.
Now we'll come on my mic to say thank you.
Keep holding that mic up there. The fiscal 26 budget document was just dropped into your portal 2 days ago. So it is out there now. This is the second version of that. There was one last year. We left it as a draft because you did not approve that. The document itself is not an approval. We're not here in front of you to say, please approve this budget. You did that back in June. What this document serves as is this is the articulation and the transparent way where we're communicating what the entirety of the university's budget is. Now, it is 130 pages. It is a lengthy document, but what you have there is not just the university's budget. It is also the supporting pieces of information that have to be used to make that budget real. It includes our enrollment. It includes information about the endowment distribution. It includes the facilities and administrative, the indirect cost recovery, how that is distributed. So all of that information is now in one place. I mean, I realize this is my job, but I pull that document up every day to find a piece of information that I know exists in that document. It's finally all together in one space. So I hope that people will find it useful for that. It also includes things like our auxiliary enterprises. So not just athletics, which you hear from frequently, but housing and dining, Cougar Health Services, transportation are also included. There are some other things that we want to add in a go-forward way. The document right now is really serving as a source document. It is the revenues. It is where the revenues are and where they are going at the very highest level of the institution, but it is not an expense document. So you cannot see the salaries and fringe. You cannot see the cost of the goods and services or travel or all of those types of things. That's the next step. So that's our next plan, is to be able to show that in a little bit more detail. The document still is mostly focused on the university's core funds, the one half of the $1.3 billion budget that really runs the institution. Our intent is to expand that so that it is an all funds look. Now, over on the all fund side, that's where auxiliaries are, but it's also the grants. And you know, the grants are budgeted to the dollar, monitored to the dollar for everything, but we want to be able to show that at the unit level in a little bit more explicit way. The document will continue to evolve. We're hopeful that we get input from around the university community and from you so that we can make it an even more robust, useful tool to talk about the budget. But if you have any questions, we would love to hear those. And certainly it'll be something that we use throughout the year. I'd love for Matt to provide his thoughts about it, because Matt came in right as we started working on budget. But please, yes, Regent Ramos.
Regent Wright, I just want to express my gratitude to get to this moment. But the completeness of our financial statements and the quality of it is going to be, is so essential to the operation of this institution. So the responsibilities, we just don't take it lightly, right? And the details matter, the transparency matters, and the thoroughness and completeness. And it was awesome to see Betsy or President Cantwell, your front page memo on this whole budget. And I think that I just want to speak to the quality of the work and the spirit of continuous improvement and the ongoing transparency that we're approaching this, but also the inclusion of each and every leader that is part of this institution that has a policy responsibility to their accountability on this. So, we are role modeling what it means to be great on all fronts. And that means this as well. So I just had to make that comment.
I echo that, and thank you for leading with that. When you get it, it dropped yesterday or today into your inboxes. When you get this, it's 4 pages, and it's led by President Cantwell and written by Leslie and Matt. It's just so helpful. Use this first, and then the other thing that you will get with it is the strategic pillars for 2025 to 2035. And then what I love on the backside is the 24, 25 sort of fact sheets, quick reference. What are we doing? It's just in my former career, we called it a quick reference chart when we're having an emergency. This is not an emergency. This is informative, and it's really, really good. So,
and I will tell you, it takes a community to put this document together. So the letter that is from the president, Pam Scott, worked hard on to articulate that, because we have entire website stood up, the new chapter that is this information, and she distilled it nicely into a one-page space. And the same with the quick facts. That's something that Glenda Bagger-Fentner, her office does every year and uses it mightily when they're in Olympia.
I was just geeking out over reading it, so thank you. Enough of me. Matt, over to you, please.
Well, thanks, everybody. It's great to be here this morning. Really excited about the opportunity we have to begin integrating finance and budget at WSU, and really grateful for the progress we've made to change the mindset, not only that we continuously improve, and there's lots of opportunities that we'll be chasing down here over the next year and plus and beyond. And also the change in our mindset that financial planning is continuous. It's not a one time a year event, but it's a continual process. Highlight one change we have this year. Really grateful for leadership, chancellors, deans, vice presidents stepping to the table in this continuous review. They'll be indicating their review of their budget monthly through an email into the budget office, just letting us know they've reviewed their budget and they're on track. Or if something comes up that looks like they're getting off track, they'll identify that, give us their tactics and solutions that they're taking to get back on track with budget by the end of the year. So really appreciate everybody kind of stepping up and leaning into this financial health and management responsibility. Leslie asked me just to speak to some things that are coming up that we hope you'll see in this budget document by next year. We have implemented new position budgeting functionality in the university this year. Appreciate finance officers stepping up to begin using that. The concept there is we hope to eventually produce a plan of what our faculty and staffing levels would be from a budget perspective to start the year. Then we can track actual FTE against that to see how we're trending against our plan from a pure staffing perspective. That's big for us with over 80% of our core funds budget for salary and benefit expense. Over 2/3 of our total university expenses are salary and benefit related. So that planning there is really important. So we're excited about those tools. Leslie should be smiling a little bit when I say that because that's been on our hit list.
It has been my mantra for a year.
Then the other thing we're making progress on is really helping units start to budget at a slightly more detailed level. So rather than just looking at year-over-year expense changes, we want to begin tracking budget to actual at a lower level in those major categories. So salaries, benefits, travel, goods, services. That seems so basic. And we have some progress we're making there as we continue to build out kind of that muscle memory of budgeting and tracking at that level. So we're excited about what we have going on and where we're going.
And I will say Matt is in the process of a search for the next budget director for the university. So you will get to know that person hopefully in the next month or so. We'll have identified that person and have someone close to starting with us because it is a critical role to fill.
Thank you. Any further questions to this section of the presentation? All right.
All right. Can you bring up our slides for the 26th? There we go. We're gonna do All right. So this is very, very early in the fiscal year for a financial performance update, but we don't want to let one of these meetings go by without having this as a standard part of our presentation. So this is only through 1 month because we just closed our month of August last week, and we have some information about that, but really this is 1 month into the year to set the groundwork for how we will have this presentation. You know why we're doing this. It's really to track our variance and see where we can identify trends early and be on top of them as early as possible. There's nothing worse than getting to the later part of a fiscal year and not being able to make a change because there's too much time underway. And especially as Matt said, when so much of our expenditure base is in personnel, there is no way to make changes in that quickly. So this is really critical that our units are on top of this. And this monthly attestation that Matt mentioned is going to be really important to have units understand how serious we are about this. You have seen this before. This is exactly as it was presented to you in the month of June when you approved the university's budget. Our expectation is for a $1.3 billion budget. That can change if any of those wedges within there shift. The ones that we are looking at closely for alignment with the budget, of course, are the dollars that are coming from the federal government through our grant awarding and through the indirect cost recovery. So highly looking at those. Just last night, Regent Dickens and I were talking about the change in the interest rate that happened yesterday by going down 1/4 point, and probably in the next few months, seeing another 1/2 point drop there. That will impact this number because we did budget our interest at the exact same number we did in the prior year. So we will be watching that very closely to see if that comes down. But there's no change really in this. Just want to make sure that you understand where our sources and uses come from. Loved that the president yesterday was able to speak to this very clearly in her discussion with the UW president. The core funds budget, which is about half of the operating of the institution, is where we are really doing the business of the institution. This is not the grants, this is not athletics, this is not housing and dining, but this is the instruction in the classroom. This is us here in this room with you. This is running the institution, not just in Pullman, but across of our system. Our sources here are largely from the state and from our tuition and fees. And of course, later in this discussion this afternoon, we will have the first of our discussions about tuition, as it's such a critical component of this. I will point out one change that we made. You may have caught it, the pie that is on the right-hand side there, that is the blows out the state appropriations and tuition. Matt and the budget office team went through and looked very closely at all of the proviso funding to make sure that it truly still had the characteristics of proviso funding. And what I mean by that is it's still lined out in the state budget as a unique line. And those are listed in that budget document. There's about 20 some odd of those, but the number is far lower than it had been in the previous year because most of those dollars really are general state appropriations now and don't carry the characteristics of proviso funding. Why is that important? The dollars are subject to being reduced. So when we have a state reduction, we can pass that back into those provisos should we need to be able to do that. And so that's an important change from this year, from last year to this year. I'm going to hand this off to my colleague.
So as Leslie said, difficult to find trends in 1 month of financial transactions. We do have probably 3 places we would highlight. The first, we have some information on tuition. If I could put just a disclaimer on this slide, July is not a great time to look at tuition. Students are still evolving the number of credit hours they're taking. And so we'll have a better sense for this information now as we get into September. We get census day enrollment. We use that information to forecast out how we're looking for the year. What we'll anticipate here as we get into September, the total amount billed is going to drop a little bit, and we'll start to see those collections ramp up. As of the end of August, we have collected 78% of the billed amount on tuition. That's running consistent with last year's percentage of the total billed.
I will very briefly mention the next slide here. This is the student enrollment history, but it does not include fall of 2025, the fall that we'll hear about later this afternoon. Last year, I might have gotten ahead of the provost office in releasing that information, so we just have a TBD there. You will find that we are essentially flat year over year across the system. If you'll go forward one more. Oh, those slides are actually in the reverse order. That's the total fall enrollment trend. The one before was actually first year, which did tick up slightly year over year. So, but this is a discussion that the provost office will lead in the academic affairs committee later this afternoon.
So we would like to give an update on sponsored grant revenue, working closely with Vice President Christian. Not a lot to report here after 1 month. I would call our attention to this, though. We've been working really hard for the last 2.5, 3 years to improve our ability to invoice and receive back the funds that are due to us on grants. I'm excited about the automation and progress we've made there. This number has ticked up through July 31st, the unbilled amount up to 23 million. Our team is watching that really closely and working to bring that down. We're attributing that to a few things right now. First, our mix has shifted just a little bit. We have a few more grants that bill on a quarterly basis per the contract rather than monthly. So we'll see some downward movement as we hit the end of the first quarter. We're also, when we think about last July versus this July, we're getting a lot more invoices sent back to us from our federal sponsors with very detailed questions about the expenses that take some internal routing to gather and collect that information to respond. I think that's attributing to a little bit of that uptick. I can report that as of last night, though, that number has gone up a little higher over the course of August and now is down closer to 20 million as of last night. And so we want to see that continue to progress downward.
And I want to highlight what Matt just said about quarterly billing versus monthly billing. That's one of the reasons we have to be so careful with monitoring our working capital is as grants are in the quarterly space, that we're fronting that activity for more than 3 months now, because it takes about a month to do the billing and then to draw the dollars in. So that's something we have to be very aware of.
Indirect cost recovery revenues, again, trending right where they were last year on this. This is subject to a lot of discussion that Vice President Christian's leading the university on. We're working closely with her team as new conversations or models for indirect cost recovery are discussed nationally. We are projecting and estimating those impacts on the university and anticipate we'll hear more about that when Kim's here at the microphone. As Leslie mentioned, administrative fees and interest is an important part of our budget. We did budget that flat over last year, which was down versus actuals last year. We're hoping that that's enough cushion to deal with what now is that rate increase we think will continue to fall. And then as we make choices to use our fund balance or working capital, that also impacts our ability to generate revenue off of that portfolio. Right now, trending just down versus last year at this time. I'm going to skip through a couple of these other slides just so you're aware. We always will report year-over-year core fund expenditures and all fund expenditures. Wanted to jump here. This is a slide, as we mentioned earlier, we'll be watching very closely as we look at some trends here. We kind of have two things we'll be watching for as we did a $17 million budget reallocation. Certainly several filled and vacant positions were removed as part of that effort. So we would anticipate that some salary expense and FTE numbers would start to drop because of those budget reductions. At the same time, we did do a salary increase, 3% for classified employees, 1.4% for faculty and AP staff, which becomes effective on October 1st, which will kind of push these numbers up a little bit. So this is really important that we continue to monitor these, not only at the university level, but in those monthly budget reviews with each of our leadership in each area to monitor kind of our salary and wage progress there.
Question?
Do we know or have data on how the early retirement package worked out?
We do, and I'm actually going to ask if Jennifer Klein can join us, because I'm going to say the number was 26 people opted in. There she is. 34 people opted in here.
Welcome.
There were 34 people that opted into the program. We do not, in this moment, have the analysis of what that looks like. We should probably have that at our next board meeting to be able to discuss more fully. Participants must retire by the end of this month. And so we will see a lot of individuals coming off of that. And then we will see those positions go unfilled for the next at least year.
Thank you.
But I'll add that the number of the individuals who took part of the plan, it was 4% of the people who were eligible. And that's probably the percentage that you wanted to know, that the uptake was just 4%. I think particularly in our academic units, the deans may have thought that they would have had more folks opt in.
Great question. So I'll summarize maybe some takeaways, some that may not be on this slide. We're going to continue to focus on that invoicing and collection of our sponsored research revenue. We did notice in the January number that some of our P-card transactions in some units aren't being reconciled as fast as we'd like to see those. That's just a really important fiscal health hygiene item, if I could call it that. To be able to have good budget to actual data, they need to be reconciling those cards. That would be a point of emphasis in these monthly reviews. Again, I just want to recognize our leadership, deans, vice presidents, and chancellors really leaning into these monthly budget reviews. And it's that level of helping us keep an eye on things is going to make sure university-wide we're able to stay on track with our budget. So I'm grateful for that effort.
Can I ask a quick question?
Please.
Right. Are you, what response are you receiving from folks in terms of transparency around their budget and that communication? I would suspect that it's pretty positive, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I think folks are grateful for the information, Regent Shower. I think it's a lot at one time, and it does take an education process to explain what all that is. The value of the budget document is that it starts the conversation and people ask questions. What we're presenting to folks is the very highest level. So you see the College of Arts and Sciences as an entity. You don't see the English department, the physics department, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the intent of the budget document. So it is prompting those questions, which in a decentralized environment like ours means that they go back to the dean and ask those questions, which is great. So at least it's starting that. The information that is in the budget document is the exact documents that were used in the budget hearing. So there's no change in numbers around. It is exactly what it is. And so I think that's just laying the groundwork of this is our expectation. But I'd love for the provost to weigh in because he hears it more than we do.
I think generally speaking, the actually having a transparent, open budget that's discussed, Leslie, Matt, Jennifer as well in HR, we've had some significant advancements in HR over the course of the last year, which has had a pretty significant impact. I think there's been a really positive response to that. It's not a black box anymore. It's also provided, I think, as with the board, more reality of the situation and understanding the situation. So there is some anxiety in that space. That's a little bit different. I think there have been other operational changes which have also been helpful. My office has leaned back in to directly supervising the AFOs of each of the colleges. So that wasn't simply a relationship between Leslie's team and each individual dean team, but it flows through. That's, I think, allowing us to have a better understanding of each college budget for, more consistently so that we can see if problems are occurring. It also is providing a lot more information, understanding of each one of those units. So if somebody changes or somebody moves, et cetera, we don't end up with black boxes. I think they're all happy with that, to have that support. It's also a lot more responsibility because it's being monitored and people are being held accountable to actually meeting those budgetary expectations. So I would suggest that side of it is a bit of a culture shift, particularly for individuals who existed in the pre-iteration of this. I think for the newer individuals, this is just kind of how we do business, so it's no big deal. And as we move forward, I'll see some more of that.
Please, Regent Pika.
Leslie, you've made an impression on me about the importance of days cash on hand. And you gave me a great definition when I asked you. Thank you for that. I never did thank you for that. And I wonder if it's so important that we should call it out. Is that something you report on a?
We do. It's actually in the budget document. So I'll show you the page when we're at the break where we're showing that. But when we build out this financial performance dashboard, if you will, a little bit further, we're going to be able to show you the days cash on hand every time we have this meeting. We don't have a floor, we don't have a ceiling in what that can be. I think when we talk about the carry forward and what the provost was alluding to, it feels restraining to them because while there are dollars, and thank goodness there are, we are above a 90-day threshold when we look at all of our funds. The degrees of freedom within those dollars is pretty limited because some of it is donated funds, some of it is F&A that is really intended for faculty and lab usage and that kind of thing. So we feel good that we are satisfied with 90 days right now, but it is a challenge to be able to work in a more robust strategic way with that limited amount of
90 days is our marker.
90 days is considered financial health. It's 3 months of operating capital. I will say I've been in higher ed finance for a really long time. No one talked about days cash on hand until COVID. And it all occurred to us, wow, we could actually not have cash to be able to operate our institutions. And so everyone became very, very aware. It's always been a metric with Moody's that's part of your rating is to have a days cash on hand. For public institutions, it became sort of an unusual indicator because our financial statements include things like other post-employee benefits and the retirement stuff, which is just noise in the financials. When you take all that out, the days cash on hand really is what you're operating on. And when you hear things like the grants are only letting you draw on a quarterly basis versus a monthly basis, and we talked about previously the issue of, will the federal government front our financial aid so we can distribute it to our students in a timely way? Those become real to us.
Further questions? Matt, I can just assume that you wouldn't be talking about shortening the reconciliation of the P cards if you didn't have the human resources to do it.
Yeah, and in full transparency, that's performed at the department level. Each department is responsible for their departmental P card. So we'll be following up with them to get caught up on that.
Great. And then on a little bit of a detail on the reimbursement for grants, that will be reported somewhere. It is. Okay, good. I would love to just dashboard it. And great. Thank you. No further questions here. Okay. I thank you. I thank you. Good. Next information item will be presented by Vice President for External Affairs and Government Relations, Glenda Becker-Fentner, and Vice President for Research, Kim Kristen.
I have slides. This works now? Okay, I was really bad at this. You'll do it? No, I got it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Thank you all for letting us come and talk to you a little bit about today about what's going on in external affairs and government relations world. I just want to kind of set a quick reminder that we are in a world of uncertainty, both at the state, federal, and community level with things that are going on. And I'm going to wait a minute until really, Heather does a much better job than that. Our team, she's great.
All of them squished
together.
Yeah, it does look like it's.
Did we have the art museum for slides?
Yeah.
It's performative. It's abstract.
Fine.
I can read that. I don't know about you guys.
I think that is actually every slide squeezed together.
Got it.
That's weird.
Somehow, sometimes how I look to me.
Fair enough.
Your slides look like that's right.
Turn it on, turn it off.
Yeah, that's
Unplug it, plug it back in.
We've already done that.
Oh, that they all.
Do the turn off, turn back on,
Good.
and then there's get.
Yes.
We're experiencing technical difficulties that we are attempting to sort out.
I can talk, and then when they come up, we can catch up. Because there are some really great visuals of some of the work the team has been doing, and they are in your packets that you received, so you can see them too. One of the things that we're trying to take a look at is, as a unit with external affairs and government relations, is not just focusing on the uncertainty that's happening, but what the opportunity is that comes with this uncertainty and the connections we can make with that. So our team over the past 3 months over the summer has been really engaged in communicating what WSU's impact is in this space, how we can engage with our elected officials, their staff, and community groups throughout the state to kind of continue to highlight WSU's role here in light of some of the challenges that we are facing. This was my favorite slide that they did, so I'm sorry y'all can't see it, but we had a really great August with our congressional.
Glenda, sorry. It's in our book.
It's in your.
Oh, wait,
there we
go.
There we go.
Thank you.
But that way everybody else can see it.
What page are you on?
She's on the second page, not this one.
I should be on August activities.
The one with the state of
August
Washington.
activities.
Okay.
Can y'all advance the slides? This is not live.
Thank you all. So this August, we had a lot of engagement with local and elected officials. We continued our work with President Cantwell. Yay.
Next, one more.
Awesome, thank you. We continued our work with President Cantwell to sit down and meet with some of our state officials, but we had a lot of visitors across the state highlighting some of the work that WSU is doing. We had Senator Cantwell on our campus in Spokane. We had Congressman Larson highlighting the impact of SNAP Ed, even with the challenges that we faced with the program going away. Congresswoman Strickland and Puyallup talking about our aquaculture project. Congressman Newhouse brought the chairman of the House Ag Committee to the Prosser R&E Center and hosted an event with 100 farmers and local people to talk about the impact of ag on the economy of Washington State and innovation in particular. So we were able to highlight some of the ag AI work we're doing down there and actually highlight some of the challenges we're facing with our infrastructure and research and facilities, in particular supporting our ag research work. We had some state elected officials visit us as well, including State Representative Paul, who's a leader on the Education Committee in Olympia, and Senator Mark Elias, Senator Banky, and a new relationship we're building with Representative Mia Gregerson. All three of those state elected officials joined us on a larger trip we did with the Port of Seattle that was coordinated out of our unit, Snohomish County, and a group of folks from the west side where we came to the Tri-Cities and then to Pullman to highlight the work we're doing in clean energy and specifically in sustainable aviation fuels. I think the thing that I'm probably most proud of is the work we did this year at the Washington State Fair. We were asked to join in with the fair in February of this year to highlight WSU's work in agriculture. And two members of our team I want to call out, Dana Ulrich and Katie Gazarian, took that, worked with Connors, CVM, Pam Scott in Marcom, and worked on establishing a permanent exhibit at the State of Washington Fair that will be there to highlight the interaction of agriculture and the impact it is on our economy. Regent Cerna, Regent Ramos, and Provost Riley Tillman all participated in the celebration of the exhibit. The State Director of Agriculture was involved in it, and this really is an amazing opportunity to not only highlight our impact statewide, but our research and to grow on this. And so the idea is that we'll use this as a foundation to actually continue to connect the dots between the importance of what we're doing with agriculture in Eastern Washington and its impact on Western Washington, and to enjoy a few scones while we were there. So,
Linda, can I just comment?
Absolutely.
Being at the state fair, being at the place where the people are in the community, and that presence was so impactful. It's not just going to the fair to eat scones or roller coasters, but sorry, there is a video on that.
How dare you do?
It was amazing to be back, to be present with the agriculture theme and just to integrate the fun and everything. It was, I don't know if you want to make a comment, but it was huge.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was great to meet people associated with Connors as well that were actually out in the field and doing kind of the grassroots work. The exhibit, I think, was excellent. And, I just think our presence there was really appreciated, and clearly we can grow upon that and keep Riley Tillman away from the rides. But anyway, but
Do you have the video? I mean, we can show
I don't know my phone. Yeah.
Where I thought I could hold the phone the whole time.
Yeah.
That did not go well.
Yeah, I thought I'm not gonna do that. If he's gonna lose his phone, let him lose his phone. So
We, at my previous institution, we had stopped fair, working in the fair and had reintegrated that. And it became a really large annual ability to demonstrate the relationship of the university to the broader entities that people sometimes just don't think about us in. So, our goal next year is to be more aggressive in this space. I think the ag base is a really good start. I think there's other things that we can push into. We had a lot of ideas it was an amazing exhibit. What they put together and the amount of time they did was pretty stunning. But with a full year thought process planning going forward, we'd like this just to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's also just a tremendous opportunity with the number of people who go through there on the west side to have that kind of continuous presence in a variety of areas. So super excited.
I would add too that one of the goals of the CEO of the Washington State Fair was to help expose young people in Western Washington to the opportunities that are in the ag innovation space in particular. And so I think there'll be more opportunities for us as we build out working with Connors and CVM and Kim to highlight the research and the exciting things we're doing to kind of build on that and to bring students throughout the year to learn about this, because that's part of their goal as well, is to not just have this be there for the month that the fair is going on, but to have it to be a continued exhibit and operation for us to be a part of. So thank you to everybody who helped us get that done.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do any of these exhibits sort of lend themselves to be used at other fairs in the fall? So that, I mean, the Tri-Cities has a big Benton Franklin Fair, and I'm sure, around the state there are others. So it might be a good use of that to just sort of expand it. Even though in Eastern Washington, we know a lot more about what WSU does for agriculture, it's just a matter of being able to reach out and touch the public.
I think that's a great idea. I think that it's the 125th anniversary of the state fair. And so I think that's why there was a focus there on trying to build that brand and build that opportunity. But I think as we are building out our engagement across the state in these communities, looking at how we can have a stronger presence at our county fairs around the state would be a really interesting opportunity for us to discuss. One challenge, of course, is bandwidth and how much we can actually engage in this with people to do it. It took a lot of work from a lot of people to get this done in a really quick amount of time. So we might want to target county fairs too.
Regent Powell, I think Vicki was there, runs Extension, and I think the thought of aligning some of our Extension capacity to fairs all around. The actual exhibit was permanent and fixed. So I mean, it was not one that could be moved. But I think as we start to think about this general fair culture, I see Sage, he's in the back. It becomes a recruitment opportunity. I mean, these are family events with a lot of high school students. There's heavy 4-H overlap. There's heavy FFA overlap. These are really important populations for us in terms of high quality students. So, I mean, we found out in February and ran, but I think broadly speaking, we want to be more aggressive in all of these spaces of where you have a high number of people who likely have affinity to the work we do. So I love that. We'll just have to think about how that would look, and probably Extension.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, we'll keep moving through our, yeah, thank you.
So we know that there's a lot going on in Washington, DC right now. Congress is out for the next week. But they have a deadline coming up of September 30th to fund the federal government. They're in discussions now on doing a continuing resolution, which would fund the federal government at last year's levels. I'm not sure that will actually happen. There's discussions about potential shutdowns happening back there. Short-term shutdowns will not impact us, but we are obviously keeping Leslie's team and Kim's team in the loop on this. Couple of rays of sunshine in this year, the institution has almost $54 million in direct congressionally directed funding coming our way should Congress fund the federal government. One of those projects is a $50 million project that was put in by Senator Murray to support a system-wide work around aquaculture and then also to support some of our ag work. So we are working very hard to encourage Congress to move forward on this because there's some real great opportunities for the institution in there. Earlier this year, we can go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Earlier this year, we talked about the president's budget request. I just wanted to put this slide up here because you'll see the orange information is what the president requested for federal programs. The purple, we should have used crimson, sorry. The purple is the House, the green is the Senate. You can see on some of the priority areas that we focus on at WSU, Congress did not agree with the president's strategy in actually cutting funding or eliminating programs. And a lot of that has to do with the advocacy that happens from ourselves, our colleagues in higher education and community groups around the country, highlighting what those impacts are on their communities and on the states that they represent. I will also note that we do have still some kind of uncertainty around the Department of Education's TRIO program. We've been working in tandem with Tri-Cities, with student affairs, the provost's office to kind of monitors this, as we don't know what is going to happen with some rumors that are happening that some of the programs are going to be, the funding is going to be held back by the Department of Education. That hasn't happened yet. 7 of our 8 programs have been funded at WSU, and that program overall historically has had a lot of bipartisan support. We can go to the next slide, Leslie. Thank you. I think this is the last one, so we can hear from Kim then. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in Olympia. Obviously, our next revenue forecast comes out on the 23rd. We have 2 revenue forecasts before the governor's budget is due and will be coming out to us in December. This will be the governor's first thorough budget that he releases out to the legislature and to the public. We have, and I believe Leslie will talk about this a little bit more later on today, but we have made a change in one of our operating requests this year just because of the dynamics and the changing the strategic changes around the team health building and trying to look at renovation instead of creating new buildings, to actually focus instead on building out a program to support our nursing request and enveloping that into our team health program. So we changed that and are actually looking at a request to fund our collective bargaining agreement fully in Olympia, because we were going into negotiations after the first of the year, and Leslie can talk a little bit about that. Our 2, the other new request we have in there is for the Climate Commitment Act. We were told that there will be some funding coming out to actually fund the Climate Commitment Act this year by the governor, and so we were advised to include funding in that. So we included a $22.5 million request to meet our needs that we have at the institution to adhere to the CCA that we have. So that's it, Regent. Yeah.
Any questions before we pass over to Kim?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you can do it.
Okay, it's only lost.
All right.
Tell me when.
No, well, you can put the first,
Okay.
while you're getting the slides.
Too hard because it'll go flying.
Okay. Well, while she's getting the slides updated, I just want to make a general comment that the Office of Research works really closely with Glenda's office and really closely with Matt's office. And at least in the last year, that's been something that has moved these things forward. Like, we worked on the state fair together. The tour that we went on was absolutely great with the sustainable aviation fuels. And for us to be able to have a chance to have those conversations alongside, with the Washington State representatives, I think is a really good benefit for the whole system. All right, next slide. So the last time I wanted to update you all, because the last time we met was June, and a lot happened between now and then in terms of our grants. So we did finish FY25 up $2 million in terms of federal awards, and we were all paying a lot of attention to federal awards. Our overall revenue was down about 4%. And if you look on the right-hand side there, what you can see is that our federal dollars have actually stayed pretty steady the last 3 years. What changed this year was a little bit of state and other non-federal funding. So we can see the kind of dip that we had there. Given all the upheaval, I still think this is a really good outcome for FY25, particularly our federal impact. I will say we do have 2 months of data on FY26. Awards are down significantly. This is about 31% in July and August. And Glenda kind of mentioned this with the government. A little bit of a standstill here around the budget. We're just not seeing awards coming through. So they're just still pending. They're just in this limbo space and they're not coming through. So we are waiting to see what's happening. Next slide. We did have some good news. And so we were all watching those awards and terminations and stop work orders last year, all since January. We have had 20 awards reinstated. So that either they were stop work order or they were terminations. So we have almost $5 million that came back to us. That was either through legal efforts or we did go and appeal. And some of them just
happened and we found out about it afterwards. Right now, we only have 8 awards that are paused, so that balance is less than $900,000. You may remember in June when we met, that was well over $23 million. So that is something for us to at least cautiously celebrate in the moment. We still do have 26 awards that were fully terminated, which about $4.5 million. But these continue to fluctuate. And right now, the new executive order that came out on grant making, if you want to go to the next slide. This is where we're really seeing some shifts now. So that executive order says that you have to have a political appointee in place to review not only the grants that are going out, but the opportunities. So any NOFO that's coming out has to be reviewed. And it also has instituted sort of a de facto defend the spend. And Matt talked about this, why we're seeing a slowdown is that almost on all awards now, we're seeing this back and forth when we invoice rather than just invoice and pay. We're still having, and that's nationwide, that's happening to everybody. This is kind of within this new grant making logic. So, but we have seen a significant reduction in the pace of federal funding opportunities. So you can see from the graph here from our the top 5 funders that we normally have, there are just simply not opportunities out there for faculty to apply for. There are some, and our proposal rates are still higher than last year. So the awards that we can apply for, we are applying for.
Hey, Kim, can I maybe emphasize something that this implies for all of us? If our research funding drops because there's no opportunity or reduced opportunities, reduced review, combined compiles, to reduced influx of research dollars, those dollars in the personnel sense pay for certain types of people. This will impact our ability to support graduate students and postdocs, but also faculty. And I want to we will not be able to backfill any of that. We don't have the capacity to, and we would, in the early days, we would call that bridge funding because we had a relatively high probability understanding that those funds would eventually come to us. This is not that. So and I don't mean to make this sound dire, but it is different than in the past where there was a funding slowdown on the part of the federal government. We cannot predict that this money will start back up, and we therefore cannot backfill with central funds because there won't be anything to backfill them with, and we will have to deal with those consequences.
So when that happens, how does this impact enrollment? Because if this is occurring across the country, if students didn't come here because we weren't being funded, can I assume they can't go other places because they're not being funded either?
Two things. I don't think, honestly, undergraduates do not come to us because of our research portfolio. Sometimes for faculty that are engaged there, and this is not going to have this massive effect certainly on tenured faculty and teaching faculty, because we do have tuition, but there's a whole cadre of support systems associated with research portfolios that we've had historically, and we would backfill or bridge fund, and we will not be able to do that this time. And that's just a huge sea change for all of these universities. I think what we'll see is, and I'm going to look to Kim, but the kinds of both like research only personnel, just the support system funding, those are the places where I expect we'll see the inability to bridge fund. Is there anything else?
In fact, I was on the APLU Council on Research call. We have them once a week, where we have had with the VPRs from around the country, and they did a quick poll on bridge funding on the Zoom call, and it was less than 30% of universities that are offering any bridge funding.
Were they all private?
Well, this is APLU, so they're public, but it was anonymous. Yeah.
So I think we're specifically focused on grant funding right now. We did have the release of the Pell funding at the beginning of this year. That was, I think Matt was texting us on an hour by hour basis, letting us know what was coming in and what wasn't, because there was fear that if that wasn't released, now all of a sudden that direct student funding has a massive effect on undergraduate. We'll talk a little bit about TRIO later on, but there are then other federal funds that are very important for bluntly where we are the most effective in the retention and student success aspects of our university. Those were the funds that Glenda was saying there were some questions about whether they'd be distributed. Some have been, some haven't. We still have till the 30th to get them, but it really depends on what's being held back by the federal government, whether it hits enrollment, whether it hits research, whether it hits retention. There's a lot of different tranches here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide. The other thing that is affecting grants are, like I said, the new executive order, but we also see this coming in both pre-award in terms of announcements, as well as in terms of terms and conditions when we get awards in. So I've worked very closely with Charles' office because of the new compliance that we have around civil rights compliance for all grants. And so we now have a memo in place where it states that WSU is in compliance with all civil rights programs so that we can take awards in and not have to one by one ensure our compliance with those. We're also seeing an increased level of scrutiny on international collaborations, and the notion of collaboration is being expanded. There's always been this, there's been countries of concern, but what we're seeing now is that all types of collaborations, mentoring students from a certain country, or going to visit in terms of a conference or co-authoring a paper. And so those are regulations that are in flux right now, and that it looks like the regulations coming out are going to be much more severe around the types of collaborations we can have. And this will be, again, a way that we're going to have to either comply as an institution or take steps to understand the risk that the institution will be taking on. We also, for those terms and conditions, work closely with Adam and the AG's office to craft a reservation of rights statement. So some of the terms and conditions that are coming through on the awards that we have now, the legislation that is affecting those may not be in place in 3 or 4 years. And so we are reserving our rights in that case. And if anybody has questions of that, I will defer to the lawyers on that one. Okay. So next slide. The indirect cost rates, I think we've talked about this briefly. This was something that was the big story for last year, and it's ongoing. So as you recall, the focus from the federal government was to have a flat 15% indirect cost rate cap. Every single one of those has been paused by court orders. So we are still billing at our negotiated rates, and all universities are at the moment. As you remember, our negotiated rate is 53%. However, our effective rate is 27% when we look at all the awards coming in. What we're seeing now is that universities and our national organizations, including APLU and AAU and all of them, came together to form a committee called JAG, the Joint Associations Group, and they put forth this FAIR model that they are working with OMB and all members of Congress from across the US to try to put in a different model. So we'd have the flat rate model or we'd have this FAIR model. The FAIR model is really not only an accounting shift, but a culture change shift. So we'd be moving away from reimbursement after the fact, which is what we have now, to very specific project costs that we are obligated to spend those funds on. So the things that we would normally think of indirect costs would be moved to direct costs on a project basis. So we would have to show that we're using certain labs in this way, or that we have compliance mechanisms in this way, also pre and post award. And so these two are being recognized right now at OMB. They have made their way into congressional language as well. So we're seeing these this kind of debate. I don't know if Glenda, we haven't heard, one way or the other, but in 30 days, they're supposed to so we're going to have something, but right now we're looking at both of these models. Either way, we will have both a culture shift and an accounting shift, because whichever one of these happens, We will not have the same streams of money coming in and going out specifically to units, colleges and campuses, as has been the past of the way that we have moved indirect cost rates through the system. So we're working on, I have a committee that's representative of all of the stakeholders. We've met, we're waiting to see what happens, and we'll be ready to move one way or the other when we get the final result.
Kim, when would that be that you would be reporting to those outcomes to the Board of Regents?
In November, is that our next
November meeting?
Yeah, we will
We'll know
know
by then.
something in
Yeah,
October,
yeah.
so
Okay.
we'll be able to,
Thanks.
update you in November. I will say that when we talk to our DC consultants, that what they have been hearing that, yes, they want a flat cap rate. However, that it could be greater than 15%. We're hearing 25%. 25%, we're at 27% right now, so 25% we could live with, we could make that work, right? So right now we'll see what's happening. But we have been doing these projections, as President Cantwell talked about. So if we can go to the next slide. So we did develop this model working closely with Matt Skinner's office on our awards from 20 to 25, the budget actuals. So we could look at what the effect would be from the different budgets. So you can see that president's budget was about 33% cut to WSU. But as we note on the table on the right, we're just not seeing that level of cuts actually being forwarded by Congress. So right now we're looking more, it would be between that 10 and 15%. So we can see two things from this. One is that we know that there won't be as severe of cuts as the budget the president had suggested. But the other thing that you can see here is that this would not be like falling off a cliff. We would feel this over several years, right? Because that's the distribution. Our average grant is about 3.4 years. So if we look at the expenditures of a grant, it doesn't go like this. So this helps us get our heads around, well, if there are reductions, well, there are going to be reductions. What will the pace of those reductions look like on our day-to-day activities? So this gives us a good look at that. And then finally, if we go to the next slide, what are we going to do to keep our research advancing? Well, we know that the federal government is still going to fund research, and all of the agencies, the top 5 agencies and others that we work with, we're looking closely at their new priorities. All of these have now been made public. So we've taken, as you all remember from last year, we did a data-driven analysis of our research strengths and where those are. We've taken that data and we've aligned it with what the agencies their priorities are. And we now have a document that's broken into 3 areas: where we can continue to lead, where we have opportunities to grow, and where we can pivot. So we'll be ready when we finally get opportunities coming out, when the federal government takes that back up. We're also looking to diversify our types of funders. You saw from the graph before that we have a lot of room to go up in our state and our industry partnerships. We have nothing but opportunity, and now's the time that we have to really dig into that and lean into, and the things like going to the fair and all these other ways that we can advocate for partnerships is something that we're going to need to be doing. My office has reorganized, and we're now hiring a director for external engagement for research. And so we're going to have somebody that's the point person for that, for industry, for business, and our national labs. And finally, we're going to continue to fund big ideas at WSU. So we did have some funding this year that we're going to invest. We have $2 million to start our strategic research investment fund. We'll be launching our President's Big Ideas initiatives next month. And this will be, as President Cantwell showed on those slides for our KPIs, where we're already strong, where we can dig in and become stronger and really make sure that we're that first phone call for WSU when something happens in the state. So we're not going to be waiting for those things to happen. We'll continue to make them happen. It's the last slide I have. Any questions?
Just a big comment in that from the moment that you have been speaking to the Board of Regents, I just really appreciate your tone around where we can win instead of kind of sitting and the hand wringing of what may or may not happen to us, but be a part of something that we can impact. So just again, to Provost Riley Tillman and to you and Glenda, thank you. The combination is really so highly effective and appreciate your approach to it.
Anyone else? Well, Kim and Brenda, thanks so much for your presentation, and really just to echo Regent Dickinson, your positive approach to this and how you're pivoting positively. We appreciate it. Thanks so much. And thank you, Leslie, for you and your team, and Matt.
So, Regent Wright, we're going to pause your committee to take a lunch break, and we will reconvene in here at 1:45. So if the regents could please gather in the lunch meeting space.
Which is
Thank you. Upstairs.
upstairs where
Yeah.
we have, okay.
Right, upstairs.
Thank you.
RBK. Yes.
the January 15th deadline. You can see the results on the screen here. Budget's in the left-hand column, the projected final is in the center, and then the variance to budget is on the right. As a reminder, this is a composition of everything, both operating, any gifts or restricted or donated funds that came out throughout the course of the year. We set the operating budget prior to the beginning of the year, usually in early to mid-spring. Then obviously have fluctuations throughout the course of the year, both positive and negative. We bring all of that together and we compare that to our beginning operating budget as reflected here for the year end. I'll walk through some of the biggest shifts and areas of impact, starting with the conference distribution. As this group is aware of, we've had some shifts at the conference. A portion of that distribution went towards investing in the future of the Pac-12. These line items together account for 45% of our total revenues in FY25. Moving to ticket sales, we had almost $1 million surplus in ticket performance last year. That was driven primarily by our football game against University of Washington at Lumen Field, and then men's basketball season tickets as well. We had the highest since 2009, I believe, in our season ticket sales for men's basketball, which is great. It's not listed there in the document, but it's worth calling out. Our annual fund, we outperformed our budget last year by nearly $1 million. Again, the annual fund is tied directly to student athlete scholarships. That's our lifeblood. Continue to hear us pound that as we move forward in generating revenue. Moving down to our other revenue category, this is sort of a catch-all that does not fit perfectly in the other prescribed NCAA boxes. You'll see a pretty significant jump in revenue here, driven primarily by a $5 million worth of contractual buyout revenues we received from a coaching transition in football. So you'll see midway point through down on your screen, we came in nearly $9 million or a little over $9 million in revenue compared to our initial operating budget. Moving to our expense line items, there's still some potential for shift here in some of these categories through the audit, so I don't want to spend too much time digging into great detail, but we'll cover a couple of higher areas. I've been intentionally conservative in these numbers to hedge against anything that might surprise us during the audit, but I'll probably reiterate that a few times through this. First category here is team travel. That was higher than budget. This was driven by postseason participation. It's great to make championships. It's great to make postseason, but it does come at a cost. So that's the reason for the overage there. But you'll see many of those are being reimbursed, whether by the NCAA or the conference or whatever entity might be supporting that postseason. Those reimbursements are reflected up top in other revenue. Our bowl travel, we've talked about this in previous Regents discussions. Unfortunately, we did come over budget in bowl travel, and unfortunately had a shortfall on the revenue side as well related to ticket sales. Student athlete meals, this was an area we recognized needed investment and support to continue to support our student athlete well-being. So we used a portion of the mid-year investment that we received to gross that up, driving that up over budget. So the last one, other expenses, we had some buyout and coaching transitions related to football. Again, that's reflected here. Obviously, we utilize those buyout revenues to cover that expense as well. The other couple of items that drive that up and make up that category are ticketing fees, our Pullman City admissions tax, and then custodial and maintenance. I'll say it again, I do believe that these numbers are very conservative, and I've done that intentionally, but we won't know the final here until later in the winter. So to close that FY25, again, prematurely or preliminarily, we're showing a surplus of potentially $2 million, possibly more post-audit. Our plan is to utilize that revenue surplus that we've realized to help supplement some of the changes related to House versus NCAA settlement, which is now fully implemented as of this fiscal year. We'll be using those funds to help us maintain competitive as we head towards the launch of the new Pac-12 and FY27. Any questions related to FY25?
Nice job.
Thank you.
John, can you just wing it for a minute on where in the expense categories you expect to see the largest change next year? Or we might.
In FY27 or?
Yes.
Yeah, so a couple items. We continue to fight inflation. Let's start granular. We continue to fight inflation from a team travel perspective. We know, and we've got that even in 26 in my call outs here, we're paying a premium in and out. There's going to be a new line item that we're just going to touch on when we move to 26 here, but institutional NIL, and whether it's institutional or other NIL payments, rev share payments that are going to student athletes. That is as of July 1, that's now part of the academic or athletic sphere, and our peers are hammering that home. They have a full-fledged aggressive attack on on raising those funds and then expending those out to student athletes to try and continue to cultivate talent.
So we'll see both revenue and expense.
We will.
In that category.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, moving into FY26, I'll say it's still very early in the reporting period. We've gone through 2 months closed, neither of which are particularly active months related to competition or travel. We'll talk briefly through revenues and expenses, as well as highlight a couple of programmatic changes. Again, starting with the Pac-12 distribution, very similar to last year. A portion of those revenues went towards investment in the future of the conference, and still one of the highest categories we have. Oh, thank you. Can't do two things at once.
I wasn't sure. I was scared to
Not smart enough.
touch the remote after earlier.
There we go.
So, okay.
Ticket sales, and it's very early in ticket sales. However, I will say through our first 3 games, we've had positive momentum. Home opener versus Idaho was the second highest attended home opener since 2018. And we've sold out this Saturday's contest against the University of Washington. I'll use this time, I can't help myself, but I have to do this as a public opportunity to say we need Coug Nation to get to Giesa Field for our final 3 home games. Coach Rogers and our student athletes deserve to be in front of a roaring crowd and to understand what Coug faithfuls are capable of. We need Cougs to continue to support Cougs. We need new Cougs to support Cougs. With the construct of the NCAA, the new construct of the NCAA, we go as our ticket sales and our donations go. And we need it all, and we can't wait, and we need it now. One other thing I'll call attention to is our viewership numbers during the first 2 home games. Against Idaho, we saw 364,000 views. And against San Diego State, we eclipsed the $500,000 mark at 540,000 views. These numbers are higher than several of our former Pac-12 peers and are proving that the CW is continuing to put the Cougs on devices across the country. WSU is still very much a national brand. Saturday night at Giesa Field, the Cougs will be on CBS, and we can count on millions and millions of devices to be locked in on the Pullman campus. Wish that was the end of my presentation, but now we gotta jump back in.
Well said.
Well, I approve this message.
CBS.
Well, John, I just, again, with that enthusiasm, and I think we're well positioned with Pam Scott and your team to continue to try to capitalize on storytelling. I think we're going to have to rely heavily on storytelling through this period of rebuilding a football team. And there's so many good stories to tell around why to kind of stick with us and be a part of rebuilding this. We've done this many times before at WSU. So we need to really, I think, hone in on that, because it's highly likely it's not going to be big blowout games. And so how do we ensure that we're shoring up through telling about the experience?
One thing, if I could add to that, because I 100% agree, we are definitely locked in and partnering. But one thing I would ask is there's a huge impact and strength in grassroots storytelling as well. And for Cougs everywhere to kind of tell those stories and spread that message and to be loud and proud, I think is really important right now. So we will do whatever we can within our control, both in athletics and as a university. But I think it's also really important to realize that there are, a ton of Cougs out there that can help us spread that message in their own unique ways.
Well, when you ask us to do something, we're pretty good at that.
Exactly.
So the crimson flag and I do think that sometimes they just need to be told what to do.
Yeah.
So spoon feed, like what so much of the work you already do. But again, this is a season about the story of WSU and setting appropriate expectation.
For the annual fund, we're up $500,000 at this time than we were at this time last year. Reminder, the lion's share of this revenue will not come in until the spring as we go through season ticket renewals for football. Again, those are going directly towards student athlete scholarships. Before I go into the other revenue, because these items listed tie into some of the changes and the programming changes that we've had, and there's both revenue and expenses, I'm going to jump through expenses quickly. As of today, we're on budget in every category, including personnel, financial aid, and sports program expense. Again, it's very early. Our sports programs include team travel, meals, medical, recruiting, et cetera. All those still give me extreme anxiety, especially in a time we all know there's continued inflation. We keep asking them to hold flat or to make reductions. And we all know, again, how difficult it is to get in and out of Pullman. We pay a premium every time that we do that. Our coaches and programs continue to do the best with what they're given. Again, as of today on the expense side, no specific call outs to call attention to. 3 changes I want to highlight, though, from the originally approved budget that you'll see in your materials. The first two, Leslie alluded to these earlier, but athletics has taken over Beasley and our university trademarks and licensing. Both of those areas have been pulled into our portfolio. We've obviously had great relationships and partnerships with these areas in the past, and now we have direct oversight of each. Both provide tremendous opportunity. We think we can drive incremental revenue in both spaces. They're reflected here in the budget as a net neutral impact. So I'm optimistic that we can drive up incremental revenue with these going forward, but until we have them fully integrated and fully up and running, we're reflecting them as a zero impact to the budget now. So revenues equaling expenses. The other update I mentioned, and I just mentioned it as a new expense item going forward that will continue to grow. You'll hear this across the country in every single athletic department. It's institutional NIL. You'll recall when this budget was approved in June, the House versus NCAA settlement was not yet finalized or implemented, and that line item in there is a direct reflection of that. You'll see the revenues budget on top here, 1.4. This is a combination of philanthropic donations towards NIL and some contractual third-party dollars towards NIL support as well. You'll notice I have that as an expense line item for 1.4 as well. So we're only awarding any institutional NIL for which we have identified matching revenues. Again, this plays into our balanced budget objective, just like all of our other revenues and expenses. So those are three changes for current year that I want to call out specifically, and we'll continue to provide updates on those as we go forward. Any updates on or any questions on FY26?
You mentioned that Pullman is hard to get into and out of. Can you say more?
Yeah, I mean, they're just our travel logistics. We got the one airport and it only flies to a handful of places, and we're grateful to have that there, but we always got to go somewhere to get to where we're going.
Okay.
And
So you're talking about commercial service, not charter.
commercial service, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Full price.
So those are recruiting trips and really any destination that we're going to as a team. Paying a premium.
I feel compelled just to make a comment. Couple things. I think athletics has been something that we've been committed to want to continue to support. And to Regent Dickinson's point, I think when we're clear on how we try to show up and support, I think Cougs tend to do that. And now more than ever, we all know there's a cliff after this year. And so I know hard decisions are being made. I know you received a lot of feedback about the decisions around track and field. We did as well. And I feel compelled to say something public that in the future, I think there are better ways to communicate those decisions with the time for our students, which is really what I'm primarily, I think, concerned about, how our student athletes are impacted by those decisions. And so as we think about fiscal year 2026, are we thinking about how we're communicating and how we are impacting our student athletes when we have to make hard decisions like that? So it's going to get even harder unless we can come up with some other scenarios. I don't want to see what happened this summer happen again at a level of, many more dollars needing to either come up with new revenue or look at how we make cuts. And I want to say it publicly now, a year ahead of time, because it's going to get harder and we've got to figure out together how we create a much smaller gap than what I think we all should be paying attention to, which is not a couple $1 million. It's way more than that. And our student athletes are at the center of what I'm trying to continue to advocate for, is how do we show up, how do we support them, and how do we communicate proactively so the impact isn't a scramble over the summer.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Any comments? Any further questions?
I have a question.
Please.
The games that we're playing against Virginia and Ole Miss, are we making money on those games, since they're pretty top programs? And
In a typical scenario, the answer would be yes. In a scenario where we had to buy out games to put together a complete schedule, this year net, no.
so that's because of the schedule change and still being in
Yeah,
that
we had to
limbo.
construct these games are usually booked 4 years in advance at minimum. Ours was completely imploded and we had to construct one from literally ground zero, which forced us to buy out other opponents out of current agreements and do a lot of different manipulation of schedules for that to happen. So we're not making money on that this year, but in a typical scenario, you would.
All right.
All right. Anything more? Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we'll move on to future action items. And our first item, Leslie will be joined by Chris Riley Tillman and the Associate Vice Chancellor for Facilities and Operations and Dining and Housing, Sean Green, Pullman Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Ramondo Nash, and Olivia Yang. Welcome.
You.
Some or all.
Working. Dicey.
We're
Now
going
it's
to
right there.
talk about the Southside Dining and Market renovation.
Thank you so much. We're excited to bring forward this project today. This is a little bit of a surprise for us. We did not have this originally on our first version of the agenda several weeks ago. But as you heard, when we were at this campus for the meeting in April, our housing and dining associates had been working with an external provider to do a full review of their campus facilities and think about a master plan. Today, we're going to talk about Rotunda. You all know this building, though it might not sound like you do. It's the Southside Dining Hall. As you drive up Stadium Way, you look over to your right, there's a round building. It's the round building. You can actually see it now because we took down Krugel Hall, which used to stand in front of it. Now there's this lovely grassy area there in front. The reason we wanted to bring this to you today and again in November for an action item is if we miss this window, we will not be able to start the project until May of 2027. So we would miss a whole year. So when you think about the impact of this facility, it's a very large facility that serves a lot of meals every day. Sean will be able to tell you the number. We have to be in that window when the students are not on campus. So by having this starting to move forward at this meeting and then in November, we'll make the May of next year, May of 26, we'll start the project then. This is a phased project. We're excited about that because we make sure that we're thoughtful about how we treat our students, how we serve our students. It will be closed for a period, but not when the students are here in the fall and the spring, which is important. But we also have made sure that they will have cash on hand to be able to support the facility. So with that, I don't know who's going to lead this, but one of you, and I think that will work now.
Good afternoon. So as we mentioned in the spring, right? So we worked with consultants, we listened to the students, the consultants met with a bunch of folks, and we're looking to begin the process of bringing some of our facilities to where they need to be. You may recall in the spring, I mentioned that the rotunda was built in 1950, and that the last time that we did anything to the rotunda was 2007. And so it's time, it's needed. And when we speak to our students, this is their largest concern, right? Our ability to be able to provide them food in the different ways that way they would like to have food provided to them today. This would also give us the ability to provide late night dining options, which they've been asking for a while, do some different things in terms of them to being able to use technology on their phones, give us a chance to open up some different food stations, and also be more sensitive, although we do a pretty good job already, but even be more sensitive in terms of allergens and how we locate allergen spots within the rotunda as well. Anything you would add?
No, I could just, the importance of this, I mean, this is will be a nice starting point in the housing and dining space that will end up impacting a really large range of our students. I mean, this is a significant percentage of where our first year student dining is located. And so it's not just, we could have picked a different residential facility or something like that to focus on that was going to hit X population, but this is going to give us the largest impact over a broad area. It's really hard to underestimate how important this particular dining hall is, particularly in the first year of the student's experience. Now, I want to be careful. I don't want it to be seen as if we don't have good dining options. Our students actually rate our dining options quite highly. It's a pride point for housing and dining, but obviously having a modern renovated facility that hits as many students as possible was really our priority as we start thinking about modernizing this space.
So in this university's quest for recruitment and retention, this will play a part.
I think so.
That's a huge part.
Yeah, I think so. Bespoke historic experiences can only go so far in the narrative.
Bespoke. Good. And do I understand, Olivia? Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just want to round out the presentation by saying that as you do not have objections to us moving forward, we plan to begin the RFQ, RFP process for design builder and hope to get your approval in November, and that would allow us to award the contract. We plan to then begin design and permitting and come back to you in probably the March, April timeframe for design review. So that, as Leslie said, we will begin demolition in the, right after graduation until July 31st. We have the whole facility for the contractor and then begin a shared operations construction process for the duration until we're finished. And we're looking at 10 million for the first phase, but we are continuing to talk about that.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone heard Olivia say this, that this is phase one of potentially 3 phases. So this budget ultimately could be, it's $10 million now, and it could be an additional $18 million with phases 2 and 3.
Yes.
So you will be coming back several times for this project.
Yes, we will.
Assuming we have the cash on hand.
Right.
As Olivia says.
Thank you for all saying that.
Further discussion on this subject, future action item.
If I can maybe make a quick comment.
Please.
I just want to say, finally, this is a hot button issue for students, and I have no doubt in my mind that it will lessen retention, comfortability on campus. This is part of the dorms or a part of the campus where lower income students typically live, whether that's apartment or dorms. So making sure that we're equitable and giving all students, not just those who live at North Side or maybe even Hillside, but all students the ability to have a great first year. I'm very excited about this project. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. And for the last future action item, Leslie and Matt Skinner are going to present the academic year 26-27 tuition rates for undergraduates and graduate programs.
Thank you so much. Can we have those slides up, please?
You want me to stay after this one?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. And actually, Saichi, if you would join us, that'd be awesome. All right. Here we are at our first meeting of this academic year, and it's the first place we have to talk about the students' tuition. I don't have to remind you because we just had a presentation right before lunch about the importance of our tuition as a component of our university's budget. As you can see here, it does make up a significant 19%. And that includes all of the student tuition and fees that are coming into the institution that support the academic mission. And
Leslie, could I have you just really quickly go back to that original pie chart? Because it's one of the best ways to show the following, which you'll hear about, but everything that's crimson and gray plays off of one another. Everything that's in another color is not available to bolster. So if we lose state appropriation for any of a number of reasons, including partial funding of our salary increases, including an actual reduction, then tuition and fees is the only mechanism we have with which to replace what are functionally critical operating dollars. So I'd like to speak to that at this juncture. So, you know, everything else kind of stands on its own. Gibson and investment income, as you know, are very, very tightly restricted. They do not have the capacity to move across and fill a void when state appropriations go down. So in my mind, that's the simplest way to describe how we have to look at tuition and tuition increases.
Thank you for that additional context. It's so important. And when you take our budget down to the operating budget, remember half of basically the 1.3 billion where we are running the classroom, where we're doing all of the mission activities other than grant work and auxiliary enterprises, you can see tuition becomes a much bigger piece of that because there really are only three sources that make up the core funds budget. And that is the state appropriation, the tuition and fees, and the interest income that we receive, along with the F&A, the indirect cost recovery. So it's a much bigger piece of it. Every time that we come before you, I like to remind you that you do have a tuition setting authority. This is granted to you by the state of Washington, but there is a cap. You are only allowed to raise the undergraduate resident tuition rate by a mathematical formula that the state provides to us. Now, they don't provide that to us until October the 1st. So you may be saying, well, why are you doing this now? The reality is we want to be able to get ahead of this group of students that we are now recruiting to be here in the fall of 2026. So we want to be able to say this is what the tuition is and have the teams in enrollment management able to package that student financial aid so that they are a little bit ahead of the curve. If you remember, if you've been on the Regents for a while, my first year here, so it's just in 2023, we did the tuition increase in the May meeting. It was that late in the year with students who were just going to show up in a couple of months, which put a burden on the financial aid folks and the recruiting to be able to communicate that. I do want to point out too that the tuition cap from the state is only on the resident undergrad. You can raise the non-resident undergrad by a different rate. You can raise the grad rates by whatever rate you so choose to. This institution has used the undergraduate tuition rate as a proxy for everything and had them go up at a similar percentage. Now, of course, the non-resident cost is much more, so that percentage is much more in terms of dollars. And I do want to emphasize that for our non-resident student population, there are a lot of waivers and scholarships that are directed to that population to bring them in because their net tuition per student is more than the resident undergraduate. So there is a little bit more incentivizing to bring them in. Every institution does that. We have the benefit of being in the WUI program, the Western Undergraduate Exchange, and that is one of those incentive methodologies to bring in the non-residents. The cap is based on the 14 years average of the median change of the average hourly wage. That sounds like a lot. It is a complicated little formula, but over 14 years, if you think about that, that's 2011 when it starts now, and it moves up a year every year. Well, that was, we were coming out of the Great Recession. You think that's going to be kind of depressed. So right now what's happening is we're losing the smaller years and we're gaining these more recent years where we have seen higher wage growth. What that means is last year's cap was 3.3%. I think that we can all do a little back of the envelope math. It's going to be a little bit north of 3.3. I wouldn't guess how that is actually calculated, but I think we have an expectation that is a little bit north of 3.3. And while you don't see it on this presentation today, what we were asking you to consider at the November meeting is allowing us to go to that cap, whatever that cap may be. Just for a refresher, and I hate that we're going to eventually lose that really big year on the end there back in 20, but I guess it's 11 or 12. At the outset of the Great Recession, all higher education institutions across the country, the publicly supported ones, started losing large amounts of their state appropriation. Washington State University, like every other public institution in the country, had a period of time where we raised tuition by double digits. 16%, 14%, 14%, 12%. These were big tuition increases. And that really was to make up for the loss of state funding. But you can see the legislature obviously stepped in and you'll see where it levels off. There are 2 years where there was no tuition increase. That was a legislative requirement. Do not raise tuition. We did not raise tuition. You'll see it steps down by 5% in the next year. And then it steps down by 10% in the following year. All of that was legislatively directed. What's different about this state really speaks to how well Washington supports higher ed. They backfilled that with state appropriations. They didn't just say, lower your tuition and deal with it. Lower your tuition, support your students, but we will fill in those dollars. And that's critically important and is so different from any other state in this country. No one did that. So great benefit. But at the end of that period of the reset of tuition, I'll call it, that's where the cap started. So you will see where it's bumping along and it's sort of inflationary, but that is the effect of that cap. So you can see where we are now.
just to put kind of a pin in what will come later, this is really what I call the sticker price. Later in this presentation, Chris will address affordability, which is what our students are actually pay and what their actual debt load is as they, over the years. And you will, so don't think they're exactly the same, I guess is my message.
That's one of those challenges in higher ed is the rack rate is not what you pay. It's like a hotel. No one, is anyone really paying a rack rate? Probably not.
Do you, the 2.2, the 2.0, the 2.0, how does that?
I'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get there. All right, so if you want to talk about the relationship between tuition and fees and the state appropriation. So you saw that nice chart, state steps in, no tuition increase, lower by 5, lower by 10, will backfill. But prior to 2015, when the cap became an issue for higher education, the state was covering our maintenance need. We were like K-12. If we had a tuition, if we had a compensation increase, they filled it in. So there was not this need for tuition to be the source of funding to cover those types of increases. But since 2015, the state mathematically calculates how much tuition we should have. And they tell themselves, you pay a portion of all the costs and we will pay the difference. Unfortunately, over time, what has happened, and you saw it this year, particularly, we call this the fund split. You've heard us use that phrase before. They widened the fund split. So while the legislature, and I'll look at Regent Hunt, who was no longer there at the time.
Not my fault now.
Not his fault. I like to say that it was not Regent Hunt's fault. The legislature did reduce our budget this year by 1.5%. That is not the real feel of that because the fund split became wider. And as they widened that fund split, we have a bigger gap to fill in. So don't believe the 1.5% entirely, please. The fund split changed from 66.34 to 56.34. Every dollar that we needed in the previous biennium, they gave us 66 cents of that. We needed 34 to make us whole. Now they're giving us 56 cents. We need 44 cents to make us whole. I'm going to complicate that even further. The enrollment they use to calculate the state portion is only set every biennium. What has happened with us? Our enrollment has reduced the last 6 years, 5 years. They're using a number that is a little higher than what it would feel like because our enrollment has come down. So not only is it a big fund split, it's made even wider by the fact that we have lost our enrollment. So it is a significant challenge for us. It is not unique to Washington State University. All of our public higher education institutions are feeling this. Interestingly, the fund split is different for each of us. The fund split is still a historical artifact of previous state budgets. So we're kind of in the middle. UW has the worst share of the fund split. Evergreen has the best, and we're in the middle. So it's just an interesting, complex problem that we have. But the state is, at the end of the day, expecting us to raise our tuition rate because they are not filling in the obligation that we have. There's any questions about that particularly? And I'll grab Glenda if I need to. I'm gonna move on. This is the impact of the funds, the tuition cap since it's been in place. The numbers in the middle there are what the cap was, and the numbers to the right-hand side are how Washington State chose to increase tuition. Those 3 years that have those arrows beside it are really important because that's where the institution said, we are not going to go to the cap. You're going to be some number of this. So you can see in 2019, the cap was 2.2. We said we're 2. In 22, the cap was 2.5. We said we're 2. Oh, it was 2.8. We came in at 2.5. And then in 2024, this is, post-COVID here, the cap was 3% and we came in at 2.5. The impact of that over time is really significant. And I want to spend a moment here. That in 2019, the difference to the student annually was $19. $19 for the population of resident undergrads we had at that time. That was $500,000. In 2022, that difference was $31 to the student for a year. That was $750,000 budget decision. The difference in 2024 was significant. That 0.5% was $55 to the student annually. That was $1.2 million a year. Understand that when we don't raise the tuition, the state expects us to, that compounds because that increase is now not increased in its next year. So if we look at today's tuition, which is $11,678 for the year, if we had raised those 3 years by the cap, that is $114 to the student annually. That is $2.5 million a year. So these decisions really add up over time, and they are forever decisions, unless, of course, the state comes in and has a wholesale reset like they did back in 2015. Chris just asked me something really important. How does that compare to inflation? The inflationary measure for tuition is HEPI. It's the Higher Education Price Index. And that is annually calculated by the Common Fund. They do this looking at a market basket of goods that we buy: faculty salaries, staff salaries, library books, lab materials, things that are a little bit unique to higher ed that are not a CPI market basket. You can see what HEPI looked like over the last several years. You see that giant spike in the COVID era. But if you look at that and then the numbers that are the state cap, there is 1 year where the state cap exceeded HEPI, one. It was the year, it was 2020, it was COVID. HEPI was 1.9%, and the state's number was slightly more than that. The impact of not raising our tuition by HEPI, if you can think about this conceptually, that's just inflation. Our tuition, instead of being $11,678 per year, if we raised it by HEPI, would be $12,460. That is a $782 difference per student per year. That is a $16.5 million difference in our annual operating budget. And again, that's inflation. That's nothing new, nothing different. This chart will certainly be populated by the time that we talk to you in November. And between now and then, we will meet with our student organizations to have this conversation, but we'll fill this in with whatever that number may be. I also want to point out that at this time, we are not talking about our professional tuition rates. That's medicine, vet medicine, pharmacy, the doctor, nurse practitioner, or the MBA rates, because those tend to follow the market more. And we actually do some market research to see where those should be. There is a complicating factor this year, particularly with medicine, because of the way the student loans are going to change significantly. We have to be very thoughtful about what our tuition rate will be and go forward. So that is a little bit later in the Regent cycle. This chart here, I think, gets a lot of attention because where do we sit in terms of the other institutions in the state of Washington? Our tuition is not the highest, UW's is, but our student fees are the highest, and that makes us the highest overall. But again, I think the president's point that that is not necessarily what our students pay is really important. And before I turn this over to Saichi and the provost, I want to look at this comparator group, if we might. I'm not calling them peers because we need to do some work on who our real peer set is. But this is some work that Institutional Research had done last year on who looks the most like us in terms of students, in terms of research, in terms of our financial capability. The provost is very happy to note that the University of Missouri Columbia is our closest actual peer if you look at those factors. But this is their tuitions, and it's sorted by lowest to highest. And we're about in the middle, which is probably where you would expect to be. But tuition, just as I said earlier, is a function of what your state appropriation is, because those are really the two sources that we have. States that have higher state appropriations per student have lower tuitions. It just makes sense. So you can just, for comparison purposes. But I want to turn it over to Saichi and the provost to talk a little bit more about student affordability. Do y'all want to draw it? Or you want me to?
Thanks. Thanks, Leslie. We'll go right to this next slide. So Washington has one of the most generous state funded programs, need-based aid to residents of Washington. They can be full-time, part-time. The awards are up on that screen. They're not negative awards at the $12,000 mark. It's full-time students are eligible for over $12,000, part-time $1,200. If they're a college-bound student, they are eligible for an additional $500 award. Back to the first thing I said, generous programs. There are only 2 states that offer more need-based financial aid to their residents. California's number 1, and New Jersey's number 2. Washington's 3. California eclipses everybody. $2 billion in need-based aid. For comparison, we hand out about 200 million. Outcomes of affordability. We share this each year. We talk about tuition because the information is so good. Undergraduates who pay no tuition has improved from 31% up to 36%. Undergraduates who pay full tuition has fallen from 42% to 35%. And undergraduates with no loan debt jumped from 39% to 56%. And we're going to go through some of these numbers in the next several slides. So here it is again.
Seichi, if I could underscore for our regents, it should come out of your mouths that 56% of our students graduate with no debt. That is really impactful. Sorry.
And it's important to note that that is a very high number nationally. And that is not a number which is consistently repeated. Seichi nailed this, the states that are more likely to have those numbers are ones with supportive programs, but should be a real pride point for our university.
So here you can see the 10-year course, how it's transpired for WSU, and it's been going down each year since about 2015. So we've done a really good job in the state.
So if you look at
Again, the message is our debt load has gone down. It has not gone up in the last 5 years.
So if we go over the course of 2020 to 2024, I mean, this is, if we go back to the strategic pillars and the KPIs, focusing on debt is a continuing process. We go from 40% in 2019, 42, 45, 50, 51, and in the last cycle that we have data on, over a 5% jump in people with no debt.
So here's the average resident undergraduate completion. So the good news continues, maxed out at about 2017, and now with the latest data, it's less than $22,000.
So this is one where I mean, again, we really need to talk about the percentage of students who have no debt, but then what's the average debt per student? I'm thinking back to the conversation last night where this came up in terms of taking large debt. There's obviously a huge gap between privates and publics. But if you can get around the 21,000 mark, that's a really attractive national figure. Obviously, now we're getting to the point of where it's quite a reasonable figure for a bachelor's degree. That's something that can, I mean, this isn't the 300,000 or the 150 that you see in newspapers all the time, but something which is much more in the reasonable range, to say the least.
Can I ask a question, Regent Wright? So I understand and hear the impact and the significance of zero debt and low debt. Could you just give us some insights on like the amount of work that goes into that? Like the scrambling that we're doing, you are doing behind the scenes to help students capture funds to go to school or whatnot, right? Can you just educate for a moment, please?
Yeah, in fact, later on, we'll talk about enrollment. And one of the highlights of enrollment from some of the campuses are the work we've done helping students with financial aid and affordability. But really, this is a function of several things. One, the work we do on each campus, but the college grant in this state is finally sort of helping us over time. And we haven't even realized the true benefit of that grant. So that's the other question. The other thing too, as we came out of COVID, there was a lot of money coming in from the federal government that helped us wean loans out of packaging. And also, over this time too, the idea that you take out student loans to solely fund your education was really a message that has taken root. People no longer only rely on that. So all those things in combination with the SFS staff on each campus and at Pullman that coordinate this really have put us in a really optimal situation. more outcomes of affordability. I just mentioned this, the Washington College Grant. We haven't fully realized the potential of this program. So these are examples of families, family sizes, and income in which the program would help students. Even if you had a family of 4, income of less than $80,000, your education would be covered in Washington. Same with a family, single parent of 1 making less than $40 an hour with 3 dependents. Your education would be covered in the state of Washington at public schools. And then finally, even middle income families can be supported. Yes?
I was just wondering, you said we haven't realized it yet. Why? Or what needs to be done?
Yeah, more students could take advantage of the program. And one of the, I'm leading right up for Regent. One of the issues is you need to complete a FAFSA to be qualified under the Washington College Grant. Just real quickly, we gained about 7,000 more students from last year, but that still only leaves us at about 46% of our seniors who actually complete a FAFSA. So, but that's part of it.
Regent Dickinson told me a really interesting story last night about the work that STCU does for students in preparation of the FAFSA, and then frankly, the care that you show them in getting them all the way through. Would you mention that? It's a really great story.
Well, many of you heard this. Spokane took it upon itself because you just heard the amazing that we're number 3 in our generosity and being able to, we're 47th in the United States for completing FAFSA. The state of Washington is. Idaho was 46. We moved from 48 to 47 just this year. So there's a big gap there, right? When you're 3rd in what you're giving, but you are almost last in the country for students completing FAFSA. So in the community of Spokane, myself and another gentleman, the CEO of Washington Trust Bank, and a group of superintendents came together. We've raised $120 million and created an endowment, and then put that endowment away. And then we created another 501c3 that works to have students throughout the entire region. So Coeur d'Alene, Colville, Othello, Pasco, where if you go and complete FAFSA, and you have an end of mile where it's like, oh my goodness, I am still $5,000 short even when I've got these things, you are guaranteed through our endowment that we will close the final mile, period. So we've issued 400 of those scholarships in the last 14 months to students. Those schools, you either have to attend a community college in Spokane, Tri-Cities area, Washington State, Eastern, Central, Whitworth, or Gonzaga. It's really interesting because then what we found out is parents don't feel comfortable necessarily talking to a counselor that they've never met over the phone and giving them their financial history. There is a trust issue there often. Or sitting in a classroom or a gymnasium trying to have your taxes laid out with a high school counselor. So we opened our branches, STCU did 18 months ago, and in the evenings, we have our bankers who are fully trained, and anybody that's tried to complete FAFSA, it's easier this year, but it is a process, and it's a hard process for a lot of parents if you're a first generation child and student looking to be able to go, or you don't perhaps speak, English and you're trying to translate that. So we have opened our branches. You can go and do that. We've probably seen 1,400 families in our footprint come and complete FAFSA. And then we put them right into this Launch Northwest portal to say, go do this, because it's not just to go to a 4-year. If you want, and perhaps you're better fitted in that you want to be in a trade, you can go do a trade, and we will complete the final mile for your welding certification, your apprenticeship for being an electrician, whatever that might be. We've issued $2.5 million of final mile scholarships, just this small group of us that have kind of taken on this thing. WSU currently has 101 of those students. We went a step further and we have raised money for family navigators that start with our kids in kindergarten and follow them through till their senior year, so that we know if they're homeless, if they're hungry. But by their junior year, we know that, this this person has a real interest in wanting a 4-year, or this person is really, really interested in a welding degree. How do we mentor them and get a mentor from the outside to come in and pair up? So we have that going, but we have now raised money and we have mentor or navigators, college navigators, and we have an MOU, for example, with WSU. They are on campus, we fund them, and they just track the 101 kids that are here so that we can show in our scholarship funding, we've got them from freshman year to senior year. So it really feeds into everything Provost Riley Tillman was speaking about around retention. We don't want to raise all this money, give this money, and then have it fail because a young man, this is a very real story, just recently was starving here. I mean, he's doing everything he can to be here. He's a good student, and his navigator is plugging him into all of WSU's programs and services, but it still wasn't enough. And so they reached out to SDCU to say, is there a way you could help us feed this young man until the end of December, and we'll figure the next step out. So it is, there's things working that I think, but I think you could take this. We are now on the Washington Roundtable Education Board with the Gates Foundation and the Bomber Foundation, and we're the only credit union in the state doing that. And with them, because they've latched onto this, and we just received a $2.5 million grant to kind of go further with this notion that we're working on. So I think WSU, candidly, the community colleges do a really great job. They show up to every one of those FAFSA nights that we're meeting parents, and they're grabbing those kids and walking them right over and saying, apply right now. We're going to get you in. I think we could coordinate better with Washington Trust and STCU and when we're going to be doing that. So WSU is just walking them right over to their desk to say, fill out this application.
Well, what a wonderful invitation from having a conversation last night. I've just learned an enormous amount, and it's very impressive. Thank you for your efforts and your institution's efforts and your partners' efforts in this.
That's where the community, I think, can play a big part.
Yeah.
And we can find those partners in Seattle, Bellevue, wherever.
You talk about this affordability, and you talk about this program that that Regent Dickinson's just told us about. Is this widely known to people to whom or for whom this is targeted?
The Washington State grant, or?
Yes, yes, and yes.
I would say it depends on where, and I would say there's growing awareness. I think it is. This is still a relatively new program. This hasn't been around, for 25, 30 years. It is because of the FAFSA relation. It is complex, right? There's a complexity there honestly, filling out FAFSA for my son, which I needed to do, because you can't really be an administrator at the university and ask people to fill out FAFSAs and then not for your own child. It is complex. It's not an easy thing to do. And so to have resources where people are helping them folks through it, particularly if they're going through the first time. But I would say, broadly speaking, there is a lack of awareness in the state, what percentage of individuals would have access to these funds. And it's something that the state needs to work on. It's wonderful when we have organizations like Marty's who are really taking a lead in that space, but that's got to be a really broad-based effort. It also just goes contrary to the narrative that's out there that college is not affordable. And so, there is, and this was talked about last night with President Jones and President Cantwell. There is a gap between the reality of the cost of public education and the narrative about the cost of public education. And as a psychologist, cognitive dissonance is a real thing. And so when you hear things in different places, it's hard to put those together, and that causes difficulties with behavior.
Chris, I wonder if you could address, because I think it's relevant to your question, Regent Wright, just the, let's call it the friction in our own scholarship award system that makes it hard for students to kind of be what they normally are. They change majors. It's a gnarly system to manage.
Yeah. We have a number of areas where we have the opportunity to optimize, if I'm going to go in the more positive directions. A lot of our generous supporters who have created scholarships have tied them to specific majors. The challenge with that is about 70% of our students change majors. When you come in and you are expecting 500 or 1,000 is going to be there for X amount of time, and you change majors, we need to transition as quickly as we can to much more flexible scholarships that follow students throughout their journey to graduation that will end up balancing out across the different areas. But, you know, we need to get better in that space. We're also not providing scholarships at the ideal time in many instances. We're often providing the scholarships, in fact, after students have accepted, their financial packages are done, and now it's on top. In some ways, that's nice, but that's certainly not the ideal use of the funds to build the maximum amount. And the other thing we're doing is we're starting to go through a process of having more direct tuition discounting, so that we're planning the tuition discounting not just for the students entering the first year, but for sustainability over a 4 or 5 year window for graduation. You know, and that can be partially something like the Washington College Grant, which can be a tremendous base. But these end up being complex packages of different funds from different sources, and making sure that we're providing the right amount in each instance is essential. And that will be work that we're doing this year. Thank you. Yes.
I have a very quick comment. While you guys were saying this, I was thinking of like my own process with filing for FAFSA, and geez, is it a process? I mean, they ask you for information and files maybe 2 years before.
Yes.
So not only do you have to set time aside from your classes, your homework, everything else, but you also have to locate those documents. I think it's interesting because unless you're an independent or the state recognizes you as an independent, those files are mandatory basically. I'm curious to see if we've ever explored the relationships or had students explore the relationships between maybe a parent and maybe having an estranged parent that they no longer can communicate with, that they no longer talk to, and then if that's keeping them from filing FAFSA. I mean, those things are crucial. Those documents are crucial. So.
No, what you're saying is absolutely real. Do you have some examples of what we're?
Well, I think Regent Dickinson also shared that same reality, that students often have a difficult time getting the information they need from their own family. You know, this isn't the complete solution, but the simplification of the FAFSA over the last 2 years has actually increased the number of students eligible for Pell, not just at WSU, but in the nation. So that is somewhat of a silver lining, but we hear that concern often from students. We try to work directly with the student about trying to get the information, if we can somehow offer some support and how we can talk to the parent. But your concern has been raised, and it is a requirement of federal government for some of this. So in some ways, we aren't able to change the FAFSA rules.
That's an understatement.
So there is a process, but it's really awful to petition because you literally can't access the information from a parent. But you have to know that ahead of, like a year ahead of time, because it takes the federal government that long to grant that waiver.
Yeah.
So we will do our very best to control them.
Those are the kinds of things that the Family Navigator, starting in grade 10, are looking at, because we have lots of emancipated students that then start working that we are in our first cohort of helping emancipated students be getting that independence, because we learned that in our first year of diving into this. The average income of those completing FAFSA and receiving a full package, at least in Eastern Washington right now, a joint family income is what we're finding in our dashboard is about $62,000 a year.
You know, what do we know, or do we, is it too early yet to know what the immigration crackdown is doing as far as FAFSA being filled out?
Yeah, Regent Cern, I don't have any data, or I don't have anything to address that with right now.
But it
Will it? I guess.
My guess is it's all anecdotal at this point. I'm sure the federal government will not release those because it's too early in the cycle. So typically, even if it were releasable information, it would be 2 years after the events happened.
But anything that
anything that decreases comfort of individuals filling out federal forms is going to have an impact. I think one really important note, and then I know Saichi's got one more thing to say. And I mean, if we go back to 2019, we weren't really that worried as a university about making sure we maximized the number of students who were filling up FAFSA. I mean, we kind of kept having our numbers go up, that everything was kind of going okay, and we kind of were just doing what we were doing. We have a massive shift at this point where FAFSA completion is one of our target goals that we're working on in enrollment management to assist in every way possible. We need to partner with more entities like Marty's group, although it's a pretty unique program. But we fully realize, both in terms of initial first-year students and then success throughout college, this is simply a massive variable. So, but it's a relatively short window from the university. And again, I don't think we're all that atypical in this space, but realizing this is actually our responsibility, not just the family's responsibility, and we'll let them, or the individual's responsibility in many instances, and we'll let them do that. And so, and this is a big focus for us. So she's constantly tracking FAFSA numbers, number of FAFSAs filled out, how we look at last year, different programs that we're doing in different places.
So Howard, can I comment on one time? I've listened to a lot of enrollment presentations, and I've heard a lot about trying to be the land grant of the future and being the university for the future of Washington State. But I want to throw out an analogy that we just don't seem to grasp when it comes to enrollment. And that's, if athletics was still here, they could say, if there's a prospective quarterback, someone gets on a plane and goes to that kid's house and they get him signed up. What do we have to do to get you here? When it comes to college enrollment, we sit back and kind of go, hope they fill out the forms, hope they can figure it out, whether they speak English or not. Or here's a link. That's my favorite. I tried to get information to a student one time, called someone in Pullman, and they sent them a link. They don't have a computer. They don't even have internet. And I'm like, that wasn't very helpful. So more in the tune of outreach of what Regent Dickinson suggested, but we have to change our attitude. That we have to meet them where they are and get them where they can go. And even if it means filling out the paperwork for them, come on. I mean, we not stay in our ivory towers and hope it just happens.
All right. So just two thoughts on that. Number one, we are certainly not sitting back and not going out and working directly with people. With the FAFSA in particular, we cannot just fill it out on our campus. Like, we do not have the option to simply do that on our own. I think the scenario that you were laying out was certainly correct in the 2010s. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, all we do is go to events. All we do is push out events. All we're doing is automatic recruit events, filling out forms, so on and so forth. So, I want to make sure, I mean, there's what we had been doing and what we are currently doing, and those are not in the same spaces.
I would also add, this is not just our problem, it's this problem for the state of Washington. And I do encourage us all to think about how we not just work with our fellow institutions of higher education, but how we really bring this to the state. Many other states attack the FAFSA problem at the state level. They do it in high school. They do it with unique, really capacities like you're talking about, Marty, but funded by the state. The relative investment, the ROI is hundreds of thousands of dollars for the amount it costs a state to do this. And I think there are many constitutive challenges for the state and why it doesn't come easily. But I think we have to all think about all of the above. What we can do with our colleagues and what we can do with our state.
Really quickly, Seichi, can you talk about specifically what we do in this space right now?
Sure. Just number one, this is one of the few areas where enrollment management has to work both sides of the aisle, if you will, both prospective students and current students. So our outreach extends through face-to-face, virtual, written, electronic. It's coordinated through Pullman, but each campus has a financial aid office. There's no off-season for financial aid. One of the things that we've done since COVID is sort of refine how we talk to students about affording their education. COVID taught us one thing: we could actually figure out the messages without meeting with somebody. We've amplified that. We've extended that. It's a mainstay in how we talk to students. And then just to go back to the first conversation we had, Regent, it's not like when students are providing this sort of scenario that our hands are completely tied. We would exercise professional judgment. We would look at other ways in which to help the individual through a situation such as you brought up. My last slide. So the uncertainty that emanates from Washington causes uncertainty. The good news is fall 25, as the provost alluded to earlier through the comments about Matt keeping us up to date about federal funding showing up. All of the aid is out, processed with no hitch. We're now looking at 25, 26. The Fed confirmed 2 weeks ago that October 1, the FAFSA will open. That's really good news. And then finally, regardless of the uncertainty, we are actively planning to help students, both with us and those that we're trying to attract. Back to you, Leslie.
Okay, well, we'll just wrap up with what to expect over the next few months regarding both tuition rate setting and fee rate setting. So on October 1st, the Washington State Office of Financial Management should release what that percentage increase is based on the 14-year average median wage in the state. So we'll receive that number. Over the course of October, we'll be working with Regent Hussein and other student leaders to arrange time to vet proposals and concepts with students, gather their feedback, and make sure we deliver that back to the Board of Regents as part of your deliberations. Then in November, we would expect to have a discussion about an action item for tuition rate increase for undergraduate and graduate students at the November board meeting, and a future action item for any professional programs that might be considering a rate increase in November, with, if there are professional programs with proposed rate changes, an action item on those in January. A reminder on the fee side as well, we have a number of student fees. What's unique about these is each one of the fees has a dedicated group of students that oversees the use of those fees and brings forward the proposed rate changes here to the board. That includes housing and dining board, the student tech fees, student S&A fees, and any other mandatory fees like the rec center or the Cub on the Pullman campus. We anticipate those coming to the board as a future action item in January, followed by an action item discussion in March.
Thank you for laying out the next steps. Any further questions from our, please?
I want to echo Regent Powell's comments, and so excited to have you, Regent Hussein, on the board, and the timeline laid out so clearly. We don't have a lot of ability to change what that tuition rate is, and the fees plus the tuition putting us over some other universities in the state is continues to keep me up at night. And I think that's been Regent Powell's feedback as well. So I really would encourage, as we go through this process, a holistic look that we have a state that puts us in a box that we can't go beyond. And it's difficult to sit in the seat and not say yes to the maximum because we clearly need it. But the effect of having those fees be so high just continues to feel like it has such a negative impact on students and prospective students that are looking at that whole cost. So I'm eager to help to support you as you have conversations with other students about setting those fees on all of our campuses. It really does make a huge difference. So.
Absolutely, and thank you so much to both Leslie and Matt for just agreeing to do that budget presentation. I can't explain how much I appreciate you guys going out of your way to do this. So we're meeting with SGC, which is the Student Government Council. They're also the individuals that deal with those fees. So I think this is a great opportunity for collaboration. How can we mitigate something by changing something possibly? So thank you guys again, and I really look forward to our October meeting.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? We appreciate your presentation. We get to keep two of you at the desk. For the last future action item, Leslie Brunella will be joined here with Matt at the front desk to present the academic, well, let's see, no, we just talked about that. Sorry. I'm off one item. We will move to the one action item, which is the purchase of the Ignite facility here on the Spokane campus. Leslie and Matt will be joined by just the two of them are going to make this presentation. So thank you so much. Appreciate that.
All right. So this is an item that we had spoken to you several times across the last year and had not moved it forward, but we're at the point where we are asking that you allow us to take this direct to action because we've been working on this again for almost a year. The Ignite facility, if you could see, it is behind here. It's behind the pharmacy building, behind Jensen Bird. It sits on Martin. Thank you. There it is on Martin Luther King Boulevard. This facility is the home of Dr. Ryan Jensen's shock physics work. That's the primary occupant of the facility. It's also, I'm going to use incubator in quotes, an incubator-like facility where we have some commercial entities who are also in the space that we charge for it. When we talked about this a year ago, this had not come up though. You will know that we had been planning for a team health facility here at the Spokane campus, and we're planning for the programmatic needs that team health would bring. When that project was not funded by the state, we looked inwardly and said, okay, how do we still meet the programmatic need for team health, but do a better job of evaluating all the space that we currently occupy here in Spokane, this building, pharmacy, which has had an enrollment loss, all of the facilities here. So under the president's direction, we actually brought in another architecture firm to start doing some work for us. It's we're calling it a space audit, and I use the term audit intentionally because we really want to look at what is our space footprint now and what could it be if we optimize the academic programs that we have. And as you know, we're in a little bit of a transition with the Spokane campus trying to focus on producing medical doctors, producing pharmacists, producing nurses, and how can we make that work and bring the team health concept alive. So co-architects that the president had experience with at the University of Arizona did the work on the health science campus down there. So they're looking at our footprint, at our student population, at our projected student population, our current research that we have on this campus, and helping us navigate how can we move things around in a way that makes sense to still do the team health concept that we need, but in our footprint. And when we talked with you about this building in particular, that was never on the table. So that's another added benefit of having this facility available to be able to rearrange. Not that we would put team health in this facility, but maybe something else that we're doing currently in this space could shift in there to free up some more space to make a contiguous space for that. So that happened after we had been down the path of wanting to purchase this facility. And Matt's going to fill you in on the details of why this is so essential.
Okay, thanks, Leslie. So just for us to get our mental mindset on where this building's at, we can almost see it outside of this window. It's blocked by another building. It's located at 120 North Pine. You can see on the map here, and I just highlight that where that fits within the footprint of the campus. I think long-term, when we think about this building, separate from the immediate kind of facilities needs and housing, is thinking about the master footprint of the Spokane campus, which is kind of landlocked. And so being able to make sure we hold on to this building, which most people I think would view and think is Washington State University. Every day we've been in the building for more than 10 years is an opportunity for us long range. So the building was built in 2005, 36,000 square feet in the building. WSU was given the master lease and became the property manager of the building in 2014. And as part of that, they also put in state funding to start the WSU Applied Sciences Laboratory, which is housed in that location. Since that time, WSU's been the property manager, charging rent to tenants in the building, remitting those funds to the building owner, and just managing that facility, the cost of maintenance and care and upkeep of the building. That's performed by the WSU Real Estate Office. So about a year ago, we found out that the building had been listed to be sold. We found ourselves in a unique situation. Our current lease was set to expire in January 2026, and we began looking over that year period at all of the different options we could consider for immediate needs for the Applied Sciences Laboratory, how we continue that research in space on the campus or nearby in another rented facility, as well as this desire to make sure we kind of protected the Spokane campus footprint for a longer term period, 10, 20 years out.
Matt, with the Applied Sciences Lab, under that set of circumstances, pay rent for their use of so we would have some revenue coming in.
Yeah, they do pay today. Everyone that's in the Ignite building today pays rent to use that. We operate that as a kind of self-sustaining entity. And that is the plan after we purchase the facility, to continue that for at least 6 years as a self-sustaining operation. So as we looked at those options, we looked at a number of different things. We looked at renting other facilities if we could find something nearby that could meet the needs of ASL. We looked at trying to relocate internal to the Spokane campus. We also looked then, the biggest cost analysis view or financial analysis was looking at the cost of leasing versus buying. And that net present value capital calculation turned out about the same time every way we modeled it over a multiple year period. And it said this, that if we stayed in the building for about 9 years, we'd be better off to buy on a net present value perspective than we would be to lease. And so as we looked at that, we felt like the likelihood of us continuing to use this building for at least 9 years made sense. And that put us on the path to say, well, if we can find the funding and put together the funding to do it, we'd be better off long-term to purchase the facility rather than continuing to rent. I have some slides here. Do you think this would be helpful? We have some slides here about the Applied Sciences Laboratory, just to know what that is. It's currently led by Dr. Brian Jensen, who is taking over for the founding director of the Institute for Shock Physics on the Pullman campus, and ASL is an extension of that, Dr. Yogi Gupta. They're very research active, about $4.4 million in research grants over this 5-year period, $2.2 million in indirect cost recoveries from an ASL perspective.
And if it matters, I would argue that, at least based on what I know, there is a high probability for that level of funding to continue for a very long time.
So let's look then at kind of the financial terms around this proposed transaction. We initially negotiated down to a $9 million purchase price, and then 12 million, starting at 12 million, I think is what it was listed at. We brought that down to 9 million in
And
the
let me add
initial.
to, when we were talking with you earlier, we did seek a philanthropic opportunity here to have somebody give us the building. It did not work out, but that was certainly one of the things. And we actually deployed one of our regents to help with that.
Thank you,
Failed.
Leslie. That's thank you, Regent, to be named. Appreciate that. So then we went through facilities inspection review of the condition. We know, since we've operated the building for more than 10 years, that there was some repairs and maintenance that would be needed. We were able to negotiate another $750,000 discount on the price, bringing the purchase price to $8.25 million. Yet we know that over the next probably 5 to 10 years, we'll need to make some investments in that facility, most notably a roof, and perhaps some improvements to the electric or HVAC system in that time period. So we're budgeting, as part of the purchase, $1 million that will be set aside in the real estate office that we can use to cover the maintenance in that facility. We didn't want to buy it and then have an unplanned problem. So we're funding and planning for that now. So total funding package that we're planning around is $9.25 million. Sources of funds for this is kind of a unique thing. We were able to refund some university bonds. That's debt of the university. And as we refunded those, that generated significant savings to the university. We would propose using $6.8 million of those bond savings that accrue centrally to the university to help buy this facility. The other benefit is the Spokane Teaching Health Center, or clinic here on the Spokane campus. We refunded the bonds associated with that building, generating $1.6 million in savings. We propose that those savings also be used towards the purchase and maintenance of this facility. And then about $750,000 in the real estate office, who manages the facility, would go into the purchase. Now, if we look back over onto the chart to the right again, we've grouped those sources of fundings into two groups. The first group, 7.3 million, is not expected to be repaid. That would just be an investment of university resources to help buy the building. The remaining funds of 1.9 million, we are expected to pay that back. So for the next 6 years, we'll continue to operate the building as an enterprise, and we'll use the rent not only to pay the maintenance and utilities of the building, but to pay back that $1.9 million with 3% interest. At that point in 6 years, when that's paid off, then we can have a conversation about continuing that building as an enterprise type building, or consider some other sort of university use for the building where there's not rent or charges to use the building.
I want to point out before Matt moves on, something that's very important, the 6.8 million that is coming from the refunding of some prior debt, that we did that refunding back in the winter of this year. So those dollars are coming in now and are available. These are one-time dollars. They can only be used one time. And we feel like using capital dollars for a capital investment is our best path forward for that. I want to be very, very clear, because this campus in particular is going through a budget restructuring right now. We are not using operating dollars to purchase this building.
And that's our prepared slides. Be happy to have discussion and questions.
Sounds like you maximize what you can to get that price down.
Yeah, we feel pretty good about where we landed on that. Of course, we'd always like to buy it for more affordable than we did, but we feel pretty good about where that landed. Yeah, for free would have been wonderful, but
I think it's pretty prudent. I just want to bring to everybody's attention just one more time. It was lightly mentioned that according to our bylaws, the sale or lease of real estate is an item that must be first submitted to the committee as a future action, at least one committee meeting prior to the meeting at which the action is requested. However, the board chair does have the authority to suspend that requirement in the interest of time. And that is what we are asking you to do today for our action item tomorrow. So I just wanted to make it really clear. I'm just repeating what was earlier stated, that we all know we're going through this eyes wide open. Any further questions on this subject?
Can I just make a comment?
Please, Regent Shower.
I think that your comments, Leslie, in particular, about not using operating dollars is really critical. I remember one of my first Regent meetings, there was a very quick yes to a baseball clubhouse, and I underestimated how many folks would have a lot of questions about how we came up with the money for that, how we borrowed the money for that. And so I just want to make sure that we all feel like we have the ability to answer the question in terms of how did we find money to buy a building during a time period when a lot of areas within WSU have suffered significant cuts. And so I absolutely agree with Regent Wright. This makes the most sense. The context around buying a building in this moment is difficult to imagine how we might be able to do that. And I think what you shared today is really important. So I hope that folks that maybe have questions are able to watch this presentation and hear some of the comments that you've both made. So thank you for all your work on this.
I think I was worried, but I feel a lot better listening to both of you now. And where the funding is coming from, I like the revenue streams. You've got revenue streams from this. We know we've got revenue streams. So thank you. Because none of the other colleges are. Dig in and show us where this is sustainable.
Howard, I have a question. Are those grants at risk at all, what we're talking about in terms of?
We haven't seen those at risk. A lot of the research in ASL is Department of Defense.
No,
research.
they're not. I mean, that's the bottom line. This particular grant is not at risk. It's a rare bird.
Yeah.
I would just say too, from behalf of kind of the Spokane area, that, I mean, the master plan for the university district, and to have this particular location, there's a reason why the price point started at what it was, because it is a very valuable kind of people are betting on the future when you have Gonzaga, UW, WSU, Whitworth all right here. So I think I appreciate what you walked us through, and I think even looking at it through a strategic investment makes sense. And I think there will consistently be opportunity to lease and provide a revenue opportunity for the building.
I want to underscore in the clearest language possible my perspective on what you just said, Regent Dickinson. I think I've been clear, but it's probably worth reiterating repeatedly that I believe as we go forward, we will have to make strategic investments at the same time as we are cutting some things. We are making choices, and we're trying to be very transparent about not just what those choices are, but how they were made. And I think that's what you just saw. But the answer partly to the question about how can you do A when you're doing B is we will make choices, and we can kind of prove that they're in the best interest of the future of the university. But I don't want to pretend that we're not doing that.
Thank you for making that point clear. Regent Pica.
To Marty's point, I'm just curious, the master plan, who's responsible for the master plan of this campus? Who does that?
I mean, in theory, it would have been this campus, but in reality, I think that facilities operations, which is under Olivia Yang, would be responsible for the master planning overall.
Well, they certainly are now.
They are now.
But for everybody, so when other schools,
Oh, do you mean the university district?
yeah,
No,
this,
I don't know the answer to
The
that.
master plan is owned by the university, the board of the university district.
Which is
It's
a
its
separate
own,
entity.
it's a separate entity.
are we a member of that?
Yes. Oh, yeah. All presidents sit at the table. Or not presidents, chancellors and or presidents sit at the table.
So who's our representative?
It was Daryl, and I'm not sure. Now it's Chris.
It'll be under Chris.
Yeah.
For the
Wait,
right.
the provost.
Okay, so
The fun board.
to just emphasize, this is an action that we're going to take tomorrow.
Yes, I just was going to. Regent Pica, any?
No.
You okay? Thank you. All right, further comments? If there are no objections, this action item will come before our board for consideration tomorrow, the Board of Regents meeting. Last, I will note that the meeting packet also included 5 written reports. The final submission for the state supplemental operating budget request, final submission of the state capital supplemental budget request, university line of credit update, contracts signed under delegated authority, and the major capital projects list.
Just very briefly.
Please.
Linda Becker-Fentner mentioned the capital budget and the state supplemental budget. Those were due on Monday of this week, and so they are been fully submitted at this point. When you approved those back in the April and June timeframe, we had a slate of things, and on the operating side, there were 2 projects. The ROAR project for $600,000 that went in just as you approved it, but there was a nursing project of $1.4 million that was for a different nursing degree. With the provost and having a new interim dean in the College of Nursing, we need more time to really look at that and vet that to make sure that that is the program that it needs to be and does not compromise any of the other current nursing programs. Great program, but it's just not its right time for it yet. In place of that, what we subbed in was to bring back the academic student employees, the bargaining contract that the state funded with $2 million in 2025. Those dollars went away and they did not fund our request last year. We want to keep that front and center with them because that is a critically important project for us that funds our graduate students. And so that's back in the space. On the capital side, we mentioned, Glenda also mentioned this, that we put in the Climate Commitment Act dollars. We knew that our neighbors in the state were putting that in. We think that there was funding available that supports the decarbonization efforts across the campus, across the system. It's mostly in the Pullman area. So we'd like to have opportunity to secure those dollars. The line of credit work is done. Thank you for supporting that. Also in the spring, Matt Skinner and Arthur Witten, who you saw this morning, completed that. The package was awarded to US Bank and we have closed on that line of credit. So it is fully available at this moment. The contract signed under delegated authority, my limit is $5 million, but the requirement is if I sign something that is between 2.5 million and 5 million, we report that back out to you. And there were 5 reported out to you, which is a lot. We normally have that number of contracts that come forward, but this was the summer. It's the longest period of time between your last meeting and this meeting, so a lot of the activity. And it's also the end of the fiscal year, the start of the new one, so there were 5 contracts signed if you want to report there. And then finally, you have the capital project report that Olivia provides each time that you meet. What's really important is there are 2 critically big projects underway at the Pullman campus right now. The ARS USDA facility, I had the opportunity to walk through it 2 weeks ago. It is fabulous. These people are going to think it's the greatest thing ever. And then of course the Schweitzer Engineering Hall, which I get to go through next week. And so also phenomenally on time. The good news about both of these projects, they are still on time and they are still on budget, and that's what we want to see.
Well done. Thank you so much. Before we wrap this committee report, here's the last opportunity to bring up any ideas, questions, points you'd like to make, things, considerations you would like for the next agenda. Regent Shower?
Sorry, are we going?
Are we doing that in strategic and operational excellence or doing it here?
And strategic operational excellence.
Next.
Oh, okay. So
Are we wrap on this committee?
we are a wrap on finance and administration. If you turn it over to me.
Thank you. The Finance and Administration Committee meeting is now concluded, and I turn it back to Chair Ramos.
Thank you so much for your first great meeting as chair. Really appreciate you taking on that leadership role. So appreciate it. Okay, for those of you who are tracking our agenda online, you probably noticed we're running a bit behind schedule. And so we're going to still, though, take a 5-minute bio break, if you wouldn't mind. 5 minutes, and we will return and convene the Academic and Student Affairs Committee.
Oh, that's us? Next, or next? Oh, good.
I know.
All right. Thank you for the 5-minute bio break.
Yes, thanks, Liz.
Eric, we're good. Okay, we're back online. So if everyone can help us by catching your chairs, please, that would be great. The regents are all at the table.
I know, I told you it was, I'm not disruptive.
Okay, folks, the regents are ready to go. So we're going to start our meeting. The next committee meeting will be chaired by Regent Pika, and it's our Washington State University Board of Regents Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Shower, or Chair Shower.
There's
a coup.
And she's back.
Yeah. Thank you. We have 4 information items. We have 2 action items, and we're going to jump right in and discuss our first year, our enrollment. And we have with us Provost Chris Riley-Tillman and Vice President of Enrollment Management, Sachi. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I am going to, once the slideshow starts, go ahead and just start rolling through this. There we go. I'm going to give a quick update on our first year enrollment numbers. I'm going to ask that I go ahead and pile through this. There's a slide at the end that I think is particularly important for people to understand, and then shift to what we're specifically doing, both in the space of first year enrollment, but also in terms of retention. If you look at our overall system, our first year enrollment went up again. It was goes up by about 70. As a behavioral psychologist, I can tell you the single hardest thing to do is turn around a trend. When a trend is going down, it is very, very difficult to turn that into a different direction. We have made the turn on this. It is not going to solve overnight. I think we've got some ideas for some places where we can do some things. As a number of us have noted, we are not as friction-free as we ought to be in the admission space. And so I'm excited with some things going forward, but was pleased that we had another year of where we went up in our growth. Transfers stabilized about 2022, and we've been in the 2000, 1950, 1940. I mean, essentially, we're in the rounding error space at this point. This is another space of where we're talking about trying to do a couple of rather significant things with community college, and particularly the way that students interact between the community college and the university when they would move over, if that's the path that they're going down, and having much more basic agreements. We're in an interesting state of where we do not have a state-run transfer mechanism, and that is, well, I'll just pitch it as another opportunity for something that we could do, but something where we need to work on. And then the last piece here, if we go to the next slide, undergraduate overall enrollment is down slightly. It's a little, 200 some students. I'm going to have a graph on this going forward. This is actually a real success. It doesn't look like a success because it looks like it's down slightly, but I want to look at the trend that we've seen over the past few years. I think we've talked about this a lot, but I'm not sure if the board has seen specifically just how bad it was getting and the rate of acceleration of the problems that we were in and where we are at this point. If we look at the demographics, there's a couple of pieces here. I think the most important number as a take home that we should be talking about is that over half of our students would either fall into the low income population or the first gen population, or both. Obviously there's overlap in some of that. That means that our typical student falls into the category that at elite universities would often be 3-4% of their total population. That is our typical student. That's fully aligned with our land grant mission. This is literally why we were created as a university. I think it's fantastic that we continue to have that be the majority of our student population. If you look at the transfer demographics, it's up to 64%. So if you look at overall first-year class, we're well north of 50%, or our incoming student class, well north of 50% of individuals who fall into one of those two pieces, one of those two categories or both. Going campus by campus, our most successful campus was Tri-Cities in terms of their overall enrollment growth. And we celebrated that by augmenting Chancellor Haynes' role with another campus. So she can, there's nothing to reward success like more opportunity for success. But that's a really, really nice note, a nice number, a large jump, and it was important in our overall overall model. Vancouver was essentially flat. If you look at Pullman, it's down slightly in terms of enrollment by campus. And if you go on this one, you see Everett is up. Global is down. This is the one that makes some sense in terms of a lot of our students shifted to global during COVID. Now we're shifting back onto campuses. But our goal is to get that past the 2020 highs and ideally well above 5,000 students. The Spokane campus is an interesting one. I do think we should talk about the way we think about enrollment on the Spokane campus. Looking at the total number, I think is probably a mistake. We need to be looking more specifically the number of doctors, the number of pharmacists, the number of nurses, and really be focusing on those core pieces, not lumping everybody in together with all of those different areas. I think there's a good shot that's actually, this is actually a campus where I'm not sure we would expect large enrollment growth in the next few years, but we would certainly want targeted enrollment growth in pharmacy, in nursing, and in medicine as we move forward. If we look at the pharmacy challenges that we've been experiencing this year, we do have an 86-person class that came in. The outgoing class that will graduate this year will be around 46 students. Next year's numbers are projecting at this pace higher than this year, so higher than 86, and we'll have to see how that yields. And Saichi always has examples for salmon streams and nets and all kinds of stuff. But if we hit another class like that, we'll start to jump into the 320, 330 range. I think it's very reasonable to get back up to that, about that 350, 400 number, which really puts it back as a college that has the base that it needs to be highly successful. So I'm really positive in that space. I think this is the most important slide. And this is the total loss for the WSU system over the course going back to 2016. So 2016, 2017, 2018, you saw nice gains, 450, 470, 860. I've talked to previous administration about what was happening at this time, why were we successful? And the answer was really that folks didn't know that we were simply in a really good trend at the time. It was growing in that space, but it wasn't like we were doing anything specifically to enhance our overall numbers. I mean, it was some of the things that we were talking about in the previous, we weren't thinking about any of those things because the numbers were going up, and so it was just we just won't worry about it. Drops to 129. We hit the COVID numbers. Honestly, that 3-year trend is terrifying. I mean, it's utterly terrifying. I'm not exactly sure if I was sitting in the seat here in 2022 looking at a drop of over 2,300 total students. That trend going in that direction is scary, to say the least. Shifted that back the next year to only 1,449 students drop. I mean, again, a massive student drop, down to 850 last year. Cutting that to negative 208 this year is a resounding success. I don't know how else to say it. We're finally to the point of where, from a statistical approach, we're flat to the previous year. We will have a smaller graduating class, which will be replaced with a larger first year and incoming transfer class, and we'll be over that hump next year. And I think we've done that with some really good work through enrollment management and a number of other teams on all of our campuses. But honestly, we haven't optimized nearly enough to be as effective as we could be. There's lots of things that we are in the process of doing right now. Here's our classic all campus charts and the total numbers, the first year numbers, the transfer numbers. I struggle a little bit with percents in these because if it's on a small base, you can gain 2 students and it goes up a massive percent. In other ones, you have a smaller one. I think the total numbers are really what's important to look at. And again, Tri-Cities is where that gain of 120 students on a base of 1609, I mean, is a really nice overall plus. Going back to this slide here, one other thing, and I started talking about this a little bit in the retreat, with the total loss of the WSU system, this is clearly not just the loss of first year and transfer students. This was losing students at an accelerated rate while they were already our students. So first year to second year, third year, you know, when you start losing numbers in, 23, you're losing them both in the incoming and in the during stages. And so shifting that back around isn't just getting more students coming in. It's obviously also keeping more of our students so that we can be in a much more effective space.
Is that pretty comparable to other institutions?
You know, it's in terms of which, in terms of these numbers.
Enrollment swing down and up.
In terms of this right here. I don't think there is a comparable. First of all, you'd have to, I mean, this is obviously during COVID. You'd have to look at universities that were out versus universities that weren't out. Frankly, at the University of Missouri, we were out for 3 months, came back, and we were never out again. And we had the exact opposite trend.
That's actually proving to be the case nationwide. So those universities that did not shut down or shut down for a very short period during the pandemic have all seen massive upticks in enrollment.
So the other worst case scenario is if you happen to be a university that sits close to a state that did not go out. Since I do some of my shopping 6 miles away in Idaho, I recognize that you literally have the dichotomy of that situation. We also had the enhanced challenge that since we were not on a quarterly system, when the governor finally decided to move in a different direction, we had already locked in for a whole nother rotation, whereas the other units in the system were able to move back in and start their recovery more quickly. I do think, I try to look at everything in these spaces as an opportunity. I don't think we were doing everything right in 2019, 2018. I think it was just working out, if that makes sense. I think this has laser focused us on, we need to be exponentially more efficient in all aspects of both the enrollment management space, the student life space, the fiscal affairs space, the academic support space. And I do look back at even 2016, 2017, and 2018. And while we were, I'm sure, all celebrating those numbers and very excited, we were still losing 20% of our population from year 1 to year 2. Our graduation rates were in the 60, 70%. I mean, we should have been a far larger actual institution on those numbers with simply better management and better support of our students at that time. So I think we will come out of this a more optimized university, a more efficient university. And to some extent, I think you sometimes have to go through things like this, realize you can't just coast on a great brand, being in a state, so on and so forth. And so that'll put us in a better situation as we look at enrollment challenges going forward. This next slide, I keep going back to the next slide because I just think it's a really important slide, but this next slide is information across our system. We recognize that particularly Sanders Group of Tri-Cities has been very, very effective in this space, and so we wanted to look at enhanced recruitment strategies. Some of these we are doing, some of these we are going to continue to move more aggressively into the future. And Seichi, do you want to cover this?
Sure. I'll start with the first one, but I won't go through all of them. So instant decision days, we've had them in place for about 3 years. These last 2 years have been phenomenal for us. Students resonate with the instant gratification of knowing they've been admitted to WSU. As of 5 o'clock yesterday, we've had 45 instant decision day activities in conjunction with Apple Cup, 900 students admitted as of 5 o'clock yesterday. So I imagine another 300 by the time I leave here. Let me jump right to the application experience. I think Chris has alluded to this several times. We've done a lot of work over the last 4 years, but we still need to create a more flexible, optional, program or options in the program for students who want to apply to WSU. Chris loves to use the term friction-free admissions. We understand that, but we also think there are activities further up the pipeline that we need to start making more efficient, make more unified, so that more students look at WSU. We have a number of things in play, including looking at literally one single place where students would go to an application. We have one portal, but all campuses now would feed in there. We're looking at things such as being admitted to the WSU system and then helping that student understand what the best fit campuses might be and then helping them navigate that. A number of things we're going to be looking at over the next year. Right under that, implementing financial aid leveraging. We are embracing the leveraging model. It's a partnership with central finance and enrollment management. We need to maximize all of the dollars we distribute now. It's important not only to bring them in, but to figure out how to keep them here for 4 and 5 years. That is a blind spot we have. The other thing that leveraging has as a goal, and we're on board, we need to increase our net revenue. It's a bottom line goal that we all bought into. And then finally, I would tell you, it's last on the list. It's not last on our minds. We need to pursue AI agents that help us with all aspects of enrollment management. We looked at this 6 months ago to help us with the transfer space. We really think it's still going to revolutionize how we bring in transfer credit. But now we're looking at ways in which recruitment and communications through the admissions process and recruitment process can be managed through AI agents, especially looking at times when the office hours aren't available, or we don't have people on call. So we're beginning this. We have a number of things sort of in the works that we're talking to people. We're trying to leverage this in the system. A lot of work there to be done.
This will be, there's lots of discussion on AI reducing workforce. This is an area where AI can really magnify what our workforce can do. I think in some areas like advising, it can help bridge the gap where we probably have a deficit in the numbers that we need. But we had an initial meeting with Microsoft where during the meeting, they made bots that could scan our current published materials and provide compare and contrast of degree structures across each campus and opportunities on each campus, or exactly what you would need with X, Y, and this. And this was before they had even worked with their advisors or enrollment management staff, just literally the material that was available in place. They're coming on campus, I believe, in October in a series of meetings. And this is a place where we want to be really aggressive. I started to talk about this at the retreat. We always talk about what keeps you up at night. That's a really hard conversation these days because it would technically be everything. I think that the single thing that if I could focus on the most and fix overnight, it would be the focus retention methods and whatever we call it, retention or student success or whatever the terms. This is a ethical and a fiscal imperative all in one. Our current numbers, and as I had mentioned before, this is a trend within the Pacific Northwest, are well below what we see at universities that have what's called a balanced centralized model. It's very important to have people who have specialization in the unique areas, but working off of a consistent base so that particularly when students move from college to college or campus to campus, or in some instances, both at the exact same time, people have the expertise and the basis and understanding that that's simply the most important group that we're going to be working with. We've started doing some significant work with academic advising. Some of that's pretty boring. We centralized all of our academic advising staff so that they were not reporting and stopping at a department chair or somebody in units. As Judy knows, this may be very popular on campus because everybody likes when you centralize anything. We've also, and it's at the very bottom of this, but the National Institute for Student Success at Georgia State, which is the premier entity to work with, and one that prefers to work with universities like WSU. It is not a group that is focused on working with elite universities that have obviously a very different population. They're going to initiate some work with us in October, in November, and December to help us build out a model. As I think I've said this before, I went through this process at the University of Missouri and we increased by about a 10% jump in our retention rate, and a similar jump in our overall graduation rate. President Cantwell and I have had bets on how fast we can get this done. My preference is 2 years or 1 year. Let's just say we'll be as ambitious as we possibly can in this place. I mean, this is great for our students, it's great for our faculty, and it's also great from a fiscal standpoint. But it's not just academic advising. I mean, Amin and I met talking specifically about multicultural centers and their important place within student experience. Student belonging, finding a place where you fit at the university within ideally the first few weeks of coming on campus, but certainly in your first semester, is every bit as important as your initial academic experience on whether you're going to actually be able to sustain. There are a number of things we can do to ensure that every one of our students have an affinity building opportunity. Simple examples of this would be somebody who rushes but then doesn't match, or whatever the terms are in that instance. Who is reaching out to them immediately? What other options are out there when something happens in a particular place? This is something that is partially academic, it's partially advising, but it's very, very much a student life space. A lot of the affinity building, a lot of the activities from that space. Fiscal support is a massive component. We'll have students that'll have a $500 or $600 hold in their senior year and will literally drop out of college. We've had some progress in this place, and there's some flexibility around what we can do, but it's not getting flagged quickly enough. It's not getting sent to advisors so that we can get the right resources to students as quickly as possible so they do not become discouraged and dropped out. Saichi and Matt and Leslie and I talked about this a ton. This is also the tuition discounting conversation of not just thinking about what you need for day one, but how can we plan out a model for a 4 or 5 years so somebody actually has the resources they need to sustain over the entire period of time. There's really nice technology in that space. It will be something that's going to cost us a little bit, but this is obviously an area of where success is going to have a real impact both on our students and on the bottom line. We do not have a cohesive early warning system at the university. It's really concerning. When Sandra and I were going over this list, I think this might have been the one you were the most excited about. It is essential for us to have a single early warning system. This cannot be a Murrow system. This cannot be a Carson system. It can't be a Tri-Cities. It does not work, right? It has to be a single version. There are evidence-based ways on how that should flow and who should reach out and what the time period is for reach out. There needs to be a finite number of flags, not an infinite number of flags, and we know exactly what the flags are. So the first failed assignment, the first few missed classes, activities that result in non-affinity building, initial fiscal holds or fiscal challenges are all very, very highly predictive flags of somebody having difficulty completing the first semester and going to the second semester. The single most important thing we can do is have an advisor reach out to that person personally within 24 hours. So within 24 hours of when the flag is raised. Now that means training faculty, that means training staff, that means training student life, that means training everybody across all the campuses that when you see one of these flags, it automatically goes into the system. It goes to the student's advisor, that goes to the top of their priority list to reach out within a 24-hour period. This is obviously an area that AI can help with some of the sophistications of what we can do. Some of this is culture, but it's not just adopting the system, but it's also the culture of utilizing the system. And it's also the importance of not a bunch of individuals trying to individually reach out, but having the individual who's trained to do so, who will have the most resources. By putting enrollment management student life under the provost office enrollment management was, I cannot tell faculty what to give a test on within the first 2 weeks.
No, that'd be bad.
I cannot tell them what to do. I can tell them they must do it though. You must have an assignment due within the first 2 weeks so that we can see if somebody turns in the assignment and we can have a graded assignment.
We also have, I can monitor on Canvas, I can monitor in my lab, I can tell how much time each student has spent recently.
Right.
So it was pretty easy to pick up the kids that weren't participating.
What it is, but it's not flagging, and then it's not going into a system which is immediately going to
So
advisors.
EAR is not, you're talking about?
Everybody's not using it, and we're not using it efficiently and flowing through. So we're gonna have to think, we've got some work here. I mean, another back of the office thing that we did this year, quite recently is mandated that we now have one student system across all of WSU slate. It's 2025, we did not have one student system. In other words, people were tracking students, sometimes in Site, sometimes in Excel. I'm actually not making that up. So little things like that end up, can be leveraged moving forward. So we have been prepping, we've been talking with Faculty Senate about this. I think everybody's really excited about the work. It's starting to hit each of the units. I've spent several hours with student life, with advising, et cetera. Less time with student life, but several hours with advising, and they're all realizing we're actually going to do this now, and it's going to result in significant change. I think that's causing a little bit of anxiety, but I think we'll be in a much better place on the backside.
No, Chris, I just all of these pieces, just thank you, because as somebody that was a student that still to this day, me walking past the French administration building where you used to go onto that first floor to pay your tuition and sit at the window embarrassed and nervous because I was short. And still my stomach still gets tight when I walk by it. There was a woman at that front desk that would say, she knew I would be short, and she would consistently say, just come in next week with what you have. And I would come in the following week and give what I had, and I could always catch up. And then one day she said, I'm going to there was just a job board that they put jobs up on but if you weren't there right away and I was working, I couldn't get to what the next best job might be. And she tucked 2 of those jobs away, which changed the trajectory of my ability. So just that person, right? I mean, and I probably wouldn't be sitting here, but I just really have a lot of empathy around the fiscal support, because there's a lot of embarrassment and shame that kind of goes with that. And that physical building still represents good and some really anxiousness around that.
Anxiousness around French was me, but
Yeah, well, go up the ladder and it gets worse, but yeah, no.
Your story is the story, and this
Yeah.
is, Saichi's heard me say this, in any meeting I'm in, we have to stop thinking about our total student success and enrollment as Saichi's challenge or enrollment management challenge or the President and I's challenge. Every single staff and faculty member at our university has interactions with students that can change the pathway negatively or positively. And if we all have that mindset that it's all of our roles to make this the best possible student experience possible, to align people to all, you just have a dramatically different environment. I wish we had that fully right now. I can guarantee we will. Or I guess I'll hire or something. I don't know, but to me, it's the single most important thing that we can change at the university at this time.
If I could comment about the 24-hour kind of window to address the problem. I remember sitting in basically a seminar with I think up to 100 students, and the one reoccurring kind of comments that they were making was towards advising and maybe feeling that lack of personalization in terms of advising. I remember my first experience at WSU speaking to my advisor, and she's retired, so she's not in the system anymore, but I came to that meeting and I just recently transferred, and when I sat there, she said, you should know what you want to do. I have this amount of students, I have this amount of time, you should have your classes picked out. I'm saying they're like, I have no idea what to do, honestly. And so it's crucial, that 24-hour period really is crucial in building that connection with your advisors. It's quite literally make or break. We're talking about retention, we're talking about transferring even departments and why students transfer. We have to also acknowledge advising and how we could better that. I think my question would be, for advising, that's a decent amount of work, 24 hours to address a problem, and I'm not necessarily sure of the course or
I would say 24 hours for the reach out, so that we start addressing the problem, so you've got the personal connection. It might take more than 24 hours to find exactly how we're going to fix it.
Okay, and I know there's an overwhelming sense of support for the direction where WSU is going. Are the advisors ready to be able to first locate that problem and then potentially work through that problem with the student?
Yeah, so I want to be careful about the narrative of our advisors. We have not supported our advisors to be as successful as they would like to be. And when you set advisors up with part of the information, but not all of the information, we have had advising incredibly siloed, but also then cut off from student life, not really a pathway to faculty. Advisors can tell you the classes that are most likely to result in DFWs, which are most likely to wash students out in the first semester, but did not have access in most instances to change those. What I would say is I don't think this is a people problem. I think it's a system and a support and a training problem. And I think in some instances, our ratios are off with our advisors. We've got a couple of areas of where, it looks like we probably need more advisors. This is one area of where, let's say, this is a success here is a revenue generating success. This is a great place to us to invest in, both from a fiscal and from a student success and ethical standpoint. But I would say we have work. I think our advisors right now feel like there's the perception that this is all their fault. And I think that's unfortunate. I don't think that's accurate. I think our advisors have been the group that have been the most aggressive in trying to fix this as a group. I actually think there are other areas. I think our faculty and administration bluntly should be taking far more responsibility for this and not simply saying this is just advising or, I also think our student life group has been aggressive in this space, but also has not been given the tools for how do you feed that information in to be most effective. So I'm not particularly concerned about the people, but it is a change in culture. It is a change in expectations. I think our advising course needs some autonomy to help design what it looks like. One of the things we did at my previous institution was empower advisors to help design the systems rather than us imposing on them what those would be. It has a really nice impact. We've got some real space for professional development in those spaces. And since they all now technically report to me, we can actually have it be mandatory professional development, not if your department chair allows you to go do it or something like that, which we had some real challenges with. So I think we've got a lot of room for growth. But I don't believe it's universally a people problem as much as we have not been.
That's a great new development. And I applaud you. Other questions, Judy?
I'm gonna nudge Chris, put faculty in this list.
Oh, faculty are going to be a huge focus on this.
But put us in the list.
Okay.
Include us.
Okay.
I agree,
Yeah.
we should be
Yeah.
huge,
Yeah.
but we're missing in this picture.
Okay.
So other questions, comments, really important. I have one. So hearing loud and clear, we have both, we have focused in the past, maybe too much on enrollment increases. And what you're saying loud and clear is we want student success, graduation, retention, whatever we call it. Talked about that yesterday. So those two metrics. So, and I noticed on the enrollment numbers, there's not a graph on a total enrollment, correct? Like the 25,000, the big number
Yeah.
of students that we have, correct?
Yeah, I've asked for us to separate out graduate students.
Yeah.
Because that's an entirely different conversation.
But just to have that number, I think would be important that we include it next time, just and measure that as well as the others, the breakouts that you're just speaking of. So do we have goals around these two? When we talk about KPI, that's one thing, but to have numbers, so if we're at X and we want to go at this level next year around retention.
I'm going to complain about, so an annual goal is not useful in this area. A 3-year goal is very useful because you can't get a linear answer in a year, but we are now at a retention rate of about 80%. We need to be at about 90%. It's a stretch to get to 90% in 3 years. We could put it on the table, but it has to be improved in every 3-year tranche by at least 5 to 7%.
I think a 3-year goal would be great.
I think our ultimate goal, and whether we hit it 3 or 5, is essentially at 10% to the first year retention and 10% to the graduation rates. Now, the graduation rates are lagging, and so that, you'll see those earlier on and it'll lag out. If we could do both of those two things, we would be a fundamentally different university in the student success space.
Anyway, I have one real briefly. And this sort of goes back 50 years or so when I was a graduate teaching assistant, my first semester at it. And you mentioned, flagging students who are all of a sudden getting low grades, among other things. But I had one who was getting A's and he disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I didn't see him, didn't see it. And a few weeks after that, I got, somebody said, well, do you have any students that you're not seeing regularly? And I sent his name in, found out he committed suicide.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never, it's the type of thing, I don't know how you even flag that unless you have people, because he was just in a lab with me with 20 other students, so I didn't have enough chance to really see him. But I would not have probably recognized it anyway. So you're an A student who does it. And I don't know whether there's any kind of mental health training that people can get to see that or not. But it stuck with me all these years because it was so horrible.
I can only imagine. We do have work in this space. I think it certainly could be better aligned. We've made significant progress as universities in this space, but the challenge has also gotten significantly greater at a higher pace. Right now we have a fractionalized student support matrix across our campuses, which I think is pretty challenging, to be honest. We do not provide the same type of support on our different campuses. But this is why, to your point, it's critical that any of these flagging systems and early warning system is coming from multiple vectors into the same system, into the same point, because it's not always going to be the faculty member who's going to see somebody failing and not going to class. It might be the RA in the classroom or in the dorm who's seeing kind of behavior changes, either real increases or real decreases in behavioral intensity and topography. You did just ask us school psychology, so this could go on for a while. So you might want.
But I think, Chris, a lot of what you're kind of saying is that we have to decide what data-based capacities we are growing and watch them as we use them, and do the numbers change and do they change fast enough based on those projects that we've implemented, not based on kind of anything. There will always be anecdotal evidence, I think, of a lot of different, and failure modes, new failure modes will grow as as students come in from as middle schoolers go through a high school experience, which is different from the high school experience that Amina had, there are such changes in their lives. We're going to have to adapt all the time. We're going to have to be completely kind of on it. And that means being on the data.
This is where having the hub and spoke model that we'll move forward with will allow us to much more quickly adapt to when the inevitable changes happen. Where we can, if we get new technology, if we've got new methodologies for evidence-based interventions, we'll be able to implement them as one actual unit, not trying to work with 3 people in Murrow and 5 people in Carson's. This is also, frankly, by doing some centralization, it's going to let us protect this infrastructure during budget cuts. Because unfortunately, in many places, this campus is an example. Some of the cuts are in the spaces, and this is not a place of where, from a student success standpoint or from a fiscal standpoint, that those cuts are just gonna.
Regent Pika?
Yes.
Let me address Regent McDonald's comment about faculty. I'll bail my boss out here. Those groups you see are actually subcommittees of the Retention Council. The 5th one is missing, and it's faculty. It's just not up there, but it actually is a 5th pillar of the Retention Council. And Chris is actually the one who had Bill, Ramondo, and I add it. We just don't see it on that slide. So
That'd be great. I also had a comment. Are you going first?
No, you go.
I like EAB data. Use your microphone. I can't hear you. Thank you.
It looks dead.
There you go. Good.
Oh, I get the big mic. I went to an EAB presentation many years ago at WSU, and one of the most interesting statistics they put up on going from, I believe it was second year to third year and third year to fourth, was the rate that we lost A students was the same as the rate that we lost C students. So I hope we're looking at that data to know. I mean, we all know that a student comes in and gets on probation because they failed classes, is in trouble. But I want to make sure we know who the other people are we're losing.
Yes. Okay. Anyone else? Really important stuff. Thank you both. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Doug.
We are going to, I don't think this works either, but we're going to jump into Courtney and Liam. Thank you for being here. We have. Yeah.
Sorry. Eric, all of our mics are not working. So, sorry, we'll just speak louder because none of our mics are working.
Last year, we introduced a Mission Moments series. Thank you, sir. And I think it was very well received for good reason. And today we're going to hear from our new permanent dean, Courtney Meehan. Welcome, College of Arts and Sciences, where I went. It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for having me here today. I'm excited to talk to you about some of the work that we're doing. Do we have slides? So as I get started, before we get into our initiatives, I wanted to give you a 1-minute tour of the college, if we can go even just to the next one. The numbers I'm about to present are pre-census, so they may have shifted in the last week or two, but it'll give you a snapshot of what the college is. This fall, we have over 8,000 students in the College of Arts and Sciences. That's majors, minors, and early career freshman, sophomore that are affiliated yet not declared in the college. We are a system enterprise. We are in Pullman, Tri-Cities, Vancouver, Everett, Global, and have a small footprint in Spokane as well. The college is comprised of 19 schools, departments, and programs from the arts, humanities, social sciences, life, physical, earth sciences, mathematics, statistics, and data analytics. We are home to 18 institutes, centers, and museums, including the Institute of Shock Physics, our Applied Science Laboratory here. We have our Foley Institute, our Museum of Anthropology, Herbarium, and more. The college system-wide has over 600 faculty, tenure track, career track, lecturers, affiliated, those with national labs who have joint appointments and more, and over 200 staff members. We provide over half of all student credit hours at the university and about 3/4 of all UCOR education. This fall, I had never seen this number before, but we have over 17,000 students taking a class in the College of Arts and Sciences system-wide. We can go to the next slide. We are also a research engine for the university. This last fiscal year, we generated nearly $35 million in research expenditures. That's a 22% increase over the last 10 years and an 8% increase since the prior fiscal year. It is challenging to pick 3 examples to highlight out of over 1,000 faculty and graduate students, but to give you a snapshot of how the College of Arts and Sciences leans into our land grant mission in research, I picked 3 quick examples from across our 3 major areas. So to start with, we have a graduate student, Colby Van Hollenbeck, in the School of Music. This summer, they brought music to local farm crews during lunchtime. They grew up near Colotis, Washington, went to high school in Washtenaw, and are working to bring music and the creative arts into communities that do not have it frequently. Sarah Rowley, who is in the School of the Environment, recently published a study in Science that has indicated that our current environmental models may need to be recalibrated and that our nitrogen contributions from lakes, rivers, and wetlands may be undercounted, and her work will improve our agricultural and pollution models in the state and beyond. Lastly, two sociologists, Jennifer Schwartz and Jennifer Sherman, work with rural Washington counties, finding that that rural jails had nearly 2.5 or 2.4 higher incarceration rates than urban jails that are often linked to pretrial penalties. They are working with sheriffs and service providers to pool resources and to elevate solutions, bringing our research into the communities that we serve. If we can skip to the next one. In terms of the initiatives that the college is working on, the last conversation really set this up perfectly. The college has several initiatives that have been underway for the last year or two, and ones that we're launching this year that drive home our mission to student retention and success. To start with, which has been a wonderful philanthropic partnership, since 2024, we have provided mental health first aid training, supported faculty, staff, and graduate students who are our front line working with our student population to undergo an extensive 8-hour mental health first aid training so that when they see students and they can recognize students with challenges, that they're able to make sure that those students are referred to resources that can help them. We have another series that will be going on this fall and hope to increase those numbers even more. We are also have run faculty cohorts last year and this year that are focused on increasing belonging and student success in the classroom. This year, our faculty cohort is represented solely by STEM faculty who are working to reduce anxiety in the classroom, change pedagogy to increase belonging, and increase student success by reducing C- DFW rates in our classes as well. Additionally, we have just initiated our first year retention council. This year, we've pulled together all of our foundational directors for courses and labs in our STEM fields to come together, to learn from each other, to share best practice, and to work together to increase our C- DFW rates and increase or decrease those and increase student retention in all of our major STEM foundational courses. Additionally, this year, we are launching this fall our Career Ready, World Ready initiative. We will be surveying all of the faculty. The College of Arts and Sciences has for a very long time engaged in career skill development on top of our academic learning goals, but we have not always done a good job telling that story. Colleges of Arts and Sciences work to educate flexible thinkers and adaptive thinkers. We build these skills, but we don't necessarily do it explicitly. So we'll be working with faculty across the college to highlight what they're doing and to bring those skill sets forward. After the survey, we'll be building a web tool for families, students, and our advisors so that if they're looking for specific career skill set development, they'll be able to search for those classes. So if you have an academic goal, but you're also interested in learning about AI, you'll be able to search for classes that provide you the academic goals you're looking for, but that also focus on that specific skill development. In the midterm, we're hoping to build some stackable credentials, badges around this so that students are able to build those skill sets and show proof of those skill sets over time. Additionally, we'll be building out videos and stories where we're highlighting the work that we've been doing in this for years and telling the stories to our students and families so that that it is more overt and more explicit in terms of what they'll be gaining while they're here. We can go to the next slide. Lastly, College of Arts and Sciences is working to modernize CAS science facilities to meet the needs of Washington's future. Over the next decade or two, we'll be working to revitalize our science corridor. To start with, we are working on our integrated sciences building. We are grateful for the state who recently provided us $25 million to demo Heald Hall, which is starred on the map, and to begin to design the new integrated sciences building. The future ISB will house numerous instructional chemistry laboratories, and the new pit, which is the nickname for the large enrollment classroom in Fulmer Hall, that is needed for a wide variety of our STEM courses. This building will serve over 6,000 students annually, and 80% of all students in STEM across the university will take an introductory chemistry lab in this building. We recently also ran the numbers just for fun, and more people will walk through the front door of this building on an annual basis than Martin Stadium. So we're going to bring in a lot of people.
Not competitive.
No, not, I did not mean it that way, just in fun. So why do we care about this? The College of Arts and Sciences is truly the foundation for WSU's mission success. Just over a quarter of the students that we get as freshmen and sophomore stay in the College of Arts and Sciences. We retain a lot of them, but most of them go on to colleges across the university. They go on to engineering, College of Business, Honors, education, nursing, and medicine. And so we take that responsibility seriously. And we know that if we can bring students in, if we can provide them spaces that inspire them and want them to pursue degrees in STEM, we will be encouraging them and producing better students and more successful students as they move on to the other colleges across the university. So as we revitalize the science corridor and improve CAS instructional and research facilities, we'll be changing the game for all of WSU Pullman. The ISB will provide modern facilities for modern science, increase student success and retention, and prepare our students for the careers of tomorrow. So, thank you.
Thank you. Right, questions, comments?
Just a comment that it's so enjoyable for the board to see the passion of the deans when they get to talk about their college. And it's tangible. Congratulations.
Thank you. Excited for these next steps.
Great to have you here. And congratulations on your motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Well, I have a quick question. I'm also from the College of Arts and
Yes.
Sciences, so it's great to see you and have you here. You talked about a new pit, and so that pit would be in Fulmer Hall, that giant old
beauty.
And then now the new pit will be in Heald. That's what you said?
Well, Heald is coming down. We're going to demo it this biennium. And then we'll request funds from the state for the next biennium for the construction of the new ISB building, the new ISB. And then we will put instructional chemistry laboratories in there, as well as a new pit, which will facilitate downstream capital work.
Okay, thank you so much.
And we definitely need a new pit.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I could like trip down the stairs of that pit. It's so steep.
And it's not accessible in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable in any
Not
way.
You can barely hear the instructor. There's a lot of questions.
It does have super cool 1960s periodic table light up.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Can't forget that. Can't forget that.
I think Courtney went through what Leslie stole from me, because it's usually my line, the year-plus job interview. Did an absolutely phenomenal job in. It has to be recognized. Arts and Sciences always a very difficult college because of the variety of departments that are managed under it. It's not homogeneous like education or business or something like that. I think one of the most interesting parts, and I think the more faculty, staff, and students across WSU can see this vision, the more excited people be, is really the future with Healed and On for the rebuild of the science basis of arts and science, which is also the science basis fundamentally of all of WSU. That's an area where we have underinvested bluntly, and just walk through Fulmer if you are allowed to today. It's debatable on a day-to-day basis whether you can walk into it. And you can see where we have underinvested, and given the central nature, how it goes into every other area. This is an incredibly important part, and Courtney has done a great job providing the vision for that.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you again for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Real quick.
Oh, okay, real quick. Now, maybe, I'll ask her separately. Okay, thank you. If you don't want, it might not be real quick. Okay.
President Campbell, did you?
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
Did I have a question? No.
Yeah, I thought you were going to.
All right.
We're gonna move on.
Courtney is awesome.
We have two more
My
information
statement for
items.
the-
Provost Riley Tillman, who would stay for both of these. And we would invite Vice Provost for Student Affairs, Ramonda Nash. Ramonda, welcome. So if you could do a 1-2 punch here with two items, a National Hazing Prevention Consortium item, along with the renewed Trio Student Support Services Program. You're on.
Hazing Consortium is first, and thank you for having me back again. And so I'm actually happy. Is that okay? You got me. I'm happy to be able to present around this topic. And so we continue to work to step up our game in this area of hazing prevention. And in doing that, we have now joined, it's made its way through contracts, the Hazing Prevention Consortium. And so a little bit about that. And so the consortium is a three-year process. Focus area, approach, structure, and then support. Over the course of the 3 years, in year one, what we will do is they will actually come to campus and we'll go through a rigorous assessment of what we do, where we go, our campus culture, our hazing climate, and then they'll begin the process of coaching us to begin to build even more capacity and cultural competence around hazing prevention. That second year, it's all about capacity building. So capacity building to maintain the strong things that we're doing, but to also then move into the notion of planning and piloting and evaluating all of our strategies so that we can continue to reach key stakeholders across the system. Year three is working with us to sustain. We're working to sustain the coalitions that we put in place, and we're making sure to use the evidence from year two to refine our strategies and to evaluate instruments and focus on sustainability around these types of initiatives. The beauty of joining this, right, is this is going to give us strategic connections. It's going to empower us in terms of our prevention notions, and it will have an institutional impact. Our participation around this, from a policy development and effectiveness, right? We know that we have Sam's Law on the books. We know that we have a hazing prevention committee who has done phenomenal work over the last couple of years. What we want to make sure that we're doing is we want to refine and strengthen this work that we're doing. And we're going to do this as a part of a cohort of other institutions that are also working on this with this group. We need to make sure that we're continuing to amplify. Last week was our Hazing Prevention Week, and an activity every day. Great week. We can always do better, and we should always be seeking to do better. Going through and being a part of this consortium will help us to continue to improve our efforts there. And then we also want to make sure that we're strengthening our capacity, right? Our staff, our faculty, our students will have the opportunity to benefit from specialized training that will be done with us being a part of this consortium. And then just increasing the regulatory alignment. And so, as we continue to follow federal law, state law, we want to continue to make sure that we're being the leader around what we're doing in terms of hazing prevention. and not necessarily just following along because we have to follow.
Questions? So how many are in this consortium?
Typically, it's a group of 8. Right now, there's 3. I've learned that there's other institutions whose contracting process also takes a little bit of time. Right now, the ones that we've heard are joining us are Dartmouth, Rutgers, and ourselves. And they're looking to complete the rest of the cohort right now.
I have a question.
Sure.
For the anti-hazing week that was held this previous week,
Last week.
who did you partner with any student groups?
Yes, quite a bit with FSL. Our peer health educators did some work as well. We did athletics was a part of it too, and so quite a bit.
I wondered if there'd be any interest in some of our new peers in the rebuilt Pac-12, make it kind of a conference effort.
That's a great question. There is one new, I'm trying to remember all 64 previous institutions. I know there's at least one that is a part of our new Pac-12 that may be a partner in looking at that.
Not a mandate, just like.
Oh, I know, but it's a good idea.
I think the key point for us that we're excited about is it's one thing to engage in focus work in this space and in other spaces. It's other things to work with the actual industry leaders who have been most successful and have gone through a number of iterations of this. And frankly, it also helps to have external individuals coming in and taking a look and giving you versus you missing your own internal blind spot. So I'm excited that we're partnering with whom we're partnering with. I mean, we're getting a vast network of individuals of evidence-based tools that have been developed in the past. We're not the first ones to go through this now. Ideally, I mean, maybe ideally we would have done this, 6 years ago or something like that, but that's where we are now.
If I could add, one of the things that really, that I like about this consortium, in contrast to some other anti-hazing initiatives, it is not shame-based.
Right.
And I
Right.
can't tell you how important that is to me. I don't think shame works ever. And in particularly for the prevention of hazing, it's not a good approach. So this is really clearly not an approach that's taken by the HPC.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
I'm inviting Sandra when we talk about TRIO programs because one of the most significant sites for TRIO programs is
Tri-Cities.
Tri-Cities. This has been, before we get into the slides on this one, this has been in the news a bit lately. TRIO is an area that focuses specifically on lower income populations. It has a heavy overlap with land-grant universities for quite a logical reason. This is also arguably our best basis from a data-driven approach of student success that we have at the university. I might have been a little personally anxious about these. This is not something that one would want to walk away from, and ideally we would be utilizing the success we've seen in this space, which Sandra and Rhonda can talk about next, to be augmenting our other student spaces, given that 51% of our students fall within in this particular band. So we have seen some really nice funding news over the past 24 hours, which I think has relieved a number of our anxieties significantly. And so I'm excited to be able to present these as something that looks like it's moving forward. Not shockingly, we will add one campus to TRIO programs starting next year, and that will be
Vancouver.
So shocking for Sandra.
Yeah.
Go ahead, first slide.
Sorry.
So a little bit background in terms of the TRIO piece for you all as well. And so it was established in '68, right? It's all about student support services. And that's the first one. So a federally funded TRIO program designed to increase college retention and graduation rates. We have been a part of TRIO for 30 years. We're going into our 6th
cycle for one of our trio programs. When we look at trio programs across the state of Washington, there's about 26, give or take. We have 6 of those throughout our system. They serve, and you'll see this again on a much prettier slide, but they serve about 800 of our students. And it's over about 1.6 million in grant funding that's committed to this program for us annually. Go ahead and get that next slide. This is the 25 and shows the 25-30 award cycle. And it gives you where we are in terms of which campuses and those sorts of pieces. So as a system, we have what's the Trio Veteran Grant. In Pullman, we have Classic, STEM, and Teacher Prep. And in Tri-Cities, we also have Classic and STEM Health and Sciences. Do you want to talk about that?
And we also have another program, which is Upward Bound, that is also a TRIO program. So that is a pre-collegiate program. It is reaching out to actually schools across the state to try to get students, make sure that students understand what it means to come to college, what they have to do in preparation to come to college. It's not a direct recruiting effort for WSU. It can't be. It's by law. So, but it is something that we encourage all students to prepare to go to college and give them a pathway about how to do that.
And what will the Vancouver one be?
We actually have a talent search program on the Vancouver program. That's the second kind of TRIO that's pre-collegiate, but the second kind will be TRIO SSS, which is what Ramondo's been talking about, what we already have established on the Tri-Cities campus and also on the Pullman campus. That program is set up, as was already stated, to help first generation students succeed. And it does some of the things that we've talked about earlier in this meeting, which is hands-on advising, making sure that students have a place to be and a place where they can come and feel like they belong and that they're welcome. It's more one-on-one, more personalized type of advising, more follow through with advisors. And it also gives students a chance to engage in opportunities that they might not have thought that they would engage in. Many of our students in TRIO go to first gen study abroad, for example. It's a very popular program, and a lot of first generation students never think that they will participate in something like that. They can also do local events too that may be foreign to them. So it's an immersive program for support for our first generation students, and it does have amazing success.
Yeah, we'll look at the data at the end of it, and I've got a few thoughts on the data at the end of it.
We also are hoping for one more slice of good news where we apply for a TRIO program that will be dedicated to students with disabilities as well. We are close, I hope.
In terms of students served?
Students served, as I mentioned, 800 are our students served. You can see the breakdown on the slide right there. So from 120 up to 160, depending on the program type of thing. Just a few spotlights: our peer educator training program, strong peer support network all the way across. You know, the beauty of TRIO is as they say, once a TRIO, always a TRIO, and they help each other and they reach behind as well. So as students are coming in, there's a built-in support network that continues to support them through everything.
Do you mind if I speak to the data?
Please.
All right, if we look at the data, and Doug, this gets to some of your questions before, in terms of good academic standing, the national TRIO number is about 70%. At WSU, it's 92 to 95%. To me, that's a really important number. That gives us a number that we should be able to get to with our students, right? If we can get to that basis with our TRIO students, we can get to that basis with all of our students if they have the right supports, the right success, the right things around them. What TRIO does is a lot of what we need to do with every one of our students, with all of our stuff. But to me, that gives us a goal number to look at that it's very difficult to argue it's not obtainable when we clearly obtained it. It's also, we do seem to do this better than nationally, to say the least. Persistence, 72 versus 90 to 96%. And then the graduation rate of 60% up into the 70 to 72% rate. 72% rate in terms of graduation rates for students eligible for TRIO are high. I think if you combine TRIO then with a better overall student support structure, we're gonna be able to push those numbers up into the high 70s and the 80s, which should be in a great place. But as I said at the beginning of this, there's a lot that is being done in Tri-Cities and in Pullman and across system in the TRIO space, which demonstrates what our true capacity is for student success. We simply need to, well, we need to continue doing this, and I'm very happy that we will be able to continue to do so. But we also need to be learning from this and leveraging this for all of our students as a clear example of what true Kook supporting Kooks can be.
We have started, oh, pardon me.
Oh, you go.
No, I was just going to say, we have started to use the peer mentoring program across multiple programs, including admissions and advising on the Tri-Cities campus. We'll have data for you at the next update. So it's a lesson learned, a very powerful lesson learned that can spread out.
This is also a great example of if we work together as a system and look what's working right on Tri-Cities, what's working right in Pullman, what's working right somewhere else, and work together to build one common system, we're going to be a lot better off than everybody go at their own.
Comments, questions? Did I hear you? This was at risk, or you didn't know if we were gonna get the funding, and that just.
Like a lot of things, it's been a long 48 hours.
Yeah.
There were comments made, and money seems to be, it is flowing out. And so we would like to get a couple more final approvals. We have until September 30th to see those, but it's been an excellent 24 hours in the space. We'll just go with that.
So, Chris, I just had a question. The photo brought it back to mind in one of your previous presentations of the enrollment first year enrollment. And one of the metrics was veterans. It's a pretty low number. Are we missing something there of being available for people coming out of the military that might want to finish their degree?
We relatively don't have a huge veteran population, but we do have an enormous opportunity there.
I think
Because
that's
there are a lot of veterans in the state of Washington. And so one of the ways that we are actually starting isn't so much on student services when they are coming to us, it is getting to them while they via global, while they are still either enlisted or otherwise in the military. And that is going incredibly well. So the transfer of, and we'll see that data in about 3 years, the transfer of active military to, to whatever form of separation they go through in the state of Washington should really change with regard to our enrollment of veterans. And therefore, I think we will then, when we have larger veteran populations, and they may well not be on the Pullman campus, to the unique support systems that veterans need.
I think in a future iteration, we will want to have Dave come in and talk about his specific focus in that is a strength area within our global program that we have not been as aggressive in as he would like. This is also a real focus of our MBA program, and we've made some shifts in our MBA program. We divested from a relationship that was not working with a former partner. They shifted us out of the military focus, I think more due to their predilections than ours. Our Dean of Business is heavily focused on engaging back into that particular focus. That was a space of where we've been ranked very, very highly for supporting active military and veterans. So it's very much, but I think the way the president said it was right. It's a huge opportunity for us, but
it's a way bigger number than I was ever aware of.
Right.
But
stunning.
Mrs. Blankenship's an RN,
Yeah.
VA, and the workload of the number of
crazy.
soldiers. Stunning.
Right. That's right.
So, Senator, thank you. And Ramondo and Chris, if you could stay, we have 2 action items. And one of those pertains to a code, a standard of conduct code. But the first one, maybe the introduction, they established a Bachelor of Arts in Economic Sciences.
And I just want to check if Dr. McCluskey is,
I saw her when we took the last break, so.
is Dr. McCluskey available to, can we talk?
Yeah, and
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good, good. Yeah, so we are establishing a Bachelor of the Arts in Economic Sciences degree. I could explain the benefits of this, but we actually have the person who understands and who developed it online, and Jill does a considerably better job than I do. So Dr. McCluskey, could you give an overview of how this edition will be beneficial to your offerings?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. So we would like to attract and serve a broader range of students. So our current Bachelor of Science students are extremely successful in the job market, but the emphasis is very highly quantitative, and it doesn't really match or appeal with all the students who could potentially study economics. And so offering both degrees will help us to differentiate our product and to stay competitive with other institutions. So for example, University of Washington, Oregon State, Colorado State, all offer both a BA and a BS in economics. And so this is really helpful for students who have interests in law or public policy, and that they can still focus on economics and go towards their interests. And there's a lot of national trends of growing interest in public policy. And so we argue that those students with these interests will be really well served with a BA in economics. And so our focus is really to increase our enrollment and to increase student success to better match with the students' interests. We currently have 178 BS majors in economics, and we expect to have 40 to 60 students per year graduate with a BA. That would be what we'd expect. And the students would come out of it with, their learning goals would include to understand economic concepts and be able to apply these concepts to solve problems, and communication is an important part. But although they wouldn't go deep into the calculus side that the BS students would do, the Bachelor of Arts students will acquire a lot of practical skills also, such as data management and visualization and statistics for economists. So I think it's a really practical degree that will be useful, and the students will be successful on the job market.
Thank you, Dr. McCluskey. Wonderful. Questions? This is an area where I'm really excited. This is a unit that is trying to broaden their offerings. I can tease Jill a little bit about oftentimes economics tends to be more elitist in this space, and this is the exact opposite approach to trying to make it more accessible and more practical. And honestly, I think the department, the division, should be applauded for thinking outside of the box and not doing just what they've been doing for a long time, despite the fact that they were having an awful lot of success.
Yeah, I don't want to remain silent on applauding. I think Dr. McCluskey covered the proposal really well, but I also know it's been through your due process and in terms of reaction in faculty senate and as a role model to innovative thinking, but also serving the needs of our communities while, capturing opportunity for students' success. It's really great. So thank you, Dr. McCluskey.
Thanks, Jill.
Indeed, thank you, Jill. So we have a code issue regarding student conduct.
Sure. And so here to put forward the amending of the WAC 50426, Standards of Conduct for Students. What we need to do, right? So the proposed amendments were updating the Title IX rules to comply with directives to return the rules to the Department of Education's 2020 Title IX guidelines. We need to change the title of Student Affairs Vice President to Vice Provost. And we need to remove diversity, inclusion, and implicit bias from required training. And so trying to make sure that we're coming into compliance with the rules that have been asked to be reinstated.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay,
I just say I think it's a mistake, but
Can you say more?
yeah.
can you build out on that a little?
Let me just say, we will remain in federal.
What?
We will remain in
Yeah,
federal.
I just,
compliance.
this
That
attack on
is
DEI
mandatory
just
for
drives me
business.
crazy, so there's my 2 bits worth.
All right, so these 2 action items are gonna be on the docket tomorrow. So thank you both for coming and presenting. And there will be also, the meeting packet also included a written report that you've, from Provost. So I believe that concludes our committee meeting. Chair.
Thank you, Regents. In the interest of time, we're going to roll into the next committee. And I recognize that it's been a really long day already for us, but if we could continue on with actually the very quality conversations we've been having, have been excellent. And I know we're over time, but I'd rather have quality over rushing. So, with that, before Regent Cerna convenes the committee, I have a preamble to this because we're going to add something to the agenda. As we convene the Strategic and Operations Excellence Committee, I want to note for the record that as stated in the bylaws, Article 11.5, the board may add items to the agenda of a regular meeting and take final action upon such additions at any time prior to the conclusion of the meeting. The Regents have agreed to adding an action item to the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee's agenda that will be brought to the board for action at tomorrow's meeting. And the revised agenda has been posted to reflect this change. So with that, Regent Cerna.
All right, thank you, Chair Ramos. So we're going to review 1 information item and 2 action items. We're going to begin with Associate Vice President and Chief Compliance and Risk Officer Cheryl Camerzel. She's going to give us an update. Cheryl, go on.
Just Charles.
Charles.
That's okay. Good afternoon,
I'm
everyone.
Enrique.
I know. It happens all the time. Yeah, so I get to talk about risk mitigation and insurance at the end of the day after you've talked about a lot of really cool things. But the thing about the thing about, being able to manage risk, we have a couple of good stories here that I did want to share with you. I think it shows some of the benefits of the efforts that have been underway for a number of years at this point in time, together with a bit of luck for sure. But I have not ever presented to you on our overall claims history, and on our premium history, on our insurance program. And so going to talk about that just a little bit this afternoon with you. We in risk management manage almost all of the university's insurance policies. There's a couple of outliers. We have over 22 different types of policies. And really all I really wanted to talk about this afternoon are our 2 largest, which is our general liability, which is through the state self-insurance liability program, which you may have read about recently in the Seattle Times with respect to its financial and fiscal health, and which is responsible for paying almost all of our litigation and everything that's basically not contract oriented. We had some great news this year. We had an 8% decrease in our premium. Those premiums are directly set based on our 5-year rolling average on claims. For a comparison, my second year in this job, we had a 173% increase. So we have done a lot here with respect to training. I have to thank colleagues across the university who've supported all the training programs, all of the ideas to look at risk proactively, to learn from our mistakes, to do corrective actions, not just when we have singular litigation and looking at the unit, but looking across units. So that 8% reduction, we are very proud of. It represents $200,000. And it may not continue. We know what's outstanding. We know that there's always risk and there's always a luck element to these issues as well. But I think that you will look at the claims trends in a little bit. The other thing I'm going to talk a little bit about is commercial property, because working together with Leslie, we've looked at revamping that program pretty significantly. It's a huge part of our asset pool, and our program has been very siloed and is improving and will be more strategic. So looking at our claims, what's most interesting here to me is just there's different categories, but you see blue is the highest category. It's not a surprise, but those are all of our employment claims. And so we have focused a lot in this area to manage this risk. I credit a lot of the work of human resources and of the AGO, a lot of their proactive work for our results here, which are, if we go to the next slide, you can see the claims, the history and the claims paid, and it's a nice downward trend. We would love to see that continue. There are always, in these last couple of few years, there's still some outstanding claims, but we're definitely seeing a trend there. A lot of times the spikes are due to singular outlying major events. But for the most part, when I look at this, I know that these numbers are represented largely by employment claims.
What is the lag time between a claim filed and a claim paid?
It just depends on the nature of the matter and the motivation of all parties involved. We get lots of little claims, right? Slips and falls and dings on vehicles, and those get resolved sometimes within 60 to 90 days.
I see.
Major claims can take anywhere from 2 to 10 years. And then depending on if we have some statute of limitations extensions for various reasons, then it could be a very long period of time.
So I just noticed the vertical axis is labeled differently. So we're not comparing apples to apples here, right?
Not well. We're not exactly. We're comparing the number of claims filed versus on the left-hand side, right? And then claims paid out, but the amounts are different. Yes, the claims filed is numbers of claims. The payout is in millions of dollars.
Yeah, so they're different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's really big picture on this line of insurance and our tort claims overall. This program is based out of the state Department of Enterprise Services. The program is undergoing a lot of review currently. We expect changes in the program maybe, but we are very lucky to have that. And as you all know, we are in a state with a tort cap, so we couldn't manage that without having a state-based self-insurance liability pool. Okay, we'll go to this. So next, we're going to just switch real quickly to look at our property history. The commercial property market, as you may be aware, just based on your homeowner's insurance and any other insurance you're procuring, is experiencing significant increases in billion-dollar events, largely due to climate change. This is just, I always love seeing this map. It's produced by NOAA, but it tells you where the events were in the past year. We have experienced likewise in our claims history. I think when I came into this job, we had no significant claims. We've had almost one claim a year, and it's almost all been climate-based. It's largely been freezing. But the number of claims for us are going up. The magnitude of the claims are going up. And we're also experiencing, luckily not on this scale, but I think that risk is increasing for us as an institution. So historically, we can go to the next slide. Our commercial property program was based, unit-based, those units that are responsible for their buildings decide whether or not they need to insure those buildings. But that left a lot of central and important buildings uninsured. And so Leslie worked with our risk management team in this past year, and we developed a scoring system for all of the buildings across the institution, which is over 1,000 buildings, everything from a greenhouse to the Spark. We looked at the intrinsic value, you can see what we looked at, the construction type, the operational use, and then met with all the building owners and users to make sure that our information was accurate. And we're able to score our buildings so that now we have a whole program where we can look at the value, relative value of a building, and then look at whether or not it's recommended for insurance, because we have never insured all of our buildings. The University of Washington does not insure its buildings. We have been, for lack of any other process, essentially self-insured and then partially commercially insured. So now our commercial insurance program is going to be much more strategic, and we're going to make sure that at the very least that our higher value buildings, based on all of this area's input, are insured, and it's going to be more centrally oriented. It's wonderful to be able to do this. And I know that the addition of 36 high value buildings to our statement of values may not seem like a lot, but it's enormous. And it represents over $1 billion in asset. I think that otherwise, when something happens to those buildings, it is on us. So that's just a little bit of information about this risk management program. And other than that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions?
Maybe a comment, but maybe I'll turn it into a question. From an outsider's perspective, when you look at Charles' slide on personnel, the percentage of our overall claims that are personnel actions, at least part of that's SILP claims by category. One, and we are absolutely working on this, but I do think it's really important to emphasize that one of our challenges is that our personnel contracts are literally all over the map, and they are one-offs. Every single one is a one-off. The management of that norm across the size of population that we have employment contracts with is really, really challenging. And I think that's at least a contributor. So we are working on that. It will take time. We'll have contracts. They're not going to be divested of their contracts. But I'm using my voice to ask HR to really look at the normalization, at least of types of contracts, contract terms. I mean, this isn't really even a salary matter. It's really all the end game and the beginning game in a contract. We have almost no way to really, if someone has 100 employees and 100 different types of contracts, it is really hard to manage this risk.
The other thing of note on that, I mean, the orange spike, you see those sort of periodically throughout our claims history. Those tend to be singular events of some sort or another that we don't typically experience, which is exactly what that is. That was a harm to a minor visitor on campus.
With what?
It was a harm to a minor visitor who ended up on one of our campuses.
Any other comments or questions?
I just want to say thank you for the
Thank you.
insights. We've heard about the insurance issues and just appreciate you coming in.
Absolutely. If you ever have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, and I'll probably be back talking about federal compliance next time around, and we'll be back to our enterprise risk.
I'll call you Charlotte.
That.
Thank you very
Super
much.
thanks.
Appreciate it. All right, our next information item is Vice Provost for Native American Relations Program, Zoe Hyde Strong. She's going to present a new report that was commissioned by the state and led by her, detailing the Native American education gap, and specifically the undercount. You're on.
Good afternoon, Tatsalap, everyone. Thanks for the Board of Regents inviting and just expressing interest in the report, so I really appreciate that. Just the title of the study that I was able to lead, it was commissioned by the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs. It was a part of a 24-25 Washington State Legislative Proviso sponsored by Senator Claudia Kaufman. And it was an honor to be invited by the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs to conduct this study. And I really want to emphasize the title, which is Relationships, 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 because this study took a strength-based approach. And really, we had to do a statewide study on the Native American opportunity gap, which is a pretty huge mountain to really tackle. And unfortunately, they also gave us the contract and only had 3 months to complete the study and submit the report at the end of the biennium. So relationships were key. And, when we looked, we really wanted to say, what are the exemplars? What's working out in Native education world with schools, and how are they best serving Native students? What are the examples? What are the areas that we want to emphasize? What are they doing? What are the outcomes? And so we did site visits, we did interviews across the state, listening sessions, but it always came back to any of the exemplars were a strong relationship between the school and the tribal government. And I would say that's the only way we were able to get this study done is because of the strong network of relationships with our tribes in Washington and our bordering tribes. And I think that's really critical because to be able to pull off, and I'll just highlight a few, if you go through a couple of the acknowledgements, versus our WSU research team. We have some amazing faculty and graduate students here. The next slide really illustrates our co-authors and our subject matter experts. And that's really key because there's no way I could pull off all of that data in such a short amount of time. And so I relied on subject matter experts in the areas that we're already studying out, for instance, Native student identification for the last 10 years. So I brought in co-authors, but just the fact that I could tap into those network of relationships within such a short amount of time. And if you see the next slide, it really highlights not only the numerous tribal leaders, educators across the state that engaged in listening sessions and feedback sessions, but also we have a strong network of tribal educator leader Congress teams. We have the affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians and their education. So we have so many different tribal networks that when you have a relationship, you step in and they just get to work. And so I really want to honor those leaders and how they rally around their Native students and their Native children and how much they invest resource-wise, financially, and time-wise. So if you go to the next slide, the study objectives were commissioned by the Education Proviso. And so the final report is 155 pages. I will not be sharing that today. I'll just select a few of areas that I believe are very relevant to WSU. And so I'll just kind of scan through a few areas and then make some comments about WSU, and I welcome for questions after. The next slide, I really have to start with, traditionally, we always start events or ceremonies with words from our elders. And so that's really important. So even at the beginning of the report, Dr. Patsy Whitefoot read the report and commented, and she is a Yakima Tribal Nation elder and the national education leader. And she's also earned her doctorate here at WSU. So that was pretty amazing. But her words, she said, this Native American education opportunity gap study is important because it can serve as a bridge connecting to other Native education reports across the state, region, and nation. Many of us share the same vision, but we are not always communicating and working on the same goals. That is our challenge. We need stronger communication and collaboration, strategic efforts that genuinely impact our schools and communities at local, levels, and those efforts must be shared and integrated at the state, regional, and federal levels. If we are truly working towards tribal self-sufficiency, tribal sovereignty, and strong tribal-state relations, our collective work and knowledge must be brought together. Tribal leadership is essential in guiding this process and helping us prioritize and guide our shared goals. We also need our schools, administrators, and educators to respectfully partner with tribal governments and education leaders to move this work forward collectively and strategically. So that's very relevant to us here at WSU, where we have over 27-year MOU agreement with our tribal nations. And we've seen every single meeting, typically there's impact and movement, and it's a very reciprocal relationship. So when I started this study, I'm an Indigenous scholar, and so I use Indigenous mixed methods design for phased approach. I won't get into that, but where I want to highlight is at the very beginning, we proposed the study to the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs, but more importantly, and I believe these are really important research practices, we made it tentative, and this is how I write all my research grants, is that we propose, but we leave space for co-design. And at the beginning, Superintendent Reichdahl held his inaugural Tribal Leaders Education meeting at Washington State University. He's one of our alumni. And that was a really special moment because all the tribal leaders, educators, experts, and government leaders came in at WSU for 3 days, and we dove deep into not just Native education at K through 12, but higher education, and how are we going to collaborate across the state. They gave feedback on the design, who should we interview, who are the exemplars across the state, and we redesigned our project quite a bit. And then we tapped into other existing events and educator conferences and networks to really go through our listening sessions. So if you go to the next slide, I won't go into this, but these are some of the key areas of evaluation. I'll go into a few areas that I'd like to highlight that I think is relevant. EOGOAC, I always forget that thing, but that is the Educational Opportunity Gap Oversight Accountability Committee. That's as long as some of our groups. But the next slide, I want to quickly talk about that they, from 2014 to 2025, and really Senator Kaufman and many of our senators regionally, not just for Native educators, but they push forth identifying, knowing that there is inequity within our school system and how we're serving the students. And so they created oversight accountability that still exists, and they examine our state policies and practices across the state, and they report out annually. So we did a document analysis over all those years, and then reported on what we saw, what are the impacts, what did they identify, not just for Native students, for many of our underserved students. And so on Monday, I will be presenting to that committee. I'm very excited. You can go to the next slide. You can see who's, I don't know where this slide went. Okay. Well, I guess we stepped ahead. Sorry, my slides are backwards. I'll go back to the oversight committee in just a minute. I'll go to the student identification piece of it. This is really critical issue that I do want to talk about. I think is very relevant for Washington State University, and what I believe has really helped with retention. And thank you so much. And I want to open up this section with Senator Claudia Kaufman's words. She said, in 2008, I was serving in the state senate. In part, I ran for office because of the educational gap I witnessed in my children's school district. When their school presented test score data, they included every group except Native American students. I demanded that they revise their presentation and return with data specifically on Native American students. That same year, when the Opportunity Gap report was released, one of the key recommendations was to establish the Educational Opportunity Gap Advisory Board. Accessing disaggregated data has always been a concern, as it's essential for policymakers to have accurate picture of student achievement in order to identify opportunity gaps and directly address these issues. So looking at the problem with misidentification, and I want to talk a little bit about how we address this with Washington State University. But in 1997, many of you know that the Federal Office of Management and Budget announced a revision to their statistical policy. And they began to really categorize ethnicity in Hispanic or Latino, yes or no. So if you said yes, you're considered Hispanic. And then the second category was the race, where if you you'd be asked if you belong to American Indian, Asian, Black, African American, Native Hawaiian, and white. So if you selected multi, you'd be considered multi-race. Why is that a problem? One, because being, many of these are tribally enrolled members, so it's a citizenship issue. They could only be counted as a tribal member or a citizen or American Indian, Alaska Native if they only selected American Indian only. And there's federal, we'll get into that just a minute, but there's federal and trust. If we go to the next slide here, if you look at the counts, the study in 2024, this is US data. No, this is the Washington State data. If you look at American Indian only, there's 19,000. And if you look at the combination of really who should be counted is 68,000. So there's almost a $50,000 or 50,000 student difference in Washington State that they're not counting. The challenge with that is that there's dollars tied to that through federal trust and treaties and federal government that that those connections, and some of it, one example is Title VI, that they have $322 attached to each student. So if you can imagine 50,000 times 322, I'm not going to do the math, but it's a lot of dollars. There's also identification issues, though, is that you're not going to provide the right supports and programming for those. And there's other funding that is not going to students. And I would say that's similar to Washington State University. When I first stepped into this position, I worked and so grateful for Stephanie Kane and our institutional research team, because when we met with them, they were eager to dive in and the enrollment management. I mean, I went in and met with each person and was like, how are we collecting the data? How are we reporting? How is it speaking to other parts of our system? And we found that, we were really off on the numbers. And so there was a lot of Native students that weren't receiving the scholarships that are through our endowments. So I pulled all the endowments and realized there's a lot of dollars not going to those directions. But I think our WSU team has really been great about tackling that, but that helps us pull up the numbers for retention to the Native Kook Scholarship. We were able to get 71% retention rate to 83%, which is huge for Native students. It's really hard to move the marker with Native students. So, I see that is an area that's really critical. I'll just close out with a couple, I'll send the slides. There's definitely recommendations talking about MAC representation, and that's really requires dual reporting right now. The OMB was looking at changing it through tribal consultation and the policy, but with the current executive office or president office, they decided to squash that right now. So we're still in these standards. However, maximum representation requires really policies around dual reporting. And I think that's really critical moving forward, because I can pull that data and I can work with our school, but the College of Education is not pulling that data, and the rest of Vancouver may not be pulling that data. That only will come if our office pulls the data. And so when they're making decisions, they're not counting for those Native students. Lastly, I will skip through these areas because I know you guys have had a long day. We did also just go through a series of legislation and looked at all the legislation over history and time. And why I think this, I just want to highlight a couple legislation I think is critical for WSU. The tribal language education legislation, that's to professional teacher education. Basically, it's an alternate certificate route for language instructors to honor them in being able to teach within the school district or the schools. So some of the tribes are coming to us at this point and saying, we need also professional teacher education. They don't have the classroom management skill, so they have this alternate certificate, which we could also tap into. That's another way to train language instructors, and we have incredible faculty here. But also they're asking for professional development. So we can contract, we can bring it in the summers, we can do certificates. So those are the area that we're going to have our initial meeting with Dean Karen Brown with the Colville tribes and the Nez Perce tribe and talk about how can we create this wraparound support for this legislation. And down at the bottom is, you can barely read it, I don't know why I've put it so light, but it's the Clean Energy Workforce Development Pipeline. And that is legislation that really empowered Northwest Indian College to be part of really creating a workforce around energy. And I think about the energy work we're doing, and that's definitely a tribal need, and an area that I think we should tap into. Also, as we move forward in relationship, we talk a lot about our partnership with UW, and I'd really like us to also think about the other land-grant institution in the state, which is the Northwest Indian College. Probably most people at our institution don't even realize they're a land-grant institution. So I think that's a really critical partner that we developed and I think is needed. Yeah. So just in closing, we also looked at legislation around tribal consultation, and there are some really key recommendations, and I'll just highlight two that we came up with after interviewing across the state. Is one, just building and maintaining the trust relationship. During this, a lot of times I say we don't want any check boxes, and they know when there's a check box or when we're checking a box or not. But I think this is really critical through times of transition. And I think tribes really need to know, are they a priority through our times of transition? And that's usually when they often get pushed aside during those times of transition. And I want to remind, I guess, our institution that they've been here for 14,000 years. I mean, I think, when I think about when I stepped into WSU, I'm here because of my tribal heredity. My Indian name is Huku. She was born in 1855, and a part of that, the wars that actually, when the land was ceded, that developed land-grant institutions through the Morrill Act. So for me, I came here because of that relationship and that connection and wanting to make a difference. And I think about the tribal nations, when I showed you Patsy Whitefoot, she's been bringing students to WSU for 45 years. She served on our Native American Advisory Board. She served on our health sciences and mentors people still to this day. And she has battling 3 stages of, stage 3 cancer and still showing up. And if you see our Native American Advisory Board members, they signed the MOU in 1997. They're still here. How many leaders have we had that come and go? And so they invest a lot in our state, in our region. The top 8 employer of the state, they were 6. In some counties, though, like Okanagan County, they're the top employer. And so I really, as we're transitioning, I know this is a hell of a time, and I really feel for each one of you guys. But when we invest in our tribal partnerships, it's such a area of reciprocity, and they always give way more back than we ever give to them. So I hope that as we're thinking about things moving forward, we can think about how can we capture these partnerships in a really meaningful way. So Katsiaya, thank you everyone, and open it up for questions.
You said thank you again. How do you say that?
Oh, Katsiaya.
Katsiaya.
Yeah. Close, yeah. And I really appreciate you trying.
Any questions, comments?
I have a quick question. Zoe, how do you think we're doing on consultation? I mean, just a quick sort of thoughts on, so I see it looks to me like we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
But have we been working it? I'm trying to assess, I think, what size of the gap.
When you say consultation, kind of.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
That's a great question. I think we have a long history and a strong MOU. In fact, we just had a Upper Skagit tribe sign the MOU just recently. And so I think there's still a lot of trust in WSU, and we've built a lot of capital over the years, that 27-year, almost 28-year relationship, but longer than that, that's just more formal. I think in the last 2 years, we've taken a backslide. I think when the funding issues hit, crisis, leadership changes, I think we've honestly, taken a step back, and I think I've heard more concerns lately. But what I appreciate about our tribal relations, our tribes here, is they're very patient too. They've been there, done that. They've had political mess. They've not always done their part perfectly as well. So I think they're very understanding, but I would hate if we continue down this path. And I think why I said that is I think prior to that, we would have our advisory boards with the president, and there would always be action items after. And I think it's been such a chaotic time. It's been hard to still keep moving forward. We were really working towards the acknowledgement that through the Morrill Act of the history of land. And so we were thinking about reparations, not in a way of, we don't have money to give, right? But I appreciate one of our tribal leaders, they're saying, we want to leave WSU whole. We're not trying to take. We just want to see where are the opportunities. And so we've stopped having those conversations in the last couple of years. And so I would say it's uninspiring right now, but I think with a little investment or some commitment and reassurance, I think we can get back on track.
Well, and I appreciate that, and Zoe and I talk a lot about how I can engage. But my experience also is, Zoe, that in tribal consultation, if we make that everybody's responsibility, so we at least we have to own consultation kind of at every level.
Yeah.
We begin to see it's not even just the building of trust, but really numerous ways that we engage in meaningful manners for our tribal nations, not so much for us, because it's easy, I think, if it's not everybody's job to think about what is that consultation that I need to be doing or my folks need to be doing kind of every day, thinking about with regard to the work that we do with our tribal nations.
Yeah, that's exactly right, because it can't be just on you or me, or
definitely can't just be on Zoe because she doesn't have any bandwidth.
I have no more bandwidth. But I think, I think there's some really creative ways. I think there's also some extension offices that have been doing some of that work. We have 2 tribal extension. I do think we can work as, thinking about government relations. A lot of times they're like, hey, why, I'd love to meet with the government relations office. So I think working in trips would be great. And I think the chancellors too. So the Vancouver chancellor and the Health Sciences has a Native American Advisory Board as well. And so I work with them to develop that. So I think there's some foundation, but I agree and appreciate, I would love to see more people doing that work. And I'd love to invite the Board of Regents at one of our Native American Advisory Board meetings too. So it's coming up on September 26th on Friday. It might be too late, but we can let you know in advance for the next one as well.
Where's it at?
In Pullman campus at the Cultural Center, 10 to 2. So.
All right, hey, thank you so much for a long day, I know, for you, but I appreciate it. Shameless plug here, Zoe's on my podcast, and you can hear her right now talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm shameless.
That was so fun. I won't talk about the mishaps.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
We won't talk about that.
We won't mention that.
That's all right.
You won't see the mishaps. That's
Yeah,
the
that's
thing.
right, no,
It was perfect.
I do want to add a little editorial comment here from the former legislative slide. Washington was the first state in the country to have a tribal relations committee. And I was honored to chair the state government and tribal relations committee back in like 2010 or somewhere like that. We got the first, thanks to John McCoy and his wonderful leadership.
Yes, yes.
We sort of became a trailblazer in that.
We are leading the nation, and I would say WSU and our policy is leading the region. And John McCoy, Senator, since time immemorial is the other area we could really lean in.
Yeah.
Because there's higher ed mandates that we teach at least 1 credit, and I think we could go to, hey, a full class would be awesome. But but also the teacher education, they're starting to really, Senator Kaufman is really going to push some accountability structures. So there's ways WSU can step in and support. So thank you. Well, thank you for your work. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you for staying awake, everybody.
Talk about how we screwed up, we talked about this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving right along. So we're moving now to the Assistant Director of Alumni Engagement, Jamaica Vandola, will present the Regents Distinguished Alumni Committee process. Oh, hi, Jamaica, you there?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
All right, we can hear you. So you're up.
Well, thank you so much for having me and nice job on the last name. Yeah, Jamaica Vandola with the Alumni Association. And I am going to go over the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award today, go through some processes, timelines, and hopefully answer any questions that you have.
Go ahead.
Okay. The RDAA is the highest honor bestowed upon any of alumni of Washington State University. It really is recognizing our alumni who have made true distinguished contributions to society or who through personal achievement have brought distinction to Washington State University. It was created in 1962 and it has the next slide will talk about the different recipients from the past, kind of all over the board, from educators to business leaders, scientists, journalists, athletes, and more. Also, about 70% of the RDA recipients have also received the Alumni Achievement Award, which is the highest award through the Alumni Association. Are you seeing the slides? Are you following along? Sorry.
It's in our board book.
Yeah, we've got it on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. On the recipient slide here, I'm highlighting a few of our recipients of the past. Each year, the presentation for those recipients is really designed around that recipient, what is meaningful and impactful to them. In the past, sometimes there was big lecture halls where they would be a keynote speaker. These are amazing hoogs, but maybe they're not the best keynote speaker. And sometimes it's a challenge to get maybe students to come in for those presentations. So we've really gone to a model of really customizing presentations to the recipient. And so our first picture here is Jamie Kern-Lima. She was the 2024 recipient. She was presented last year at Apple Cup. I know many of you were in attendance for that. And then speaking of graduation was one of her dreams. That was really her personality, her mission. She is a public social personality. And so that was a really big influence that she had in what was important to her and meaningful to her as she was recognized with this award. This year's recipient, the 2025 recipient, Tricia Rakes, is going to be recognized for her philanthropic work at a reception and dinner. And at that is attending that event are guests who are really meaningful to Tricia and the work that she's done. And so we've really adjusted the presentations to be meaningful and personalized to each of the recipients. And then, of course, the Regents are welcome to please join in those presentations as they move forward. Our timeline each year. So the RDAA has been managed by the Alumni Association, the President's Office, and Foundation in different years in the past. And this is our third cycle for the Alumni Association to manage the award. We presented to the subcommittees leading up to this meeting and preparations. And this year, through this timeline, we're actually selecting the 2026 recipient. There have been no major changes that have taken place in the recent past. Any of those changes or processes or guidelines, that is something that we would ask the Regents for the input and approval to do, is to make any of those changes since it is the Regents Award. Timeline is there's a 2-month window for nominations. After those nominations come through on the next slide, it goes a little more detail here. And the nominations are made through the website. We require supporting comments, a CV or resume of the candidate, and at least one letter recommendation. We get usually a lot more than that, any kind of news articles or research they've done, any kind of supportive documentation to support the nomination. Each candidate then is screened by the staff to make sure that it's a complete application. And then also we have the Foundation Prospect Research Team run an executive profile report to match against the nomination for any inconsistencies that are there. A candidate does sit in the pool for 3 years. Only one candidate is selected each year to really show the importance of this award. But if a candidate is in for 3 years, each year the nominator can try to improve that application a little bit. But after 3 years, it drops out, but they can be nominated for the award after that point. This year, after the nominations are completed, the RDAA committee reviews the applications and selects 2 or 3 candidates, the top candidates, for consideration each year. This year, they reviewed 7 nominations. The committee is made up of the titles listed here on the screen. It is a presidential committee, and the members are recommended and confirmed by the president's office before starting the evaluation process. And the committee members are posted on the website, the president's committee website each year. The RDAA committee goes through, evaluates the candidates, makes the recommendations. Those recommendations are sent to the president for final approval, and then they're presented to the regents in a packet with a cover letter outlining the candidates and the supporting evidence that came along with those. So at this time, actually, if you go to the next steps slide. So going through this is looking at the next steps are the regents reviewing those candidate packets that were turned in, discussing the candidate that they feel is the deserving of the year, of the award this year, and then voting on it. And then at that point, we have a whole committee that works together on that presentation about really making it personalized to the candidate or to the recipient of the award for that year. And that's a very high level, quick overview. What kind of questions do you have, or what have I not addressed?
Do I have any questions? Sam, go ahead.
Did you say there were 7 applicants and then you selected the 2 out of that then?
Yep, we had 7 that we reviewed this year as a committee, and then 2 were selected from that to recommend for the award this year.
Thank you.
And they were all nominated applicants, correct? Nobody self-nominated?
Correct, that's not allowed, yes.
I had one other question, and that was, if a person is in the pool 3 years, were they one of the 7? Or were there any carryovers that we haven't seen?
We did. We had 3 carryovers from last year that came into this year's pool. And so those will stay in the pool, and they each get evaluated each year. And so it's a fresh set of eyes and reviewers looking at those applicants every year.
All right, go ahead.
Do the candidates or the nominees have to have any connection with WSU since their graduation?
No, it helps with the nomination. The committee kind of goes through and looks at the influence that the candidate has had, profession, community, nation, or university. And it has really the impact that they've made and the breadth of it. And one of the goals of the awards too is to bring them back to be engaged with the university. So it's kind of balancing both ways. If they haven't had direct contact with the university, this is a great way to bring them back into that as well.
Thank you.
Do we have the option of giving more than one award?
It's been one award for many, many, many years. That is, I think, just to keep the stature of the award being so important. That is a decision that the regents can make.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right,
Wait,
go ahead.
sorry. Jamaica, when was the last time we did a process check with the regents in terms of just, from beginning to end, from nomination to committee involvement to how we actually celebrate the awardee? When was the last time we did a process check?
The awards came back to the Alumni Association 3 cycles ago, about 3 years ago. I've worked with Tracy on kind of streamlining the process between us and the president's office and the regent's office. I have modeled it based on what it came back to us from the president's office and the foundation prior to the management. So probably, I honestly, I don't know the answer to when the last time there's a full revision of the process. We've ironed it out, working on kind of the steps that we go through and how it's being delivered to the regents. Tracy and I have the last couple of years.
I really appreciate that. I think what I would love to see is an opportunity for the regents to perhaps be a little bit more involved. So given that it is the Regents Award. Not one regent was asked to be on that panel, and there might be an opportunity for us to engage a little bit and to Chair Ramos's point, perhaps involved in helping to think through that process a bit.
Okay, yeah, we're open to suggestions on how we make those adjustments.
All right.
So just for clarification, this is a future action item. In terms of your schedule and what we need to do to understand better the process improvements. Chair Cerna, you're going to figure out that process check before the November meeting?
Yes. So we'll work on it. And then
We'll beat you up.
make the decision.
That's all.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thanks for holding on so long.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. So we're going to move into our one action item. Item was added to today's agenda with the consent of the board. Executive Vice President for Finance and Administration, Chief Financial Officer Leslie Brunelli will join us again. This is in her capacity as the Chair of the Facility Naming Committee to present a building naming request.
Thank you, Chair Serna. I am delighted to be, as the CFO, the chair of the Facilities Namings Committee, and in alignment with our Executive Policy 9, which governs our names of our facilities, we are recommending the Names Committee has endorsed, approved, and recommended renaming the WSU Spokane Student Academic Center to the Kirk H. Schultz Academic Center in honor of his exceptional leadership. Fortunately for us, we're here in this building today, gathered. As the 11th president of Washington State University from 2016 to 2025, President Schultz demonstrated outstanding leadership in advancing the university's land grant mission by enhancing educational access, promoting research excellence, and fostering public service. His advocacy at both the state and federal levels secured critical funding and elevated WSU's standing on key higher education issues. The choice of the Student Academic Center in the Spokane campus for this honor reflects President Schultz's One WSU mission, the vision for a unified system that positions WSU for long-term success. He believed in the principles that the system of all of our campuses were committed to these principles, showcasing the unique strengths and identities of each campus, the research and learning centers across the state, and our 39 extension centers. As you know, President Schultz played a pivotal role in establishing the Elson S. Floyd College of Medicine. Now entering its 11th year, the college has successfully graduated nearly 900 healthcare providers, all of whom were exclusively Washington State residents. Given these accomplishments, it's fitting that to honor his leadership on our Spokane campus, which has since become WSU's Medical School and Health Sciences Foundation. Further details were provided in the materials that you now have available on board. I'd also like to tell you a little bit about this facility particularly. This building opened in 2006. It was built at a cost of $33,850,000, all of which was funded by state appropriations. The facility is 63,365 square feet, and as you know, it houses this classroom along with other classrooms, our library just next door. It is all of our administrative offices and our student affairs center. Downstairs is the convening site where you will see as you walk out of here this evening, many of our students are studying and using the cafe facility. In your materials, you also have a robust number of recommendations that include support by our provost, Riley Tillman, by Daryl DeWald, by members of the community, including former regent and former alum, and also current member of the WSU Foundation, Mike Worthy, members of the Spokane greater community, including Betsy Poles, our former student regent, Isaac Maricon, our former student regent, Rhianne Chilton, and many other letters of support were provided. This item had been approved by President Campbell.
Thank you very much.
I am very excited to see this before the board and for action tomorrow. So during my tenure as board chair, I advanced the proposal, and I want to just first honor President Schultz, and then also mention, I know Leslie just mentioned the letters, but I think it's really important to be able to just take a minute, and I will do this tomorrow when this comes up, but there were 9 signatories that our faculty regent, Judy McDonald, secured, and each of these were former, current, or incoming WSU faculty senate chairs. And one of the things that I think we're all very proud of is the shared governance model and the connection between our faculty and in particular our university president. And so that's in your packets if you haven't had a chance to take a look. Also, I'm really proud, and while she isn't sitting at the table with us today, but student regent Cassandra Vogel secured 5 letters from former student regents that all felt the influence and the mentorship of President Schultz. So as we think about not only the internal leadership that have endorsed this, but we also consider 2 former regents that sat in our roles that are community leaders that participate on the foundation board, 9 faculty leaders, and then 5 of our 25 former student regents that all took the time to write letters. It really just speaks to the legacy of his leadership and the importance of really recognizing it here on this campus as our medical school campus. So just wanted to just take a minute to just say that this is one of the elements that we started during my tenure, and I'm really proud to see us move this forward at our first meeting in this academic year. So I'm excited to be able to take action with all of you, hopefully tomorrow.
Thank you, Regent Shower. Any other comments? All right. So this action item will come before the board tomorrow for consideration at the Board of Regents meeting. If there is no discussion, this concludes the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee meeting, and I turn the meeting back over to Chair Ramos.
Thank you, Regent Cerna. The WSU Board of Regents committee meetings have now concluded. The Board of Regents will convene tomorrow morning, September 19th at 8 a.m. in this room for the Board of Regents meeting. It's been a long day. I just want to express my gratitude to everyone that's been online watching and to all the people in this room. Really grateful for everyone's engagement and the quality of discussion. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You're here.